Okay, the announcement is feel free to sit or stagger because we have all these tables in here, so you can move the chairs around if you need to. But with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Lee. We got so much to learn. Take notes. I'm so glad this man is here at this time. Nothing can be more timely. And to get him to drag his chair, and it really wasn't that easy.
Drag is correct term.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lee Hunch.
Yay! First of all, give a hand to Steve because he sold this damn thing to me. First and foremost, thank you for being here today. I know it's a little sketchy being out and about in LA County. I'm just going to say it. San Diego County, we don't have these issues. Move to San Diego. All right. So I got that out of the way. All right. So here's how I have it structured. I had promised you that I was willing to crank this out till 3 o'clock. And if anybody saw my online advertisement, there was a joke that I wasn't even going to give bathroom breaks today. He knows because he's seen me. I am very easily capable of speaking for 3 to 5 hours straight without a bathroom break. I'm not doing that today because I'm a little more reasonable these days. This event is strictly because of Steve. No question about it. I was warned in advance how nice he was, and he's infectious, which appealed to my new, nicer, gentler side, which, yeah, if you've seen me before, I'm a little in shock about it all the time too. For those that have seen me historically, this version of me seems to blow people away. Anybody in here not seen me before? And if you're on the webcam, raise your hand. Only one, two, three. It's okay to raise your hand. So you've all gotten a dose of me previously.
The little webinar a couple days ago, that was it.
Oh, when I went off on when somebody was just asking, how do I make money on that? That's not a good call with me. I work with distressed properties. Okay, I'm calculating all this stuff. So here's how it's going to go, because I do respect your time. I normally do the presentation you're about to see in approximately 2.5 hours as part of a mastermind for real estate agents. We've toured it a couple of places, and I don't spend time on these slides. I just sort of fire it out. You get a copy, good luck, call it a day. And can I get in the car up and down in about 4 hours? I traveled and I spoke for so long that it was a little difficult for me to not spend half my life on the road. So the reason I'm telling you that, I'm going to spend at least an hour on each section for all of you. There are 4 sections. That plus questions will go to about an hour and 15 minute with probably 3 or 4 10 or 15 minute breaks at each break. And we can all call it a day probably before 2. But if we all break for lunch, this is going to get dramatically out of hand wrangling people. So if I land this by 1 o'clock, is everybody cool? I mean, I'll get you the content. You'll get a copy of this. I do speak fast. Does that work for everyone? I don't want anybody to feel that they got robbed here today. I'm big on providing value, especially when I speak. Is that good? I care about you guys. You people on the stream. And I know there's a bunch of my people. They're expecting video good. Everything's good, Matt, for them? All right, cool. And you're going to monitor them for questions if they have anything that pops up. Excellent. There are a couple of rules to all of my events, so let's get them out of the way. Number 1, the things you think are jokes are probably jokes. It's okay to laugh at my events. Number 2, I am very ADD. Luckily for you, Louis is sitting in the front row to the left, so I will check with him. He has seen me enough times to know when I'm going off the rails and going down a bunny hole on a topic. So that's a plus for you guys here today. Normally, I just arbitrarily select someone to keep me on a linear track, or linear, depending on your mood. All right. Anything else? Ask questions. You guys are here live. Take advantage of this. I don't know how many times you're actually going to get somebody who's done what I've done over the last 35 plus years. I can answer anything in regards to real estate, investing, developing, and of course the bank stuff. I mean, it's kind of what I'm famous for, but I spent a great deal of time as a developer and as an investor. and I enjoyed my time doing it. I owned my own company while I was working at the bank. I actually had it as a side hustle, and it was great. I've also been a real estate agent, and that lasted whatever one cycle of that license was, because here's the secret. You don't need a real estate license to do real estate. And I don't know whoever started that rumor. That's kind of funny to me. 1 in 94 people in California has a real estate license. There's nothing special about it, in my humble opinion. I have never gone back. I've never reactivated. I just let it expire. And I'm actually approved in 4 different states as a continuing education speaker. Go figure. And that's when I was kind of a jerk. So I think that's everything, right? All right, cool. With that said, let's get started. For those on the live stream, for those of you guys here in the room, you're safe. But for those on the live stream, I'm going to make it abundantly clear for the people on the live stream. It's Steve and homeadvocates.club. So there is a product. We will discuss the product at the end, because I'm not here to sell the product. That's the truth. I'm not a hard sell guy. I've never been a hard sell guy. But since we already had a few people sign up, I'm taking 10 people. That's it. That's because the offer I can give you that is the greatest value for this $14.97 is bring me the deal, and I'm going to tell you how you're going to make money. Period. Period. I don't even care what it is. I will figure out a way for you to make money. What a deal. And I will personally make sure your deal makes money. And if I tell you your deal's not going to make money, then trust me, your deal's not going to make money. But I'll see if there's a referral or something in it somewhere. You have till 3 o'clock, because that was the original time, people online. If you're watching this as a replay, call Steve, I guess, or the first 10 people. You guys in the room are safe, but I'm just saying this for the people online. Those are my rules. Everybody good with my rules? Everyone in the room is safe. But if you leave here today, come back and go, hey, you remember your $5,000 program that we could get like at this insane $14.97? Yes, I do. I'll tell you the same thing I tell people when I change the price. Yesterday's price was yesterday's price, and today's price is today's price. Currently, the pandemic moratorium is over, and I'm the most popular person in the room. I'm not taking advantage of it. Everything I have is based on value, and you will see it later on. Now, let's get you guys all writing and learning stuff. For those of you who have not seen me, and for those of you who have, I have to stretch for it almost. Hello, my name is Lee Honish. I am the former head loss mitigator for IndyMac Bank's HELOC division, and I am not wired like the rest of you. I have been in real estate and banking since 1988. I started at the age of 6, and that's the story I'm sticking to. If women can do it, I can do it. I wanted to go to culinary school at the ripe old age of 18. My father said that was the dumbest thing he had ever heard, and I became an asset manager. By the age of 21, I had already thrown out my first 100 families. And if you're wondering if that has deep lasting psychological scars, let me confirm it and my therapy bills for you. I've worked for 3 different lenders. What most people know me for is, yeah, IndyMac, huh? Right place, right time. I will tell the story because we have a little bit of time. I don't ever get to tell the story very often. So I worked actually in the home construction lending division because I had my own development company, and they took me as an asset manager there in 2006. I saw that the market had plateaued and that we weren't having crazy acceleration anymore in Southern California. And I thought, hey, what a great opportunity to go back to the bank where there are, warm, loving people who like me, because in those days I was quite miserable. It worked out very well. I bounced around, wound up in the HELOC division after yet another icky breakup in my universe, which is a common theme you'll hear about today. Most of my innovations are based on my icky breakups. So this particular one, I'm in the HELOC division. I actually agreed and took a job to be a smile and dial collector. If you don't know what that means, I was literally hired to just call people on the weekend and try to collect money for the HELOC division. That was my job. And they were going to pay me the salary that I had previously. And I thought, okay, how bad can it be? When I was interviewing for that job, they asked me, had I seen one of these files? And I said, what are you talking about? They brought it to me, and it was a breakdown. and it was a loss on the HELOC for, I don't know, 80 or 90%. And it was out of Ohio. It was the first short sale. I was there on the right day at the right time and saw the very first HELOC that was going to lose money. And I looked at it, I said, what happened? They're losing equity. What would you do? I said, you take the 80 or 90 cents on the dollar and you call it a day. Maybe you could squeeze some more out of it. I said, do you have asset managers? And they said, no. I said, okay, then you're going to have a real problem here. And so I got elevated into, I'm going to give away deep, dark secrets today just because I have the time. There is no such thing as a mitigator. I made the word up in 2007. You are considered, you know, asset manager or loan processor levels. You have like these ridiculous bank terminology. There is no such thing. If you've heard the term mitigator, it's because I did it, I made it up, and I want it on my gravestone. I invented the word. It's a stupid word. It got used through 2007 and 2010. I have met people who have come up and introduced themselves to me saying, I'm a former bank mitigator as well. And I went, no, you're not, because no such creature exists. Like, it's not a thing at a bank. You're just an asset manager or something. And so I got an office because I was screaming at agents. And then somebody asked me, good question. The Chapmans were the one who asked me, how do you do short sales? Voila. That's how it all started. And because of that, I became a national speaker. I spoke to literally tens of thousands of real estate agents over a 3-year period. I left the bank just before they went out of business, cashed out all my stock. Makes me look really smart. No, the timing was impeccable. IndyMac was doing its first round and offering insane packages on the first round. I was already speaking. By then I had already done 5 events, and somebody said, the only reason you wouldn't do it is because you are afraid of success. Well, I don't know about a fear of success. I have a lot of fears. That I don't know if that was one of them at the time, but I said yes and left, and I spoke and I spoke and I spoke. I did 3 to 5 presentations per week for 3 straight years, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles. I spoke to tens of thousands of people. And I probably had a footprint of about 1 million in the industry at that time, based on everything I came into contact with. I'm very proud of the work that I did, but it just about killed me. And so I stopped and I opened my own company in 2010. I became my own entrepreneurial, wow, that's a tough one. Entrepreneurial. I opened my own business. And I had one mission. I was going to continue to talk about distressed properties, which in those days, you guys still called it a short sale market. Can I cover this? This is something new. Let me tell you the different terminologies per division of what you are. In the world of real estate, defaulted properties are referred to as distressed properties in real estate. It's pretty much the same in the loan industry. If you talk to a banker, you're talking to them about defaulted properties. And then there's this weird variation between the investors and some of the people in lending called pre-foreclosure market. All right, the correct terminology, to set the record straight, is default. But nobody likes that because they think I'm saying REO. No, 31 days at 5 p.m., you're in foreclosure. I don't care what anybody tells you. 31 days at 5 p.m., you're 30 days late, you're actively in foreclosure. That's all there is to it. End of sentence. And until you pay it current, pay it off, or one of the many other options, you are actively in foreclosure. Well, Lee, they don't have an NOD. You're correct. That's just a stage of foreclosure. Simple as that. I haven't covered that before. I liked it. I'm going to leave that in. You'll hear me say that throughout the day. And I need you to take notes when I get emotional in weird spots. I have to assign those to my therapist. There's a lot of weird stuff in there. That's a real thing. You'll see it later on. I went on to start my own company, and I'm actually proud of the work. But what I really became was a content marketer. I created something that we're going to talk about here in graphic detail. I got named one of the top 10 marketers in America, and also one of the most innovative marketers in America for close to a decade. For the people who know me, this product called Monster Marketing. It's a very innovative technique that just keeps on giving, and I've actually improved it somehow magically. And I am just lucky like that, I guess. And we'll talk about it. I'm actually going to show it to you and how it works. You don't even have to invest today. My mission is to help 1 million homeowners, and I'm going to die trying. That's a note. So I'm going to tell you something about me that you guys never heard, even for the people who've seen me before. I'm actually an introvert. I don't do very well with people. I grew up shy. I actually grew up very withdrawn. I was a straight F student at best. I once got an F on a test in the 4th grade. And if you're wondering if that has deep lasting psychological scars, for all the parents in the room wondering, yeah, and I'd probably beat the teacher for giving my child an F minus. I still talk about it to this day. I'm also dyslexic. And on top of that, I was bullied from about the 7th grade until high school. I had no choice but to take on and join wrestling. I've then gone into boxing and MMA and jujitsu, all of it because I was bullied. And I'm not telling you that because I want sympathy. I'm telling you that because I don't like excuses, because I'm really good at excuses. Don't blame anybody else for your deals going sideways. Don't blame other people for your problems. I was the master of it. It was everybody else. It was her problem. She did it to me. She slept with him. They did that to me. I lost that deal because of them. Really? My perspective, there are 2 people involved in every transaction. And for me, the best day I ever had is when I took 50% ownership of every relationship in my life. And I was much better for it. Because of the pandemic and because of, yet again, an icky situation with another woman, I was blissfully trying to forget the world. I was. And then my father died. My mother almost died. My daughter almost had some kind of bizarre something that needed a CAT scan because she probably had something going on with the brain at that time. And I can understand that. A year ago, I changed my life completely, utterly. I reset myself. I will talk about it today. If you've seen me previously, the words positive mental attitude were not in my vocabulary. It was go out and crush the day or get left in the dust. That is the way I rolled. That is the way I operated. And it's also because I was afraid. I didn't see that one coming, where I'd get choked up on that one, but that's the truth. It's all bravado and bullshit. And it's never stopped me. We were talking about this on the tour just a couple of weeks ago, the top 5 things that people dream about. And it's, I want to climb to, like, I didn't do enough of this, or I didn't climb to the top of that, or I didn't take advantages of those things. I have done a cage fight in my 40s. I have fought at the Pan Jiu-Jitsu Brazilian Nationals when I had no business being in the room. I actually boxed a boy celebrity, or I guess he was an adult celebrity at the time I did it, but did it long before Jake Paul ever thought about doing any of his craziness. I was way first on those topics. I have climbed to the top of the mountain. I've spoken in front of the room. I've done everything. And I can tell you, whatever you think you're going through, it's happened to me in the last couple of years, and I'm better for it. Whatever you want to achieve, then do it. My goal was to help 1 million homeowners. 85% of what I do is for free. I already know I'm going to be a millionaire from this project that I'm in. I started this company from scratch, from zero, without a dime in hand, intentionally, because I wanted to see if it was pure. And in 3 months, I can safely tell you, I underestimated what was going to happen. And I'm very happy with the staff I have. So 95% of us all suffer from the same problem, and there is no way around that whatsoever. We are fearful of being able to provide. You are, they are, that's distressed. You will not be able to get a deal out of a pre-foreclosure property. I'm going to bounce around on the terms. I like the term distress personally. I would prefer to call it default for the room, but I don't know if the camera, does it work over here if I stand over here? So, yeah, okay, cool. I've come up with a solution. I've been touring this solution for a while. It's the most effective thing I could teach people. And here's the thing. I'm really going to show you everything. This isn't a long, slow, by my system. I don't really care. If you use anything that helps one person, I'm one step closer. Okay? Fair enough for everybody? Yes.
When you said you want to help 1 million homeowners, can you elaborate on that? What, because to me, okay, if they're going to the foreclosure or defaulted, what's your definition to help?
I want them to make a dignified solution. It is my humble opinion that real estate agents get involved with distressed properties having no, I'm gonna cuss. It's just gonna happen. I haven't had enough
You
sleep.
used to cuss before, so go ahead.
I know I did on the coast. Like this is the only room where I get away with it, or being in New York. But here's the truth. Real estate agents get involved in shit they're unaware of. Investors are only looking at what's in it for them. My opinion, there are 9 alternatives to foreclosure. If a homeowner knows all 9 of those from you, that's help. I win. I've pitched the 9 to everybody. I've pitched it up and down the food chain. If I can get you guys to talk to one homeowner, okay, think of it like an interesting little MLM, all right? I say that as a part of EXP, but let's go with the MLM attitude. I need you to talk to 3 people, all right? So if I go 15 layers, I've covered the planet here. So if they know the 9 alternatives, you have done more for them than 99% of the real estate industry in general, because to them, they're just a dollar sign. And the truth is, we all have this fear. When you talk to a distressed property homeowner, you're taking away one of the 3 fundamental things that is all living things on the planet. You're taking away their shelter, you're taking away their family or reproduction in the particular case of all living things. That's 2 out of 3. That's the way they see it. I'm going to give you guys a big heads up early on in the presentation. Their goal is to keep their house. And that's not actual, which means they don't like you. They don't like me. They don't like anybody who talks to them. They are fearful. They hide. They're mean. They'll say crappy things. I'm not trying to scare you off from this. It's also the most rewarding work on the planet. They're also the most grateful when you educate them correctly. That's the point of today's presentation. And if you take any of the marketing that I give you and you can talk to these people and help them, I call it a win from my book. And even as crappy as I am and tired as I am and giving Steve crap for dragging my ass up here and making systems that I would never make based on what I'm currently, like none of that's a joke, okay? Legitimately, the 1497, I don't have that number that I'm currently offering anywhere on any of my Kajabi offers. It was all for Steve because he's so damn nice. So take advantage of it, because I'm legit about the 3 o'clock thing. Like when I get back in my car, it's over. I'm going back to the world of real estate agents and finding my little 5 to 10% crowd.
That's why
And-
it's Dr. Love.
Well, I mean, he's already talked me into Vegas. And the next thing I know, he's going to go, well, you should talk to so-and-so in Texas. They're nice too. I can see this happening. And the other thing is now you're on a list with me, which means if I get deals that I can't move through whatever sources, investor-wise, I'm going to send it out on the pipeline. I'm not stupid. I also work with so many state top 1, the #1 agents. I have these people. So there you go. I hope that was a very, I went off the rails and you didn't help, but I'm glad I could answer. Well, here's my solution to the whole thing. All right. These are the 3 top, we're only going to cover 3 things. Now, how many things are under the 3 things? A lot, to be perfectly honest. So the first we're going to do is mindset. I'm going to do market awareness, right? I'm going to answer all your questions about the market. Nobody in here is going to have a question about what to do in this market. Lee, what do you think about the market? There are people who are guessing and people who think. I don't think. I know what's going to happen next. With all assurity, like I would bet my daughter's college tuition on it. And since she goes next year, that's how sure I am of what's about to happen next. Then I'm going to do the mission, right? I'm going to teach you 3 forms of marketing here today. You saw it on the previous webinar. I'm going to go through each one of those slides in cold, slow, graphic detail to the point where you will think, really? We're spending this long on a green screen? Yeah, really, we're spending that long on a green screen because that's how I do it. And last but not least, Lee, how do I script? The what if, what if, what if? All of you will suffer from the what if syndrome. And I have corrected the what if syndrome. And here's why. Prior to a year ago, I was afraid of talking to all human beings. In fact, I called it a win recently when I was able, I live down by Little Italy. I look up and over the Embarcadero, back into the airport and down into the bay. It's a great place. Love it to death. I can walk to Little Italy. It took me a full month before I had courage to walk down there by myself because I'm afraid. Afraid of who I'm going to run into, afraid of who I have to talk to. I'm telling you that not, again, for sympathy. I'm pretty evolved these days. Remarkably, I care even less about what people think about me now than I did when I was an asshole. I'm just comfortable in my skin. I tell you this because everything you see up here was designed by me so that I don't have to know everything. You see, being an expert in the field of distressed property just makes you a know-it-all and an asshole. That is not who they want to talk to. They want to talk to a friend. They want to talk to a trusted advisor. And here's a good word, advocate. Simple as that. If you're a real estate agent in this room or on this call right now, go look at your code of ethics. They're all about being advocates. For investors, I realize this is foreign ground. And if those on video or here in the room still live in the fantasy land that you're going to find a 20% haircut on one of these deals like it's a short sale market, you are also in fantasy land. At best, you can find some spreads. They're out there. They happen, right? Your cash isn't special. Nobody cares. All the things that made investors special in 2007 no longer exist in this market because you are now competing with Wall Street. Okay, I know because I have one of those funnels. I have a Blackstone-sized investor who will write on anything without batting an eye, and they're fantastic. I guess it's just a funnel to me. If it helps the homeowner, that's all I care about. If I can find ways to make you money, I will. Maybe you have to refer that deal to a real estate agent. And if you're an investor going, but I don't have a real estate license, listen, you can refer it to a real estate agent and still get paid, okay? I don't know who started this myth of, I'm not an agent and therefore I can't make money. A referral is a referral and you can always get paid. In my universe, it's the funnel itself. Passive income is what makes you rich, okay? Passive money is all there is. And I like upfront money. Upfront money buys the cars and the boats and all the other stuff. But as a guy who wanted to buy a boat, I will safely say this. Buying the program down in the Bay that had a monthly payment that let me use their boats Monday through Friday off of my passive income was much better than me buying, you know, a $40,000 or $50,000. It wasn't even like a decision. Like I'm almost already over the boat thing and it didn't have a contract. Yeah, by the way, first day, last day of boat owning is still very true. It's like the second go around on the first day, last day of boats. I went out there, it was great. And it's Mission Bay and Sail Bay and it's great. And I was done pretty much. And it's kind of mad I had the entire month left. I couldn't figure out what to do with it actually. All right, let's get to some real numbers in your mindset. Let's start with California. 29.4% right now are behind on their mortgage payments. That's all you care about. I mean, it's not really the other however many millions of people. Like, I don't have to talk about the people that are like renters and or homeless here in Southern California. It's a fact. It's why everybody left. We gave up. We turned our streets into housing encampments everywhere on this side of town. Oceanside threw them out. Like I was pretty amazed by that. I'm originally from Oceanside when I moved back down here, and Oceanside, they just throw them out like insanely. Like I couldn't believe how they chased them. They're not even in San Diego. I'm thinking they're busing them back up here to Santa Monica, but I could be completely wrong. 29.4%. So if you're, everybody's California here today, except maybe a few of my people on the call. So let's just talk California facts. 29.4%, you're the 11th highest in the nation. Want to rethink those? Nobody's in default. Government's, I'm not supposed to do the voice. Normally I have my partner, Derek, here to say, no, don't do the voice of the unknowing, unwitting person you're making fun of, but I'm going to do it. But the government will fix it. Okay, let's talk about what the government's fixing these days, shall we? Let's go line by line. Let's start with my favorite, part 2 of the moratorium that happened last Thursday. It happened. Lasted about 24 hours. That's about how long that moratorium lasted. Once the constitutional scholars got a hold of it, once Biden knew that it was complete bullshit, it was all over. He knew it was bullshit when he did it. I think what their original plan was, we got 6 weeks. Let's see how bad it's going to be for the renters. And if we have to, we can stop for, understand this. We got to break this down into layers. Okay. Marvel fans, it's much easier to discuss this as a Marvel fan. Thanos, the snap. Okay. In March, God bless us, of 2020. I don't know, I was blissfully drunk for the entire year. Blissfully. There was a snap. They turned off FICO scores. They stopped credit reporting. People were no longer late. The 500,000 people who were in default suddenly disappeared. Gone, like a puff of smoke. Where did they go? What did they do? Well, that's the $1 million question. First of all, I didn't know you could turn off credit reporting, period. I don't even know at what level that occurs. It's even beyond my pay grade. And I know lots of sketchy people in banks, and nobody can seem to answer this question for me. How do you just do that? I can't answer this question. If you think the banks have forgotten how many people owe them payments and or how many payments people have not paid them, and I say this to everyone on the call, feel free to let any homeowner know that they are delusionally out of their minds, okay? No bank is ever gonna forget what you owe them, how many payments you owe them, and I don't care who, the government what? Government gave you 3 months and 1 forbearance agreement. That's what they gave you. That was 13 months past that 3 months that we still had to go. This whole pandemic thing has been a couple of months, it'll all be fine. A couple of months, it'll all be fine. We'll just extend the moratorium. A couple of months will be fine. We're here now. All right. Everybody buck up. It's going to suck. All right. Millions of renters are going to be thrown out. Subjectively, go live with their parents, to be perfectly honest. People are going to have to pay. There was never going to be a free ride forever. I literally had someone send me something that said, Biden's going to pay for everybody's rent. I'm telling you this as a taxpayer and as a guy who paid his stuff, even while I was blissfully drunk before I found myself, okay, a year ago, during that whole pandemic process. I still pulled my shit together to make my payments. That's it, because I thought it was shitty to the very nice family that like leased me my place on the beach, right? I actually couldn't do it to them, even though I knew full well I could get 16 months of a free ride on my butt. And there was not a damn thing they could do about it. There's nothing they can report it to. Once I knew the truth at the very beginning of the pandemic, I thought, as a guy who leases, yeah. And I was almost drunk enough to pull it off. It ate at me on some level because I really like this family. So I made my payments. I think what was most disturbing when we were on the road the first month was that people did not know about the FICO score thing. Yeah, no late recordings. No, nothing, not a thing. It was quiet as a church mouse. The activity that's currently on it is about 1/10 of what it should be right now. It's still turned off. I am in touch with a company called mailinglist.org out of Oceanside, California. We'll talk about them a little bit later on. Those guys are great. I keep in touch. His name is Jeremy. He'll love it if you call him and go, oh, you have 30, 60, 90 lates. Don't call him till next month. He is currently, this is how I know the data is not coming till next month. He's currently somewhere in Yosemite. That's all I know. I said, do you want to be on and record a podcast or do something on one of my channels? And he goes, yeah, when I get back. He goes, they're rolling it out slow. I'm not in a rush. If you sell data like that and you're not at your company at the end of a pandemic, I could safely tell you we're not getting good data until next month. It's pretty safe to call it that way. So what is available, right? So there is data available, or what I recommend to most of my students, we'll talk about it later on, is go with the SNAP, right at the SNAP. What happened to the 500,000? You think the banks forgave people who were a year behind in their payments, 2 years behind on? Nope. That wouldn't happen ever. They just stopped bothering them and they just turned it all off. So we'll talk about that as well. That's part 2 of the eviction moratorium. Is Biden's thing going to hold up? No, lasted 24 hours. Will he be able to keep people from physically being thrown out for the next 38 days? I suspect that's what they're after. The reporting is not changing. I keep telling this to everybody. It's the reporting and the processing. I don't give a crap about the physical eviction. Unlawful detainers are going to be backed up forever based on the sheer volume. Everybody gets wrapped around that. I don't care about that. That's why this, whatever you think you saw last week with everybody sleeping on a doorstep and doing all their wacky shenanigans, you really think the federal government just slept on it till the last minute and went, oh, I can't believe the fucking moratorium's here. Like, that shit did not happen like that, okay? It went down exactly like this. Let's see what happens and how many people and what they do. That is exactly what happened. And in 6 weeks, we'll address it.
You also mentioned 3 months and 1 forbearance. What is the protocol for the forbearance back in 2008, 2010? It was either a loan mod or.
Excellent segue. Fine job, sir. You're right there. Well, let's talk about forbearances. Originally in 2007, 2006, part of 2007, I sat in a meeting when we saw the short sales come through. And the first proposal on the table was a forbearance agreement for everybody who was behind. And this is how a bank sees a forbearance. We'll give them 3 months pretty much automatically, tag it to the back of their loan. We'll take that amount that they owe us. We'll mark it on their credit with the lovely words forbearance. And then, send them a 1099 at the end of the year as well as a big high hearty screw you. That's what they said at the meeting. I shit thee not. So what is it this time around? The federal government on all federally insured loans is requiring all bank to do 3 months, tack it to the back of the loan. They're allowed to report it to credit after we have credit reporting again. That's the only difference of what's going on right now. So everybody, and I'm saying this to everybody on the call too, I love saying this. If you took a forbearance agreement because everybody got one, I got to have one too. All right, let me tell you your hipped up moment. If you didn't pay back that money before they turn it all back on, you're going to have the words forbearance on your credit. And that's about 150 FICO point hit. My dream world, if I'm being a cynical banker, ask me why the emotional stuff's in there so I don't become cynical banker. In my cynical banker thinking, what I would love to see happen that would make me so happy, just a small part of me these days, small part. Everybody gets an Experian notice on September 1st. Your credit has changed. We all have it. We all have Experian alert. It's going to pop up on a lot of screens. And everybody's going to go over there and they're going to look at it. They're going to go, what do you mean that there's a credit impact for taking a forbearance agreement? I thought the government said there was no credit impact. If you didn't pay it back before they turned it back on, you are screwed. And there are people who are still not paying because they think they're still in a forbearance agreement. That would play into scripting. So that's the forbearance. Does that cover all of it? Good. That which should take you to, what are they going to do about loan bonds? Oh, you have a question? Yes.
Yeah, I got a question, man. First and foremost, man, I give you the ultimate respect. I flipped quite a few short sales back in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And back then, some homeowners had to pay the difference.
Yeah.
They were hit, you
Yeah.
from the bank.
You got it at the end, 1099-C. Yeah, that was pretty fucked up.
That was, I wonder if that's, may happen again.
Form 982 of the IRS, no big deal, but nobody really hipped anybody up to Form 982 of the IRS to get the one-time allowance on those top. I've already dropped an F-bomb, Steve. What are you doing? It's like an East Coast room. It really is to me. I don't know why investors give me an East Coast vibe. So yeah, no, it's just going straight on to credit. And I think what they think they're going to do, everybody's going to claim that it wasn't disclosed. That's what everybody's perspective is going to be. They're all going to hire attorneys, and hopefully that keeps them out of the distressed market altogether, because they'll just be making so much money suing banks over FICO. Now, here's what I know about banks. I guarantee that there is a disclosure with that homeowner's name on it, and they signed, not knew, signed that they were going to take that hit. No question in my mind. It wouldn't even be a debate that that's going to happen that way. And the big deal are the lawsuits. I'm hoping that occupies lawyers. If you're a lawyer in the room or on the call, you're different, I'm sure, and unique and blah, 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 blah. I always say that, but it's kind of a thing. Yes, Steve.
Back to the renters. And
Yeah.
and the eviction.
Yeah, that's the ice cream on top.
If they don't pay back once.
That goes on credit too.
If they don't pay back everything. If they pay part of cars, and if they don't pay whatever they owe,
Right.
can they be evicted? at
Sure. 100%. Now, all the federal government or at the state level they can control is the actual physical eviction from this point forward. Because it's for any of you who own properties, you know this. You have to pay if you own it. Like it's been a shitty deal for a while. I'm just surprised it took everybody so long to go, this sucks for me. Why do I have to pay and they don't get to pay, and don't I get some kind of deal? And California specifically ran out of money so quickly. Yay, recall Newsom. I don't know what you think is going to happen with the next person either. We haven't had money close to my counting for 20 years here in this state. So the reality was the 42 billion that this state had for renter assistance burned out within weeks, like literally within weeks. They even talk about it on that thing that I had up. Like we ran out fast, like within the first 6 months of whatever program we had. So yeah. And the fun part, because all of you who own property know this, here is the fun part after you evict them. You can put it all on their credit and just send it down the food chain as, hey, a high hearty screw you. One asset manager to all of you. Yes.
Back on the forbearance, you said FHA, VA, what about regular conventional loans? They don't qualify for that 90 days?
They did
Oh, okay.
everything, everything.
I've been texted, can you repeat the questions? Because some of the Zoom people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Zoom people.
Yeah.
You're Zoom people. I had to drive here from San Diego.
And
I will be abusive.
And then one correction, we're not investors, we're entrepreneurs.
Entrepreneurs, forgive me, I am an entrepreneur. So I understand. All my companies are mine and it's a thing. So, all right. We cover forbearance? Did I miss anything? Any other questions on forbearance? Anybody online with a forbearance question? All right, I don't want to hear about them later on. I mean it. It'll happen. Loan mods. Well, Lee, what about loan mods? Those were a thing in 2007. Well, you ready for this? The two groups who seemed to know what was what about what was going on besides me and my blissfully drunken Dirks Bentley of a life. That's a great reference. That's a really funny, great reference about that year. There were two other groups that were kind of hipped up that I kind of got solace in. People who did REOs that work with asset management company. And trust me, we all got together and we all felt crazy. Like I just recently met with somebody in Las Vegas who is a huge REO player. And the first word she said to me as I sat across from her, "Do you feel crazy?" I said, "Yeah, right. Like nobody seems to believe us. Maybe we're wrong." She goes, "Well, how wrong?" I said, "I feel QAnon wrong. sometimes. I feel like Hillary does drink blood and like she's transporting children and taking DNA samples or whatever the hell they say in QAnon that they believe. That's how wrong I felt at times about this market, because I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 3 months already. The hate mail, it's not that you're wrong. I can live with you're wrong. It's the hate mail. Like I'm trying to personally infect the market with my talk of distressed properties. I am just, quote, fear mongering to real estate people. Well, I'm here to tell you I'm not fear mongering. I'm just telling you it's about 3 million people at the end of the day. That's just all I'm talking about. It's just another funnel. If you want me to talk about it cold and calculated, it's just an area where there aren't agents, where there aren't other entrepreneurs. It's a free line. Let me give you some advice from my soon to be 17-year-old daughter. Oh, she is 17. She turned that the other day. Where are you on your tour, Lee? It was last week. And I was saying that. My daughter, when she was 4 or 5, we were at Disneyland. It was a big deal to us. If you followed me, that is like really a thing in my universe with her. We once walked up to the gates. She's on my shoulder. And there's a big long line and there's an empty gate to the left. So I'm going to tell you this. Hopefully I change your mindset with this one sentence that my daughter changed everything. I said, as I was walking to the empty gate with my daughter and looking at the line of people, like looking at them out of the corner of my eye, I asked the 4-year-old, why do you think they're standing in line like that and not going to the open gate? You know what her answer was? They don't want to be wrong. You want me to tell you about the real estate industry right now? Click those fucking shoes. There ain't nothing going on here and there's no place like home. It's accelerating and everything's warm and fuzzy. And I just hope it stays the way it is. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Just 7 million renters hitting the fan is going to be a shit show. Okay. And nobody is still talking about homeowners. Not a single outlet is talking about homeowners. And it's 3 million, period. I'm going to cover it in a second. And I'm going to tell you how I came up with that number. And I'm going to be pretty close to right. I think it'll be between 2 and 3 million. When this all started, I had all the other asset managers on the phone with me, and I was texting everybody at 12:01 a.m. at the end of the moratorium watching the news. It was the 4th story in the news cycles. It was a blow-off story on every newscast I watched from 12 until about 4 or 5. It was a blow-off piece. Moratorium's over. Oh, well, that was kind of the gist of the story. It still kind of is. If you can see it as the top story, I'll be shocked. I have not seen it, and I monitor the news every day. We all sat there and we were looking at the news playing out, and we were kind of calculating it between, and I said this, and I'm sticking to it. It's worse than I projected, because the apathy and the whole government's still going to fix this. If you can explain it to me and I come up with every solution on the planet, I would love to hear it. But I sure as hell have no clue how you fix this. I think you have to, you got to go. You got to go. I already know homeowners, okay? If you didn't watch the John Oliver piece 2 weeks ago, it was kind of the lead up to everything that's happening right now. I highly recommend it. Go watch Last Week Tonight, last week, when John Oliver did a piece on generational wealth and equity. And it's John Oliver, HBO, or for those of you who have HBO Max, all 5 of us, they have DC stuff. Of course I have it. How do you get the Snyder Cut?
Question, you got 2 situations. You have renters who are going to be getting evicted.
Yeah.
Then you have homeowners who are going to be losing their homes. Where are they going to go?
Right.
Who's going to rent to?
Shit show. That's the banker inside me. I don't know why he pops out when you start asking those questions. Part of me is like, who cares? Oh, so the question was, where do they go? For the people on the on my mic. So the question was, you got 7 here and 3 there. Let's just throw in an ancillary million on top. Let's just round it all to a nice 11 or 12 million at the end of the day that might be displaced by the next thing. And if you're asking me my final number of real displaced people, 5 to 10, somewhere in that range, where they will need to seek additional dwellings. I think landlords are really pissed off, and I think they're throwing people out even if you show up with the money. I think they're going to stick to their 3-day. If you are 1 day past the 3-day or the 30-day, depending on what they posted, they're bent. I'd be bent, okay? Just on principle. So the question is, where do they go? Good question.
Back to mom and dad.
Back to mom and dad. And if you watch the John Oliver piece and the way the federal government sees it for a lot of homeowners, cash out your equity, go live with mom and dad, go buy a trailer, go see you got equity. If you got equity, you have nobody to blame. You've got nobody to blame if you have equity in your house and you can't make your payments. Oh, I'm not going to sell it. Why? My kids go to school. Okay, let a bank make a decision for you and see how that works out. See if you get the equity back. That's a lot of fun. That is not as simple as it looks on paper.
What about the homeowners that are cashing out on that equity?
That's a good question. And I answered this on KABC radio. So I'm going to do it. Shout out to Fred Solomon. So people have asked me this. I'm going to cover it from the beginning because it brings up the Wells Fargo question, which I don't know if I have in here. But so people are cashing out their equity right now. That was the question for the room. Yeah, which leads to the Wells Fargo conundrum of why the hell would Wells just randomly out of the blue get rid of equity lines? Because they're smart. I actually used to have, and I don't have it in today's presentation. I play a video clip where I actually watch the broadcasters make fun of Wells CEO for doing it. I have the clip where they're, is it in here? Wait, let me see if it's in here. No, it's not. All right. Legitimately, shockingly, they actually go, oh, crazy CAO over there. Why would they do that, right? Pelosi does her whole, well, they owe everybody an apology and they should be sued. Why? It's their loan. This is the same logic of people who say Facebook should allow free speech. How about go screw yourself? I own it, and that's what I say goes. And it's Wells Fargo. They answer to nobody but the board. They made the smartest moves so far by far. They got rid of bad car loans, right, to secondary market, because that's where they've been making their money. They're not really lending on houses in volume. They've been lending on cars. They got rid of their second tier car loans. And now they got rid of the equity line because they know they're going to start losing equity on these properties. They're not going to send their money out. They're brilliant. It's a brilliant move. And the third thing they did, the third thing they did that actually blew my mind, we're not doing shit until 2022. Ooh, you're going to let Chase and B of A fight this one out at the beginning. That is really messed up. Like, not only did they cut all their losses and get rid of bad, shaky loans, they also took one step back and go, we're not going to start processing till January. That's some slick ass moves. That's an asset manager move. You guys fight it out. Let's see what happens. Then we'll make a decision on what we do. Smart. Because I don't think 6 months makes that much of a difference, because the pandemonium that's going to go on with renters at the beginning of this is going to be a mess. All the way in the back.
Is Warren Buffett still like kind of have his hands on the Wells Fargo banking?
Does Warren Buffett have his hand? I don't know. That's a really good question. I haven't tracked Warren these days, but I can safely tell you no, I don't know. I was actually thought I had something, but I don't know actually what he's up to or if he's involved with Wells Fargo. I just know the news piece that I watched on CNBC, and trust me, don't get me started about the whole right-left thing. I think they're both ridiculous. And I can prove it this way. If Thanos was a real thing and he appeared on Fox, everybody would be going, oh my God, it's so great. You're clearing up all these resources. If he was on CNN, it would be, oh, you're terrible for killing half of the planet. Listen, I can see both sides of the story, right? They're both right. In this particular case with what's happening, it's a tragedy on an epic scale because of a pandemic and poor planning. And we can all point fingers at who didn't do what. And now Michael Lewis has got a new book that I just was listening to 60 Minutes on the drive up, where he's laid it out. Like, there were people who knew and could have stopped this at the beginning. And of course, Michael Lewis wrote a book. If you've never read The Big Short, you can learn all about 2007 on those guys. He found everybody who knew about it first. I'm hoping with this one, he's going to knock on my door one day and go, you knew about it first. Oh, I've described my intensity about this market this way. It's like going to see Star Wars a month before it comes out. I'm the guy who's sitting at the front of the line in a lawn chair, in a sleeping bag, with a pea sack, having people bring me food, and I'm not leaving the line. I'm going to be first. Like it's gonna, I've been out here so long that I'm already dying from the elements and the abuse of the elements because I've been first on this. Once I made up my mind that it is really gonna happen. Yeah, I kind of have a name for this stuff. I'm like the Punxsutawney Phil of distressed properties. So I'm just sort of sucking it up and all the abuse of people who don't actually know the impact of me going, oh, this is messed up. Like all you should really, your takeaway from all of this is, oh, it's really messed up. Yeah, it's really messed up. And if you think our government's going to bail them out, it's just not going to happen. Which takes us to the loan mod conundrum, which is what this is a problem, right? FHFA is working on a desktop approval loan mod for the coming storm. Now, if you want to know about REO companies and asset management companies, they're all preparing and doubling down and getting ready for whatever they need to. I've known about that for the last month, which helped me sleep at least for that week when I got that info. Upper tier of loan people kind of knew about it, but they were prepared to make loans forever. I would say 99.9% of people in the real estate industry were like, there's no fucking way this is going to end. This is the best market ever. Oh my God. How do I get a real estate license? What are you talking about? So I kind of gave up on them when I went to go look for answers. This is the one that was interesting. So I started to research stories, and the two stories during that, by the way, up until 2 weeks ago, you were lucky to find one story a day on the moratorium. One a day. I'm going to tell you why. I know this as a marketing guru. The American public has a memory of 6 days backwards and 6 days forward. That's all they care about. You can go sleep with the little boy or get caught with the little girl, and you can have drugs and you can be Jeffrey Epstein. At the end of the day, 6 days from now, we will have moved on to the next big thing like the Olympics. The Olympics is a bigger story right now than the largest eviction crisis in US history. Wrap your brains around that sentence there for a minute. We're more excited about a bunch of people at the Olympics than we are about the largest single cataclysmic event in real estate history. Now, it's usually homeowners or some variation. It's never been both parties. Like this is beyond Great Depression stuff. Like we're going into really rocket ship numbers here. It's crazy. It's a throwaway story on every newscast still. Now, once Florida goes up in flames, which is where I predicted it would, and by the way, they were the first ones to actually say, screw it, we're going to do it, right? Go be it, the people who have dogfighting rings were the ones to actually have the, it's been like a frat party all through the pandemic. I almost moved there. They're going to be the first, they were the first place. They actually did the evictions first. The numbers are crazy there. Nobody in Florida pays. They're all still partying and thinking that their government's taking care of it, or DeSantis or whatever the hell it is you get in Florida, other than you don't pay state tax as well. And Florida. If you want to know, in 2007, it was actually Ohio first. I was aware because I was there. So there you go. The loan mod that they're bringing out is a desktop approval version that can be run quickly or by loan people for quicker qualifications for a 30-year remodded on-the-fly loan modification. Everybody know what a loan modification is? Okay, we don't have to cover that ground. There are two types of loan mods: trial, permanent. So FHFA, along with a bunch of other people, started screwing around with the concept of desktop loan mods on a scale. Well, I can't imagine why they'd want to do that like a month ago. What would you need those for? Nobody's in distress. Government's going to fix it all. Yeah, right. For a minute I read the story, I went, yeah, right. That's not the one that scared me. There was a real throwaway story that only appeared in one place a month ago. The federal government wanted to take over the FICO system, but they couldn't get any support on the topic. Why exactly 1 month ago did the federal government out of the blue decide we should regulate and have oversight over the FICO system? Well, Nancy, I'll take a wild guess. Your constituents are about to be tossed out on their ass, and you'd like to reset their FICO scores and to forgive all their debts and to make it all go away. For those of you who've worked your entire life to get an 880 FICO score, and trust me, I laugh at my own CFO on this topic every day when I bring her a FICO story. I kind of want them to do it for my own personal amusement. I have been a cash player for most of my adult life. I have never bought into the credit system. I have it, right? I have it. It's not a thing. And trust me, I got a pocket full of cards because I have a company, but I'm a cash guy. I've never cared. Plus, I've got my dad's name and he recently died. Now I'm dead technically. Yeah, yay, FICO. Whatever. Truth is, when I walk in and pay cash, they don't give two shits about my credit score. All of you who've invested all your time and labor to get that 880, worked so hard. I did all the little boosts. Federal government would like to come in and reset everybody and give them all a fighting chance. Not only that, we paid for them not to live there. And if you're looking at me going, you're being a dick, Lee, you should feel like a dick. I mean, personally, I do. I feel like a complete asshole because the truth is, if you decide not to pay, you're part of the problem that you're upset about. Like the catch-22 to this is you don't get a free forbearance. There's no such thing. You don't get a free loan mod. It screws up your credit. Like you've actually, like all these things suck. This FICO thing is really, really messed up. And I think if the federal government gets their fingers into it, I will explain our US economy from a banker standpoint. Everything we do outside of breathing oxygen in the United States revolves around that FICO system. Everything, unless you got a big pile of cash sitting somewhere. Everything. Oh, I have real estate and properties, Lee, I'm protected. You got to sell it. I mean, somebody's got to get a loan. And trust me, if they screw around with it and whatever, God knows, nothing good on that scale. Like the Fed is completely messed up because they're just writing checks at this point from the oversight. We're at the most artificially low interest rates in history. So anybody who thinks that rate's going to stay down and keep the real estate market hot is completely out of their mind. Like it is all going to end. The bill is coming due. If you don't want to believe me now, all right, I'll give you a full year from today. Somewhere within the next year, 500,000 people come right back online. And literally 5 to 10 million people suddenly get an alert on Experian that they've got something that happened to them. And what are we all going to do? Oh, I didn't prepare. I didn't say, come on. How did you not? I was literally blissfully face down in the sand, drunk off my ass. And I saw this train coming down to the track where people were actually trying to talk me into speaking like I am today in that state. Like they were going to like full Motley Crue style. We'll get you a handler. We'll just send you out with people. You really got to go and do something about this. People will listen to you. No, they don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't have to take this on my shoulders. I did. Maybe it would have been easier if I got my shit together then, instead of just deciding when I did and making my mission. And it is the most rewarding period of my life, by far. My relationships are better. My life is better. I'm happy because I took this mission on. If I only affect one of you, I win. If the rest of you go, this is messed up and I don't want to deal with it, I got you out of the way. And if you're an investor going, where do I make money on it? You can go fuck yourself. Okay. I'm just saying it. I'm sorry. But that's the way I feel. Anybody who sees somebody, because the truth is they're just dumb. People are dumb. They bought into this. The government's going to bail us out. The government's going to do this. They're going to reset my FICO. It'll all be okay. No, it really isn't. And I knew it at about 2:30 in the morning once the pandemic rolled over. I actually started to freak out a little bit. and actually had to text other people in the industry. I'm like, I underestimated this. This is like, that's a 5-foot wave. More like a 15 or a 20-foot wave. Like I completely did not see it coming.
Why does it seem like COVID-19 is like a cover-up for a reset of the financial system?
Let me see if I got the question correct before I restate it. So COVID being the reset to credit, is that kind of the angle we're going for here? Restate that.
The whole dealio, banking,
Yeah.
loans,
Yeah.
mortgages, credit
Uh-huh.
cards, evictions, moratoriums.
Uh-huh.
It's like a cover up for what they're doing behind our back that ultimately they're just kicking the can down the road.
Right. When did you guys not get clued in on this? Okay, so here's the question. He's asking, why are we doing spreader theory at the federal government level? Well, you should have picked up on it when we did loan mods. Because I'm going to teach you, I only teach 2 things. As you can tell, I have a bad dad relationship. Therapy's good. I only teach 2 things my dad taught me about distressed properties. And I'm going to teach you the first one right now. People who don't pay, don't pay. Don't put them back in the property. You evict them. It sucks. It's ugly. And take it from a guy who evicted a family who lost their child in the San Gabriel Mountains the day before with the news crew out in front. I walked in like this and did the no comment right on by CBS News. That's my job. Hate me as it is. You don't rent back. Why? People who don't pay, don't pay. So no matter what loan mod you give them, no matter what forbearance, no matter what widget you hand them, no matter what, let's say they invent one. There are only 9 alternatives to foreclosure to save your ass. Let's say they come up with number 10 and it's the golden parachute from the federal government that's backed by $2 trillion. Okay, they're still not going to pay. We're going to catch you all up. You start paying tomorrow, right? Let's just say that actually was the thing. We clear your credit up. We pay off all your back. Because by the way, that's what somebody sent me. Government's going to pay everybody's back payments and they're going to all be caught up. Okay, let me help you out. People who don't pay, don't pay. You're still talking in the millions. You're still talking in the millions because nobody went back to work. They got all excited about the free money by not working. Nobody has a job. They're still collecting those checks. Come on. I would if that was a thing. So many people I knew where I make more money not working. Why would I go back? Right. Why would you? We managed the problem badly. It was panic. The problem started under the Obama administration. The minute he allowed Wall Street to start buying properties and turning them into commodities in an attempt to salvage that market. It was a brilliant move and the end of real estate as we all know it, because that's where inventory disappeared. Now banks could sell in bulk to real money and get 90 to 100% dollar to dollar because all they want to buy is the physical property. And it's getting comped off by federal money. The banks are getting money or breaks for making that deal. They stabilized the market in 2010. And that's where we started to climb out. We should have been dropping for another 2 or 3 years at that point. Like we should have still been on another ride. Like the number we got down to was dumb and it should have kept going. In fact, when it made the turn, I was in shock and it was all from this one move. So that's what destroyed inventory because the truth was, oh, hold it for 2 years before you sell it. What they thought naively was that they'd buy it and then turn around in a couple of years because they were forced to hold all these properties for a couple of years as part of this deal, and that they'd turn around and sell it and cash out and make the money. Never did they think that Blackstone or any of these monstrosities, even my own investor, were just going to buy them and sit on them. It's more, and I'll say this from an investment standpoint, real estate is a better investment than gold, oil. I don't even care. Give me a commodity, sugar. Real estate's appreciating at 20%, 26%. Like it's out of its mind. Like if you're writing this like a straight Wall Street person. Oh, so by the way, if you're wondering if the real estate market turns around and goes the other way, is our entire stock market right now really riding on the back of real estate? I can safely tell you, if real estate goes into the shitter, the stock market's going to go into the shitter with it, because the first thing they're going to do is start selling off all their properties. Because if it's a commodity that I own that I can could you imagine? Like I hold physical gold. I'm not just trading in the commodity, because there are people just trading on the commodity of real estate on these companies, right? Like as stocks. But the people who actually hold them as companies, like the minute they start selling them going, peace out, this could be a domino effect. I'm not trying to project that far because my brain can't wrap around destruction on that scale anymore. And I don't manifest for it. We were having this discussion before we started. Yeah, negative mindset. I do today, all right? I was up at 3. I mean, everything about today just irritated me for some reason. Happens when you start work every day at 3. And I have been since I actually went, oh no, I know what the numbers are. And that's what bothered me.
Where do you think right now the private hedge funds are buying real estate and they're paying premium? Like they're not paying market?
I've heard this, right? So the rumor is that there are these mythical hedge funds that are paying 110% of fair market value.
Yeah.
It's pretty mythical. I have been told the stories of the unicorn. And it's always like someone who back in the day, I have a friend who knows someone who got this, right? I have a friend who knows somebody who got a loan off 30 years or blah, blah, blah. I always say this about every myth market. This is a myth market. Like you will hear shit like, where do I find that? I will go and travel there and drink of that cup, right? So yeah, if there was a mythical commodity, well, in theory, because everybody talks about it. So you heard about it the same way I heard about it, which is I know someone who sold a property to a commodity.
So who's gonna be buying all these properties back then?
This market, nobody's going to buy anything until we get to the bottom of this market. And that's going to take an interest rate change. It's going to take a whole lot of other shit before we start declining in value. We're going to eat up property right now with a 3% interest rate. The funniest email I get is, why do you keep saying the market's going to crash? When did you hear that speech come out of my mouth? I have a photographic memory and I'm quite aware of every word that comes out of my mouth. And let me safely tell you, this market's not going to crash. We're dying for properties. And if they keep dropping the interest rate, they're just going to absorb it. They are.
Then you have Zillow. Zillow's buying homes directly from homeowners now who are pretty much kicking out mom and pop brokerage. Now they're brokerage.
So the Zillow, Trulia, good question. This is a real estate question. So the eBuyer is what you're really talking about. So the question is about eBuyers. And I'm going to say this because my eBuyer program is called my Express Buyer. It's just a little haha to EXP, who I broker under. But tough luck. It's the quick and the dead.
I flipped 2 houses.
Look, everybody looks at Zillow and they all lose their minds about what Zillow's doing or Trulia or anybody else, even EXP with their eBuyer program. Here's what I say to everybody. It's the quick and the dead when it comes to investing in property in markets like this. You are either at the beginning of the curve or you're going, God, I wish I had done something about that. You came to this event, you made a decision to think I was full of shit. So good luck for you. This is true. I actually send out emails that say, I dare you to click spam. I dare you to click spam because you will never get another word from me. When people write negative things to me, my favorite thing still to this day is they will come to an event a month or 2 from today and I sent you an email that called you a complete asshole and that you didn't know shit about the market. Oh, I'm at your event and I'm signing up for your system. And I love to look at them and go, no, you're not. Congratulations. I don't need it. And it's not me being kind of a dick about it. The truth is, it's that attitude that has caused us to get here. The complete denial once again. In 2006, there was such a case of denial that it was ridiculous. We were catching loan people in the bank making loans that were grade A bullshit. And the bank didn't care because they were making money. Every asset manager knew all the shady deals. We knew everything that was what. and you couldn't sell it to an executive. We're making money. We'll give them a suspension. Right. And a parking spot. What? I don't get this. Why is it that it's got to just keep going? Real estate has never just kept going ever in the history of real estate. Why? I'm not saying that we're coming to the great on the ride. I'm just telling you it's going to be flat. This isn't the time where you think you're going to get. So to get way back to the 10% question, right? Yeah, I've heard the story too. Haven't met it, haven't seen it. And I've got a really big buyer. Like I have a Blackstone size buyer in my program that'll write anything at fair market value, which still to me is crazy. Like, here, okay, we'll have it done in 2 weeks.
Two different companies, Blackstone and BlackRock.
BlackRock. I don't know why I keep calling. Oh, the magician. That's what I get confused with. That's why I always do it. It's always based on Harry. BlackRock. But yes, BlackRock. They're the biggest. They are by far the biggest money gobbling property monstrosity that's ever been created on God's green earth. Like they're a lawnmower. They buy so much property. There you go. That covers that. That covers that. Did I cover everything? Does anybody have any questions about this particular market, especially online? Yeah, go for it, Mark.
Question, Lee. Why, if all of this is happening, can we, instead of, I'm an investor, but I also hold a real estate license.
Yeah.
I represent family, friends, buying homes.
Yeah.
Why can't we focus on maybe getting like a pre-REO? Maybe can we?
That's what these are. Think of them that way.
Can we
If you
get
like that
enough-
term, we can call this, you know what, Mark? I'm going to go out on the road and I'm going to call this the pre-REO market, just for you. I like the term. It's right up there with mitigator in my mind. I'm not being cynical. I've been looking for a term to call this market because I'm the only one speaking on this topic currently. I can do this. So know that when you start to see people call it the pre-REO market, it was you. I like the term. It's a pre-foreclosure market. What do you want me to tell you? You know how many people are 31 days of 5 p.m. late right now? Like, I think it's a staggering number. Not actual people that are going to be carried all the way through the process, but just at 31 days at 5 p.m. Like, it's a historically dumb number at this moment. We don't know because we don't have a FICO system. Once we do, it's going to be really interesting. I'm actually rather excited about it, but yeah, I like that. I'm going to use pre-REO.
Whether it's in California or whether it's out of state, can we purchase that note pre-REO?
No.
and then go to the homeowner?
No, you know what? You're really smart. And I'm going to tell you why. Somebody asked me, what do you think the thing in this market will be? Like, what's the thing in this market? I said, the person who figures out how to buy the note at 30 to 90 days late. Problem is collateralized pools of money. This is all messed up because of collateralization and pools of money. And it goes back to a 2007 talk that I gave on this topic. Imagine all money is a swimming pool and everybody puts their one drop into that pool to make that pool of money, right? Everybody's saying it's federally insured or it's federally this. No, loans and shit get passed around now so frequently. And don't get me wrong, you can find people who say they buy notes pre-foreclosure. Like, again, pretty much to me, it's in the same category of the 110% investor. Really? You do know someone? Because I like actually know the real REO people, and I really do know all these. Real REO people are unable to buy, and they actually work with the asset management company. I know someone who chased reels of property probably for the last decade. And I told her early on, stop, it's not worth your time. She went on for another 3 years chasing after him till finally she called me and said, okay, you were right. I just didn't want you to be right. So I went for it for another year sitting on calls. Doesn't exist. It's a unicorn. Like everybody talks, it should be, because that's what we did in like 1988. Like you'd buy the note before it went sideways, and places like Beneficial were happy to do it. Like you could take their thirds and seconds and fourths or fifths or what other crazy numbers they came up with. But yes, no, can't. Collateralization. Money is a Wall Street, like money's traded. Like I don't know how we let it all become what it did. And I think it's all based on stabilization, and it's above my pay grade to get into these debates of You guys kept putting it off. You guys kept putting it off. Now we found a new Band-Aid. Now we're going to do the Dodd-Frank, and now we're going to do the this, and now we're going to do the that. We're due. The pandemic made us come due. All it took was taking everybody's job away. That's really what it came down to. Now we're due. And the people who paid are a little intolerant, not tolerant of the concept of why did I pay and they're not? And trust me, they're getting thrown out. Like it is, there's a reason why the country is divided. It's not racially divided, it's monetarily divided at this moment. And it's going to be epic. There will be, and this is not gloom and doom. If you can't see that this is going to have riots break out over evictions and lawsuits over forbearance agreements, all of those things happening on a national scale, dividing the country even more, you are just talking to yourself in the dark to keep yourself happy. That's what scared the shit out of me at 3 o'clock in the morning when I watched it all play out. This is going to blow up. It's the first time they evict somebody or it becomes too aggressive, whatever it is. And God forbid, as a guy who grew up here in LA, I grew up in East LA, actually. Racial divisiveness, if it becomes a racial thing on top of it over the eviction, shit's going to blow up like a bomb. We're ready to go right now. Let's toss in a gun for good measure and just add Colorado to the pile. They're a powder keg just based on weaponizing those crazy assholes. I mean, you can't see this happening. This isn't even like a casual thought in my mind. It's not even like a casual, it's like, oh, this is a given. This is the given outcome of the next year. This is the given outcome. The question is, are you going to do something about it? Well, no, my answer to this is, all right, let's be realistic. 85% of what we do in real estate or even being an entrepreneur, trying to wrap my investors, 85% of what you do, if you're really doing it correctly, is free. You're giving out free advice constantly. If you work pre-foreclosure, I'm giving out free advice all the time. Let me tell you how much money I make from the 15% that I actually do as work. Do as work. I make a lot. A really good living, right? I make a very good living just on the 15%. And that's reality. Do I focus on the one person who writes a shit note to me? Or the people even from this call that we did the other night going, I want in on the mission. Yeah. Go tell somebody the 9 alternatives. You made it a better place. That's all you can do. And then hold your breath. Now, if you're asking me on a completely clinical banking asset management perspective of this whole thing, what do I think? Well, funny segue. What is the best deal? I know that's why you're here. Come on. It's all about making money. I look in front of a room of real estate agents after that section and they're all like, I feel bad asking for the listing. Well, you're not. And I'm going to give you guys a heads up. You're not just going to go straight to, I can buy and I have cash. Your cash hasn't been important in so long, it's almost ridiculous. Like I've met real money. I've been wined and dined by real money. And what investors think is real money when you actually sit down with the SBA portfolio for a stake, that's the day you pull out all the stops and go, yeah, you know that tomahawk you guys have been aging for the last 16 years? Bring it out. They're buying. It was great. And I actually went to the bathroom and snuck out because I just delivered bad news at the end of the meal. They're like, do you know anything? I'm like, you had a meeting with the CEO of Countrywide and he laughed you out of the building and you're trying to get info out of me. I'm flattered. That's when I learned the bathroom trick that women have been using for years. It works great. You're in a bad situation. Excuse yourself to the bathroom, go to the bathroom, walk on out. Women have perfected this. I used it in that situation because I didn't know what to tell him. He's like, that's how he ended. Like I waited till the end of the day and he's like, well, yeah, we went to Countrywide directly with all our money. I said, well, yeah, you're the SBA for God's sakes. That's what I would do. And I said, what happened when you talked to him? he said, well, if you could find anybody willing to sell at 20 cents on the dollar, to give him a call because he'd buy at 20 cents on the dollar. And I went, right. So you came to see me like I knew somebody who had 20 cents on the dollar. And you just talked to the CEO of Countrywide, who's got the shittiest loans in the business at this moment. And you left there with nothing. Okay, hold on. I got to go to the bathroom. No, really, you have a great personality. Hold on. I have to go to the bathroom and touch up my makeup. All right. So what is the best deal? For real estate agents, the best deal for them is get the listing. I mean, let's just cut to the chase. Now, for you guys, what is my favorite strategy? It's not buy and hold yet. And we will talk about this in greater detail later on. I like assumables. I think this is a great spot for assuming, right? I'm 6 months behind. Cool. That's a little out of pocket. I can deal with that. I need this much to move. Cool. I'll deed it over. You can take it over if you promise to make the payments. Cool. I'm all in. And you're going to let me rehab it? Now, if you're going to do it as an investor I know would do it, or the way that I've done deals, if you're really smart, you make a deal with them and you split the profits on the backside, and they'll do it all day. Is it going to make you 20 or whatever your magic percentage number in your head? No, but if you're making 10% or 5%, I'd call it a win, generally speaking, in this market. If you can make 10% on your money from doing that kind of deal, I would definitely call it a win. I would definitely call it a win. And I might even, based on the lack of property, you might have to wrap your brain around 5 to 10%. Yes.
I agree with the assumable theory, but it's kind of a sketchy time to be putting renters in there to pay that.
I'm not putting renters in there. I'm moving them out and I'm rehabbing the house the minute they're out of the house. And then I'm selling the house while I can get whatever I can get out of the house before whatever it is happens to this market. For right at this moment, if you're asking me today, what is my strategy? I'll give you 2 strategies that you would do right now if you got a deal. That's the strategy I would do for that. And if you have any equity in your property, I said it on a national show, go get your damn equity out right now. Cash out, take it, period, end of sentence.
See, that's the subject too. It's not an assumable because you're not assuming the loan.
Well, it's kind of the terminology for what it is. You're really, it's kind of a takeout. I've heard it referred to as a takeout deal. Let me see if I get all the terms right. Takeout deal. It is not an assumable loan, but I've heard it discussed as like a takeout deal. Subject to, I've heard all this shit.
Are banks accelerating the due on sale clause though, or they're not worried about that?
Are the banks worried about what?
The due on sale?
On
A due on sale clause within the note? Like
due on sale on, no, the banks aren't going to like watching their properties. So the question was, are the banks going to like people deeding out the property? One, you think they have time to pay attention to one in this market? No, they don't like it, especially on their loans, right? I suspect, call me crazy as a banker, if they're current, they're not going to pay any attention to anybody deeding anything out at the county recorder's office. Now, I'm not expressing illegal things. Anybody has the ability to deed it out. It's up to the trustee, trustor, the bank, mom, dad, or your religious clergy to decide whether the legality of whether or not you're allowed to deed. But if I can physically walk down to a county recorder's office and I can deed my property to anyone, even with a loan in place, and the government seems to think it's okay, I'm going to say it's kosher. Good for everybody. That's my favorite strategy for right now. What is it in a year from now? Buy and hold, maybe. I would start thinking about it there. Maybe I'll get to that point.
I would just ask what you consider about, think about a lease option. So if you've got the house, get a large down payment, put a new renter in there to buy. If they default, you just do it again.
Yes.
Keep the down payment. And I kind of think that perhaps with people losing their mortgages, they perhaps put some money away because they haven't made the mortgages and might have a large down payment to put down on a home.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. So I would reiterate the question, but there's a lot to unpack there. So I'll capsulize it. I call it the Airbnb strategy. and I like it, right? So you own a property, you cash out the equity, and I wouldn't use regular renters. I just wouldn't in this market until you know what everybody's going to do. I wouldn't put new renters, old. I know this because I leased my place down in San Diego during the pandemic. And I actually knew, this is somebody I knew and knew me. Okay. And he still dropped to like, how much do you want as a deposit? I'm not even sure that's legal in California. Well, he goes, legally, you're dead. I can ask for whatever I want. And I went, now you're just being a dick. And you actually know me and you know everybody I coach as well. I said, all right. So I'm actually going to find him a multi-unit, get all my money back that he's got me for. Pandemic pandemic landlords to me are the cutest thing on the planet. Like their want list when they move someone in during the whole moratorium. Like I've heard crazy story, like they're legendary what some of these people have requested. Because truth be told, and I told this to my CFO when she goes, that's a lot of money. I said, yeah, it is. Truth be told, if I was a cynical person, I could have just moved in and not paid until this was over. And we all know how California is. It could have been now, it could be next January, it could be next summer, because it's California. And there wouldn't be a damn thing that my landlord could do about it. And he just moved me in. He knows me. I'm a public figure, kind of screwed on the topic, even as cynical as I am. And he did let my corporation lease it, which he didn't have to do. But so I call it the Airbnb strategy. If you own a place right now, what I would absolutely do is cash out all the equity. I'd get all the equities. Okay. I'd get it down to the single lowest payment for everything, nut, bell, and whistle out the door, right? Because that's Airbnb. You're going to have to pay for everything. You're not charging them for air and gas and whatever. Think like an asset manager. What does this thing really cost me each month? Upkeep, cleaning, etc. All right. Figure that out by 30 days and then Airbnb that bad boy, because those people don't have to be evicted, for God's sakes, right? I don't actually know what would happen if somebody stayed to it, because I've heard horror stories on Airbnb and I said, you don't know people to throw people out of a house? Like, I don't even think that's a hard phone call in my universe to find somebody. I'm sure that there's some legal remedy, but unless you're getting, like, I can get into the whole eviction thing and what unlawful detainers are about. I don't think that applies on hotel rooms. I think you just call up the police and go, throw these people out. It's pretty that straightforward. It's like a motel, right? Like you don't. Now, if they're receiving mail and there's a whole, they got power bills in their name and can prove residency in California, you're screwed on the topic. But I'm pretty positive, having stayed at even the nicest hotels, I've watched people getting thrown out by the cops. You don't have to go through an unlawful detainer. So from my perspective as an asset manager, if I can get what I would normally get with a secure 3-year or something or other, to answer your question, this is the way I'd go. I'd look at it like an asset manager, but you better figure out the math all the way down. The biggest mistake, it's like owning a restaurant. How do you not go, like 5 times your food costs? Like, how do you not see this from a logical perspective of, I'm just trying to be competitive with McDonald's? That's stupid. Bring in something unique to the market. So even when we do whatever we do, whenever I calculate my time, I calculate it based on my hour. I calculate how many hours I put. I still think like a banker, right? A banker would figure out power on this file. Like a loan file has an adjustment for power in the building, right? My salary is figured into this loss. You got to figure that way if it's going to be your property. It'll save you as an investor if you can be that cynical. Because what I see out of most investors, certainly entrepreneurs at the pocket level, is there such a thing as a pocket entrepreneur? Since we're talking between the lines, I like the term. Can I start that one? You're a pocket entrepreneur. Cool. I'm going to get that one to trend. I'm into that, and I'm into the pre-REO thing. All right. It was a great day. You got to look at those numbers. Like people just round and go, yeah, if I get $1,200 a month, I would. Even the guy who got my place, like the place that I got, that I leased for 3 years. When he told me the number, I thought he was out of his mind, like out of his mind. And he gave me dual zoning, which means I'm writing the whole thing off as my business. It's on a busy street. I just had to convert half the house into an office. Like I won, I got 51%. Everybody who comes over, I'm kind of embarrassed. And at the same time, everybody looks at me and goes, you're a genius. And I go, I guess. I mean, it just means that I really do sleep where I live, work. I mean, like, that's the truth. I work around the clock because of what I got involved in. I took a 3-year lease. Like, I didn't even bat an eye when he told me the number. I'm like, puh. Is it okay if I make changes to the place? He's like, yeah, I was going to gut the place and rehab it. He turned around right after I leased it, refinanced it at the crazy rates because he cashed in to buy it, right? I'll give you his strategy. It was a 3-unit. He got it for $1 million plus or minus, got all 3 of us in. The ones in the back, sketchier, they got probably 1-year leases. He got me anchored, me for 3 years. He knows what his exact numbers each month are, went and turned around and refinanced that bad boy and never looked back. That's solid. He took that spread on the take and now he's got a positive cash flow. Brilliant. My team was like, do you have like why is the appraisal coming over? I said, he paid cash for everything. He paid cash for the rehab to make it look halfway presentable because it was a dump before we got here. And he was prepared to dump more in until I looked at it and went, I'll tear down the wall. I don't care. I'm staying here for 3 years. It's just, I'm right next to Little Italy and I have an ocean view. Please. I can't even buy that house at that deal. It was a no-brainer from me. And it's 100% write-off because I'm a moron who opened a corporation in California during a pandemic. Literally, let me tell you the 2 greatest regrets of my life, and I'm going to share this with you. And I'll kick through these and I'll give you guys your first break. 2 biggest mistakes in my life. Well, in one case, 5 mistakes I've made repeatedly, and 1. They're all in the same category. I always seem to know I made a mistake after I've made the mistake, but without anybody telling me. It's like my own revelation. In the case of women, yes, 5 rings, 5 rings. And every time after the ring has gone on their hand, I went, oh, I made a mistake. And I still stayed way too long in all those. This one's on doing an S-Corp in California. Literally after I put it into the mailbox and it was out of my control, like to the point where I felt like I should cut the mailbox open and there was nothing I could do about it. I went, oh, did I just open an S-Corp in California instead of Nevada? Oh, that's stupid. Like I have to carry 75% debt loads. Like I have to carry a debt load that really hard when you got an all cash business. I mean, it's really hard in California. My CFO is having a nervous breakdown. Please, please incorporate Nevada. I guess that's the message there. If you guys are going to make real money, LLCs and corps, Nevada. What are you doing? There are companies that'll do it. Like, and it doesn't even cost that much more than LegalZoom. Ah, sorry, that was just a power safety tip. When or what? When or what? When or what? When or what? When should I buy or what should I buy? When or what? For you guys, depends on your strategy. I like what my guy got. I would like a 3-unit. I would be looking at any multi-unit owner occupied. Well, how do you know if there's no credit reports? Who the hell cares? I'm just playing the odds at this point. I want multi-unit, and this is the important part, owner occupied. I want them there looking at it every day and losing their mind. Like I would be sending, if your strategy is buying units, how are you not sending all of those people every single day a letter just looking for the guy going, yeah, I hate this. I'll sell it to you right now with them in it. If you're a unit buyer, don't blame anyone but yourself for not taking advantage of the last year. It's all on you. Like this, I knew I was doing your room and I actually whipped all my stuff out on all my investor friends. And they're like, these are really solid things, Lee. You haven't done this kind of work in a while. And I said, it's not that I haven't done it. It's just, I don't have time for it. I mean, that's the truth. People bring deals to me now. I can make a decision on what I want to get involved in or what I want to invest. And if you know me because you're a part of my program, I actually put this out to my 600 students. I will write an offer on anything fair market value if you need a buyer. Don't even make this a debate. Just write my name, preferably put a signee on. I would like that in case I flip it out. during the process. But because I've legally done it so many times on videotape, like, yeah, like we have an escrow account all set up for it because I've said it so many damn times that, and as you know, real estate agents, I'm pretty sure they're going to do it, whether I want them to do it. Reality. So I don't really have to physically go out and charge for properties. I don't have to like go and do this, but I'm aware of every way to make a dime on a real estate property historically. When buy and hold too early, buy and turn, we're still buy and turn. We're still buy and turn and appreciate, my opinion. But I don't know what the window is. So if I was asked my opinion as a banker, I would be very concerned until I see what the first round of evictions look like. I'd have to really see it before I consider. If it's a short, quick, slap paint on it fix, I'm okay. And I mean short. I'm like 90-day win. You got to look at 90-day windows now. Like, what's it going to be like for the next 90 days? I don't know. I mean, I think you're safe. You definitely have 6 weeks. Okay. Congress is out for 6 weeks. You guys, Congress is out for 6 weeks. Whatever those assholes are. They're all the same to me. They're on vacation. How is my government on vacation? I don't even understand that. Or recess. Will the market crash? I'm going to say this. I say it at every presentation. The market is not going to crash. However, I cannot predict what's going to happen next summer from all of it. Are there any questions? Well, that brings us to, we already did that first. Is it on here? No, it's not. So that brings us to, what is your final number, Lee, on just homeowners? Forget all the other horseshit that's going on. What's your final number? All right. So the peak number in 2010, when you guys all thought you should be involved in short sales or pre-REO. I'm not going to let it go, Mark. I'm digging it. The pre-REO market of 2007 to 10, and that's what the sort of the beginning, the end was 2010. That was the bottom. And then they started to come out. We got as high as 3 million active foreclosures. And when I define that as a term on a national figure, NOD, notice of default, notice of sale, NOS, list pendants if you're on the East Coast, auction date if you're on the East Coast. Who knows who's seeing this video at this moment? Okay. There were about 3 million of them at the peak. 3 million. So what's my final number? Well, we know we have already got 469,379 that are coming online at some moment. So for sure, you're going to start at 500,000. Okay. What about the rest? Yeah. What about them, huh? Would you like to know where I came up with the number before I just pull a number out of my ass? And occasionally I will pull a number out of my ass. It happened in Vegas. How many do you think in Vegas? 200,000. What? And a guy actually started to challenge it. And I'm like, and I was backing down off the number because he was, again, QAnon crazy of backing me down. I'm like, yes, Hillary drinks blood and bathes in baby's blood in the bathtub or whatever the hell it is that she does. I believe you. I was actually right when I just pulled it out of my ass. So I just pulled it out of my ass because he was just so, no, we don't have renter problems here. And I've had people tell me this, like Colorado, oh, we didn't do forbearances here. Really? Is that a thing? Until that little clip that you guys saw that I put up there, which is Chicago Tribune, and I'll send it all out to everybody who's on the call and on. Like, I'll give you guys a package. One of the most powerful pieces I can give you is the state by state. Yeah, Colorado's a shit show, just like everywhere else. We didn't do forbearances because my broker told me. Cool. That's like having voices in your head. You want to know what the biggest problem with real estate investing or otherwise? You hear someone, they tell you something, they have no position. What's crazier than that are people who come up and challenge me on the shit I say. And I'm like, and how many years did this person have in a banking industry position to make a formulated, like, I'm giving you my opinion, no doubt. It's based on 35 plus years of doing this. Okay. This isn't like, I just woke up today and decided to be the distressed property expert who does all the marketing and all the speaking on the subject. I'll tell you how simply I came up with my number and why I got Las Vegas right. There are about 2 million properties with some form of a loan on them in Las Vegas. Here in the world, in the regular world, or everywhere outside of Vegas. And yes, Vegas is not the real world. It isn't. They're back to LA County standards and still they don't care. It's almost like Florida there right now. And people, they just did like a weekend of like outdoor. It's just crazy. I love them. God bless them. Can't wait. I'm doing a week there in a week. I'm probably come home with COVID. I'm looking forward to it. It's my vacation. Where do you want to go for your vacation? I want to go there. I want to go to hell. I mean, that's really what it is. It's 118 degrees and people are still marching around without a care in the world, you know, oiling up their fatness and walking on the strip. I love it when they're fat with the big long yards of, oh, can I get a view? Can I just sit from my window? All right. Wells, Chase, and B of A did a joint press release right before the pandemic came out. Anybody ever see it? Where they told everybody what they were going to do. They all three said the same thing. Let's see if you can subtly pick up on it. Well, we're really encouraged. 90% of our portfolio is performing. Now, I don't know if you know this about bankers. We're not very good at math. It's true. I'm really good at Excel. Really good. Like I can do shit with it. But like, how are you doing that? That's like wizardry. Yeah, I'm good at Excel and I can read a report and I can do analysis and I can do trends. I don't do math so well. So let's all do this together. 100% of the loans we have minus 90% of the loans leaves us 10% of the loans. Would we all agree on that? Wait, let me do some NLP because I haven't done any yet. Wouldn't we all agree? Right? All right. So I read this report and I actually heard people go, what's the big deal? 10% in defaults? That's 2007 numbers, for God's sakes. And we declared that catastrophic and wrote books. All right, with Christian Bale, yeah, it got all the way to 10%. Like it got up there quick. It started at 5. Catastrophic was, per Lewis's terms in the book, was somewhere between 3 and 5 when they made that statement. Yeah, that's straight out of the book. Catastrophic looked better at 10 to me, but I was in the middle of it, so I didn't really.
Well, they sat down with the Fed to get the bailout when they were thinking 5.
Yeah.
They had gone up to 10, but here they're already saying
Yeah, at 2010, we had gone all the way to 10%. So they just said in the news that it was 10% not performing right now, that we're at least 31 days at 5 p.m. And I shit you not, government's going to fix it. That's all I keep hearing from people in the real estate industry. Government's going to fix it. All right, so here's what you get to decide. Oh, wait, this is how I got Vegas right. They have 2 million active loans, 10%. I got lucky, actually. It was a number out of my butt when the guy said it. And I went back and went, I nailed it. I don't even know why I downplayed the number. Because during it, I'm like talking myself down from 200, and I'm doing math in my head, and maybe 100,000. And I went, no, it's 200. So here's the US numbers. Plus or minus, depending on what Black Knight report you get that day. 31 million plus or minus loans sort of floating around out there in some way, shape, or form. I've heard it as high as 50 million loans floating out there in some way, shape, or form. Well, again, not good at math, but let's all do it together. 10% of the lower number, 31 million loans, 10% would be, anyone? The Holly Smoot tariff, 3 million properties. Lee, how big do you think it could be? I think it could be 3 to 5 million. Like it could be a really messed up number. Like this is where we get into this discussion of what's actively in foreclosure. 31 days at 5 p.m. Did we just start our show that way there? Right? How many NODs? Oh, well, now you're asking informed questions. All right. Now it breaks down. After 91 days at 5 p.m., theoretically, 75% don't ever pay again. So now I've cut the number down by 25%. What do I think with forbearance and loan mods? Could knock it down another 5%. So that arrives me back to a number that you all care about. Somewhere between 500,000 people and 3 million people in the next 90 days are all suddenly going to come online in some form of advanced foreclosure situation. That's my final answer. And I know nobody likes that. Well, what does that really mean? More than now. How's that? And trust me, based on how property is working right now, it's a better deal to go look for a deal than whatever it is you think you're doing right now, which is what, telephone, telefriend, whatever. Like, that's the only way to get a deal right now. It has to be literally dropped in your lap based on your networking at this point. Like, that's the only way a deal's being done right now. Yes, Mark.
Are there like, is there a lot of shadow inventory out there now?
No.
Thank you.
So the question was about shadow inventory, or my friend Darren, who used to be with a different company who created the zombie foreclosure, and he's the guy who actually created the term shadow inventory as well. I don't know, because nobody's reporting shit. We're not going to know until they turn the lights back on at Wrigley. And that's rolling out. Why do you think they went on recess? The shit's going to hit the fan in the next 6 weeks. I'd take a recess right now and take a deep breath. The one news report that I saw that was completely accurate, it was a bad week for Biden. Yeah, he's eating a shit. Like, the COVID variant sucks. My daughter is going over there. I went to North County for my ex-wife. No, not active, if you're wondering, keeping up on the story about the 5 rings. It is the Lord of the Rings. She would be ring bearer 4. Kept the ring. They all keep the ring. They always keep the ring. Ring bearer number 4 in the pile, who's a hypochondriac, I might add, who actually tried to convince me that COVID's coming for me. That's what your takeaway is from your daughter having COVID? She had the shots. So the variant's real. Like, you're going to catch the cold and get the variant. Like, you got to prepare, wrap your brain around it. You can put all the masks you want on it. We're all going to get the cold. Get it over with. All right. If you're at risk, here's my advice. Start keto immediately and drop 30 pounds. Little did I know that it would pay off. I was just doing it because I wanted a revenge bod, but it kind of all worked out in the end. If women can do it, men can do it. And trust me, for people who knew me before, yeah, what the hell happened to you? Better living through chemistry, of course. So those are all sort of my takes on that. You guys need a break. That's a lot to digest. People on the call, go get a drink. You guys all go to the bathroom. There are 2 songs that are going to play, and I'm going to listen to 2 songs. Welcome back. This next section is about 90 minutes to 2 hours. I didn't know the first one would turn into that much, but you guys had good questions, and I appreciate you all being engaged. That's really exciting to me. The next section's fun, and it's funny because we're talking marketing. And I wrote a bunch of stuff in Anaheim that apparently, according to the people when we did it, some of the funniest shit I've ever done. The one that everybody likes is the conversion piece. We'll do that one. Again, for the people on the in here, I almost want to do the Joker bit from The Dark Knight. As for the TV and his plan, SteveAndHomeAdvocates.club. You got till 3 o'clock. Got it? Or you can go to my website and pay $5,000 for all I care at that point. Or the first 10 signups. And as I've been tracking it, we've taken a few. I'm not going to say where we are, but best hurry, kids. Best hurry. As for everybody in the room, you're safe. You're safe. There we go. Everybody good? Everybody get a good break? Hot. I forgot to say ice. Well, no, I like a little bit of ice. I like it just drinkably hot. But with that said, all right, we're at the marketing section. Since you're all still here and I haven't scared anybody off, let's move on to the next section. And yeah, for the people on the video, I guess, I hope you saw it. Yeah, on the road, I've been doing this. First section, I think everybody's coming out to see me look like a banker, be scary like a banker. Truth is, I meditate, I manifest. If you had told me I'd believe in The Secret or any of the other things that I do, including affirmations to a buck naked version of myself in the mirror, where I smile and laugh every day, I would just laugh at you that I would be doing those things. I enjoy them. And if you're doing affirmations, here's my advice: move it up, go to naked in a mirror. That separates the men from the boys on affirmations. It's a little tougher. Once you're good with it, it's great. So welcome back. We're going to do marketing now. You're all still here. Yay, part 1's done. You survived. Scares a few of the real estate agents away. I don't know if I want to do it. Cool, bye. All right. Let's talk about marketing, and we're going to cover 3 funnels. And I look at everything from the perspective of 0. I always start from 0. So I make, and I say this, I guess, with pride, I have to work on that. I have a value problem still. I make $500 an hour. If you hire me as a consultant to come into your company, or as an entrepreneur to come and work with you, I book 10 hours. I'm $5,000. That's it. You get 10 hours. You can get it all in one day, or you can do it in 2 days, whatever. If I have to fly there, you got to cover all that shit too, but that's what I make. I'm about to save you a lot of money. I'm not good at math. Today was 40 bucks. 5,000 minus 40 is $4,960. I got it first try without a piece of paper. That's how much you just saved. Because this is what I would do if you hired me. Now, if you're a broker, I'd tell you, you know, who's stealing leads and all the other cool shit I know how to do, because I think like an asset manager. I implement this everywhere I go. I don't care if you're an investor. I don't care if you're a real estate agent. These are the only, I don't care if you're selling pizzas. It's a variation of what I'm about to teach you. So during the, we shall not discuss this period of Lee's life, prior to me getting my shit together, I just decided to open my own marketing company called Perfect Blue Studio. It still runs. And feel free, you can go get it and hire it, I suppose. It would come back to me. I haven't really done any marketing for my marketing company. Huh, funny. I would do pizza companies, or that's a gardener in Florida. Like, I would take shit constantly. My funnel never seemed to change. And it was kind of weird to me that I never changed the funnel. Yeah, well, I was drinking too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was very. If you listen to any of those coaching calls, I really feel bad for any. I don't know how David tolerated any of it. All right, let's get serious. These are my 3 tried and true methods that, if you want my opinion, you do all 3. They will get you deals that you will be happy with, that will make you money. The first is what I call the referral source. Your best deals are the ones that are dropped in your lap. I'm going to show you how to synthesize it. And I'm going to say it right now while I'm on camera. And since I'm doing investors, I'm sure it'll make its way back. I am liberally stealing from my training by Joel Bauer for that section. I'm sure Joel would appreciate it.
He's been here. He spoke first.
I like Joel. Went through that in 2007. I actually rewatched all the old Profit Point stuff when I started back out on the road, because I thought I was doing too much. And then we discovered, wow, you guys just like masterminds. So we just went back to a mastermind format where I just get to talk stuff all day. So I'm going to teach you about your list and what I call the talk it up method. And it is very loosely based on what Joel Bauer teaches as sort of his base package. So if you watch a 3-hour training, you'll see some of those concepts in here. I have no issue, but I'll give him credit for it. Hopefully I make one of his videos where, yeah, so-and-so stealing from me. Cool. Yes. And Joel, if you're watching, you're a man I'd like to call mentor and friend. That's a really funny Joel Bauer joke. All right. The next is direct. We will talk about my method completely. I'm going to show you permission-based marketing techniques that will boggle your mind. The homeowner will invite you over to have a conversation. That is my goal. I am the Amazon of education for the distressed market. I have figured it out 10 years ago, and I'll show you how it works. Last but not least, I'm going to show you how to do a web funnel. I'm going to show you why you need social media and why you need a website and why you should stop paying an ungodly amount of money for all of those things. I'm still fascinated when people do it. We doing okay with the web people? No questions from them? They're happy? Are they all still there? What are we doing with them? How many are there? How many? 33. Good for you, people. All right. Good. Everyone caught up? This is the pen and pad moment of the entire day, in my opinion. All right. Let's start with my favorite. You guys got to start building lists. Oh, I'm an investor and people bring me deals. How's that working for you so far? I mean, I'm not being a jerk about it. Same thing I say to real estate agents. How's that working for you in this market? My experience, it's not working so well for most people I talk to. Generally, nobody builds lists. Nobody has lists. In the world of investordom, entrepreneurship, It seems to be like this weird email list that you just kind of blast in a circle. It doesn't really seem to have much of a function or a form. In my world, it's anybody who may or may not have to sell their house now or in the future. That is a good list to me. Okay. I don't care if they're selling tomorrow or they're selling 5 years from now. That is a good list to me. Okay. How do you do it? Well, since none of you really probably have a list, and I doubt that anybody has ever come into a room full of entrepreneurs and said, why wouldn't you create a homeowners list? You're now in the business of being advocates and educating people, right? Let's get into the business. Well, how do you do it? All right. Well, I call it the talk it up method. First, you start with packaging, right? There are definitely two sides of me, and you get to see them both today, right? Suit tying, black jacket wearing, and if I was going full Joel Bauer, it would have been a pink tie with a pink hanky, which is the way I do most of my tour, with a white shirt, straight up. You know why? Joel's right. People ask me what I do for a living. Because I am shy. I don't like rejection. I am okay now with it, but back then I wasn't. This was written a long time ago. Somebody brought this up, and I think Derek did at one of the live events. He said it from the back of the room. You've never asked a woman out on a date. I said, maybe once. I can't remember. The truth is, I can't handle rejection on such a massive level. Before I found me and was happy with me, because of course I'm a worthless piece of shit, thanks to my father mentally, I didn't have the ability to do those things. So I had to create these little methods and all these little workarounds. So they're to your advantage. You don't need to be an expert. You don't need to have killer crazy, and that's why I have Derek. So part of our program is the fact that I call him a closer. He prefers the word connector. He's one of those guys, like he's a natural, like he can sell you snow if you're an Eskimo, like, and he'll make you beg him to sell it to you. And it's shocking to watch him. It's really like, and he's Irish with a heavy Boston accent, and he's borderline obnoxious. And everywhere we go and everywhere I still to this day somewhat feel uncomfortable, everybody in the place loves him. And I still come off like a know-it-all asshole, because I am. Still, it's kind of my personality. I'm getting better. It starts with the packaging. So if I were to go today, well, not in LA County, maybe Orange County, they might have farmers markets again, or to the mall or to a Target, dressed up a la suit wearing, look, the question I want is, what do you do? The only thing you should care about in your day-to-day life from this moment forward, if you're really going to do this, is somebody asking you, what do you do? I'm going to teach you why. I'm not saying where I am right now, and that's my daughter who just had her 17th birthday in her all-wheel drive Prius. Ooh. And her cupcakes with COVID and lockdown. What did you want for your birthday? COVID. You got it. Daddy provides. I laughed. I told her that. I said, did you actually ask for COVID for your birthday? I mean, that's a strong wish list. All right. When I'm out with my daughter, or even when I'm out alone, I do go out alone now. I'm pretty confident these days. 35 pounds might have a lot to do with it too. I can kind of engage people. What I do is I pivot. So if I'm out with an agent, and that's what it is. Guys know the term pivot. I don't know if women know. Do you guys have pivots in your universe? In guidedom, guys pivot. So when they go out to pick up chicks, they pivot. They have another guy that's kind of the anchor to, oh, it was him, it wasn't me, that kind of thing. All right. I don't know what the woman equivalent of that is. You didn't know this? You've never heard the term pivot? This is a true thing. Might not be called a pivot with everybody, but we all know we do. Look at more carefully in the back of the room. I'm right? Tell me I'm wrong. That's how you go and do it, right? That's the pickup move, right? All right. Women are like, it's behind the scenes on everything. Relationships are relationships, as I've discovered.
stuck with Frosty.
Yeah. All right. So I can, let's say we were out, this happened with an agent in Vegas. Is it really that easy to find out if somebody knows somebody who hasn't made a payment? I said, yeah. And I was gambling at the time at a machine. I was not even paying attention to the agent, which was kind of douchey on my part, I admit, because she was deadly serious. And I went, yeah, watch. Waitress. She came over. I said, I'm going to ask you a really weird question. Okay. Do you or someone you know miss a payment, take a loan mod, or do a forbearance during COVID? There was a long pause by her. No. And she goes, it was a weird question. And then she walked on. I said, yeah, it's that simple. Now, would I have been able to do that by myself? Probably not. I recently had somebody say hello to me as I was on one of my walks through, like I had my weight vest on, I was walking through Little Italy, and a girl made eye contact and said, hello. That's how she said it, even with my headphones on, at least in my mind, that's how she said it. And I looked back at her and I went, hi, and I kept on walking, okay? For everybody in the room who went, really? Really? You don't know Lee very well. It's hard, right? You're talking about going up to complete strangers. Hey, do you or someone you know, did they do a loan mod or a forbearance, miss a payment during COVID? I have EXP agents underneath me. I have 50 agents in my current funnel. There are a couple of people here that are part of my program. I got 500 other students. I have a challenge standing out. I make it to every room. If you go out today and ask 5 people that one simple question, whatever icebreaker it takes to get there, and I'll teach you a couple that I use. 5, you'll find one. If you do not find the one, I will come and be your personal bitch of marketing for one full Saturday. Nobody has collected in the last month. Now, I don't know if it's fear of making the deal, but the people who've actually done it all come back like with their tail between their legs. Like I told them something crazy. They're like, wasn't the first one, wasn't the second one, wasn't the third one. And I thought I was going to win. 4th one said, yeah. Said, that's all I'm after. 5 people. You can't talk to 5 people in one day. Your job is networking and making deals. If you can't do it, put on the suit and go stand at Target. Someone will ask you there. They'll ask you, are you the manager? Gets me to where I want to go, or I'll give you my other favorite. And this is something I do, and it's super epically douchey. And I can't believe I talk about it every day. Again, I'm working on me. So this is all self-effacing for my benefit. I will take my bag with my podcasting gear and all of my crap and set up at a table in the middle of a courtyard. Like in Little Italy, we have that big courtyard thing that goes up between the two. I will set up like I'm setting up shop with a boom mic and the whole bit. Doesn't take long. They'll either think they're trying to get on the air or someone will come over and ask me, what do you do? Guys ready for your answer? Because it takes us to our next part. Everybody got this covered. Are there any questions? I don't know if there should ever be a question on this section based on the way I've laid it out, because I've literally gutted myself on things that I should check my man card in general on half the shit I just said, even as evolved as I am. Okay. All right. What do you do?
What was the question again?
What do you do?
What do you know anyone who?
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's if you're going to go for the straightforward, like if you have game, use another term. If you got game, do women use the term game? I don't know. Men do. Men do. I can only speak for men. Game. All right. Game is just ask. Do you or someone you know, did they miss a payment, get a forbearance, or do a loan mod during COVID? That's the direct route. You can go the indirect route for the shy people. Yes, Mark.
So going to your other question that you haven't answered yet, is that also called like an elevator speech?
No,
No.
I don't even have an elevator speech in all this. I just have what I'm after, which is what is their name and what is their email address, and when are you going to set us up on a conversation? This.
When you said when someone asked what do you do?
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, it's not an elevator pitch. It's an answer, and I'm going to give it to you. Ultimately, what I'm after is the question of what do you do? This is why I like going out with Derek, because Derek's going to get involved with everybody. And Derek will chat me up. Great pivot. Great pivot. Oh, this guy's a genius. That's what he does. He always puts me over like I'm a champ. And they'll always ask me, what do you do? I have several answers depending on the day, depending on my mood. I do a lot of shit. I really do cuss too much here, Steve. All right, here's your answer. I'm an investor. No. I'm an entrepreneur. No. Real estate agents who are screaming at me, oh, I do that all the time. And I go, I'm a real estate agent. Yeah, why don't you take that a step deeper and say you're a realtor? I mean, all of those are wrong. Okay. I work with people who've missed payments. What do you do? I work with people who've missed payments. That's it. Don't expand. Don't tell them you're an investor. Don't tell them you're looking for this. Don't tell them you're looking for that. We're in the world of distress. All right. This is a different creature. I'm making a list and I'm checking it twice. I want all the names of all the people. Until the data gets turned back on, the only way you're going to do this is old school, old fashioned networking, group by group. If you're going to the farmer's market, roll up your sleeves, chat up 5 people, go get a name. Okay. Call it a win. Because here's the truth of everybody in the room. If I told you right now, I could give you the name of a homeowner who missed a payment, did a loan mod, or did a forbearance, and I was selling those names at $100 a pop, you'd probably tackle me to try to get a hold of them. If you didn't, you're crazy at this moment because you can't get that data. And I'm telling you, as a marketer, data is everything. I've given you the demographics. I've given you the target zone. I've told you what you can do with it if you're paying attention today or following along at home. Now I need the first part of a funnel, which is I need the data. Okay. And if data is hard to come by, boots on ground, got to do it the old school way. This is line by line, person by person. And this is the first part, right? First part is packaging. Either look it or talk it. I don't care how you get there. I want them to ask me, what do you do? Okay. Whatever you got to do to get there. And just remember the magic words. I work with people who've missed payments. Because that's the lead in to your question, James. That's the next move. Because they're going to go, what? They will. What do you do? Do you or anyone you know, have they missed a payment or did a loan mod or forbearance, whatever you're comfortable saying that gets you into that conversation? Listening to Derek, it's like a 20-minute conversation. Like he'll go get his hair cut and come back and go, met someone who wants to do a loan mod. How? Like he doesn't even know about real estate. His only function in life is really coaching people and running my company, but really coaching people on how to convert. Like I intentionally did not want him knowing anything about real estate because the most powerful thing I can say about my coach right now, he will close better than all of you on any day of the week. Every real estate group that I get in front of, I'm like, he closes better than all of you, and he knows nothing about real estate. I stopped him from taking the test. I stopped him from watching videos on purpose. You know why? It is about meeting people and connecting with them. It's got nothing to do with how much you know. Take it from the guy who actually knows everything that there is to know. Nobody cares how much I know. You know what they care more about these days? Oh my God, you care. When did you become Lee Who Cares? Well, I've always been Lee Who Cares, okay? I just became Lee who actually cared about Lee. That's my secret. That's a big one. You can tell people you care, but do you love yourself at the same level you love your clients? Because you're going into deep water at the next sentence. And the minute they go, yeah, I got a cousin who did a forbearance agreement. Cool. I would really like to talk to him. You better back it up. Part of my system, I'm going to make the recommendation to this room. We actually have a template for this, and I'm going to show you exactly what happens next in this scenario that I've laid out. I've laid it out. You're going to talk to 5 people. You're going to talk to one person. They're going to ask you. And I guarantee 1 in 5 is going to tell you that they know somebody. Make the move immediately. I would really like to talk to them. Then I whip out my business card. This is very Joel Bauer. We were behind on payments from COVID. I took a forbearance agreement from the bank and I was still unable to make the payments after COVID. Thanks to Lee and Home Advocates, they got my house sold before foreclosure, got the equity out of the house and into my bank account. And they even got me with someone who fixed my credit. Thank you. It's the front of my business card. Are they getting closer and closer to letting me talk to their cousin or not at this moment? I'm going to safely tell you, because I know the answers to all of this. I've been coaching this for several months. You are much, much closer. But I'm going to show you the double lock, which is going to make them throw the number or call the cousin on the spot for you. Okay, everybody got it? That's the front of my card. Back of my card is helping homeowners who have missed payments for 30 years. Put whatever you want here as your tagline if you're going to make it yourself. For my coaching students, all we do is really the template I just built, which is part of the next upgrade. God damn upgrades. We just remove this section and they can just fill in their own section. They get a blank template. I'm gonna have to make it a generic testimonial for the front. I still am trying to wrap my brain around how I'm gonna do this on Sunday to make a fucking business card template for my entire coaching group. It's like not a simple thing at all. But I'm going to teach you what my personal move is. I admit it. Pathetically, when I actually pre-game, for those of you paying attention at home, pre-game, I had 2 ways of meeting women. The first was a very sad little passive aggressive move where I'd noticed that they don't have a ring and making mention of the fact that they don't have a ring and how truly tragic that is. That was my game. You laugh at it, but it was a double up and it worked very successfully. It does help to be a professional speaker in front of a room every single day with that game. The second move was always the same where they're like, you should give me my number. I'll call you later. This is the second part. This is all Lee. I don't have my cell phone number on here. I do not. That's my 800 number on here. This is how I do it. Look, I don't give this to everybody, but you're different, special, unique, and I care about you more than anybody else in the room at this moment. Here's my cell phone. I wouldn't lose this. Hate the player, don't hate the game. I was a dick. I'm amazed there's 5 ring bearers, if you want my humble opinion. That's a real fact. So this little throwaway move that doesn't seem like much, where you're making it personal and unique to the individual. Derek looked at it, he goes, yeah, that's a no-brainer. That's a complete connection point to do this one move. I still haven't asked to be connected to them yet. I'm still selling myself on the fly. So the elevator pitch hasn't really happened yet. What did I do? I gave a testimonial on top of asking a question. So watch, there's no elevator pitch. The next thing I'm going to do is make 100% sure that when I ask the question, and I am going to ask the question, I need one more little piece of testimonial to double lock this bad boy down. And for those that are members of Home Advocate already, they already know the punchline to this. I would recommend that if you're going to go to the trouble that I did, get on it. I recently did this with a Lyft driver in a car, and it almost blew his mind. It wasn't like magic. What I'm about to show you is not magic. It's just plain old-fashioned hard work by me and my mission, right? I tell them the same thing. Yeah. Everybody here can do it. You don't have to, but everybody can do this. I want you to open your phone right now. Don't. Unless you guys can pop browsers, feel free. And go to Google. And I want you to type in Home Advocates. That's me. I need to take that slide out. Home Advocates is line 1 for distressed property when you Google keywords Home Advocates. And they'll say, is this you? The answer is yes, that's me. I'm not even elevator pitching. This is all based on me not having game, for God's sakes. What have I really done here? This is a very passive aggressive setup of building credibility. I can get into the psychology of it. I can break it down. I have a degree in psychology, and I can tell you that I use it a lot for my marketing stuff. And it's all based on me not having any ability to be an actual aggressive salesperson. I don't like rejection. Turns me into a 2-year-old, or it used to turn me into a 2-year-old, right? This whole campaign is passive aggressive. It is really, because I had somebody say that, I said it's permission based. They asked me what I did. I just backed it up with 2 solid pieces of information that get me to what I'm really after, which is, I would really like to talk to your cousin. Do they know that it's going to impact their credit? That's it. I educate people on the alternatives to foreclosure. That's it. I'm not buying, I'm not selling, I'm not listing, I'm not this, I'm not that. I'm here to educate people. I swear to you, if you stick to this mantra, you will all be happier in the long run. Because if you vary from that, you will get caught up in the what's in it for me mentality of, oh, they're going to ask me. The only people who ask me that are the people who have the wrong mindset about what they're doing. I get that you guys are here to find a deal. I get that you're all here to make money. I get it. I just know, any of you ever read a marketing book? Chapter 1, know your demographic. What's the one thing we know about people who are getting thrown out of their house? Not only are they delusional, they actually believe they get to keep their house. Like they think that there is a rational universe where they get to keep their house and not pay. And the last thing they want to do is sell it, refinance, like any of it. I just get to keep it, right? Government's going to fix it. They're not. So the only thing you can do is brand, top of mind, rinse, repeat. This is list building. This is the most effective way right now before we have data in the next 30 days. Probably in 30 days, I'll stop doing it. And then it's just a casual thing of you're out and about and somebody says, what do you do, right? I think David Bartels and I on a coaching call had a discussion about this, of the elevator pitch type thing of what would you say if you were standing in line at your daughter's, my daughter does color guard. Flagadillo is like what I like to say. The fact that they declare color guard part of the band is somehow demeaning to the band, I think, but that's just me. They throw flags and my daughter knows, and their team is awful and their coach is deranged. Like, what is this expressionistic art? By the way, feel free to follow me on social media and you can see me document years of this stuff of what the hell did I just watch? I think there's a girl who just committed suicide in that last bit as some kind of expression of flagging. All right, sorry. That's a side note. You're not doing your job well. The point of this particular thing is I'm just building a list. I'm always building a list. I'm always looking for the opportunity. Now, if you're a natural like Derek, he really does go get his haircut. He does really chat people up. And the next damn thing I know, he's like, yeah, one of them wants to be in real estate and we're going to sign her up to be a part of the program. And the other one is thinking about doing a loan mod on her house and would really like some advice from the team. Yeah, you went to get your haircut. Like, what voodoo do you speak when you're out there? He goes, nothing. I mean, he has techniques and we coach those techniques like these little 3 and 3s and how to do connectors and all that stuff. So we really have a top-notch coach out of him. I figured out how to sort of weaponize what he does because I'm a systems guy. I'm a solution guy. And there is definitely something inside of him that shows, and it's easy to translate in the coaching. From my point of view, I don't know what my room's capable of. I don't have the time to go one by one out of each and every one of you and find out what your fears, hopes, and dreams are. Don't know. Don't know. Probably better that way because I'll get too emotionally wrapped up these days. I'm still way too over on the I care too much side, trying to dial it back from being an asshole to now I care too much. So it's better if now I'm just fearful of, oh, please don't tell me a sob story. I'll cry. It'll be weird. Get my meaning on this? This is it. I don't care what you say until they turn it all back on. This is your best way to find them right now. Okay. This is a good group to work. It's a good list to build. It's a great way to get started. It's a great way to get your feet wet. Super simple. Anybody can do it. If a guy who is afraid of being rejected like me can do it, and I literally know the answer to every question that could ever be asked, and I say this with no humility, which would make my therapist very happy. I really know everything there is to know about real estate. I kind of really do. I really, really do. From banking to real estate, I've done it all. I've seen it all. It's the only life I've known. I'm literally like a veal that was raised to do exactly what I'm, right? I am where I am. I'm just taking it in stride. I think I can do this for another 3 or 4 years, and I'm really going to be on a boat in the Amalfi. I swear to you, I'm done. This is the last run. I'm over real estate. I was over real estate a year ago, and it just dawned on me, oh my God, the only reason I'm alive is to go help people again. God help me. Like, it really did fall on my shoulders. I like literally laid there at night, almost like a fever dream of, they'd actually listen to me. They will. I put in the time already. Nobody has the branding I do. I really could go out there and actually make a difference. You can too. I'm not special. It just means that half the rooms I go to know me in advance. But truth be told, you can do it. All you got to be willing to do is stick to the education cycle. I didn't expect to get the amount of money and buyers and everything else. They all follow. You start talking distressed properties, you'll find hard money for all your deals. You'll start finding whatever you want. Everybody wants to be in the pre-REO market. I love it. I'm not going to let it go. All right. That's funnel number 1. Enjoy it. If you are signing up, people on the video, as of Sunday, you will actually have a template that you can just put your shit on and have at it. Go take it to the printer, print them on 3x3 cards. Like, it's to have that marketing piece, because that's what it is. $50. What a deal from a marketing standpoint. Double it up with that little cell phone trick. It's money, money, money. All right. Let's get into the big granddaddy of them all. The reason anybody really cares about me. No, that's not true. People care about me for lots of reasons. I have to talk to myself. That was old me having, like, old me, where did you come from? All right. Interruption versus permission-based marketing. A man I'd like to call a mentor and friend, Seth Godin, wrote an amazing book called Permission-Based Marketing in 2000. It is my Bible of marketing. It is what put me on that road in 2010. It's what got me named top everything when it comes to marketing, and why I'm sort of the guy nobody screws with in marketing in real estate. I've seen everybody else get ripped off. I have still yet to this day have not figured out why nobody has tried to resell my product. I think it's because it's so unique and I am so outspoken that they just don't want to deal with the shit show that would be me pissed off at someone stealing from me. Personally, at this point, I think I'd be flattered if people tried to do it themselves, because they wouldn't know what all the pitfalls are to this particular marketing piece. What I'm about to show you is an 11-year-old marketing piece. It has a 20% response rate. I'll say it again, because if you're not impressed by that number, I'm still impressed after 11 years saying it, because I have never found anything better than this. 20% response rate, with 50% of that inviting you to have a face-to-face conversation. So if you want to just say it the technical way, you have a 10% face-to-face ratio on your marketing piece. All right, doesn't sound as impressive that way. Even though I know that email, cold call, email, phone calls, door knocking, cold call, all of them are like a 0.5%.
Permission marketing by Seth Godin.
Yes, definitely get it. The Audible, get the free if you have Audible. Recommend it. The first half of the book is money. It's dated in the second half. His method and his funnel, I'm not a fan of for the second half. But the first part, the guy's a visionary for the year that book came out. And for those of you who are real estate agents, every time you hear somebody say prospect more, I don't know what that's like in the entrepreneurial world of, you need to go out and put in like 40 to 50 hours to be successful as an entrepreneur. They say it to real estate agents all the time. That's bullshit. Like, I wouldn't do it if I had to put that many hours in. I mean, I do it now because clearly I've gotten involved in something that's bigger than me. And so I got to dedicate 12 hours a day to it. It's a mission. It's a passion. For you guys, an hour? I'm not asking a lot out of my students. Like, could you do an hour a day and I'll make sure you get an appointment or two every week? Keep the bar low. And it is based on permission-based marketing, interruption-based marketing, door knocking, cold callers, mailers, even email, even the web itself, right? The best it will ever be based on the sheer volume, about 0.5%, maybe 1% if you kill it. And that's response rate. That's not even on face-to-face. I declare it response, then face-to-face from a marketing funnel standpoint, okay? So I'm gonna show you how to get a 10% response face-to-face rate. I'm gonna actually show you my marketing piece. I've never done that. I just started doing it. You came when I had already made the change. And trust me, for people who've known me long enough, like, you broke the David wall. Like, David's been doing it all along. I took this all to another level. I'm actually gonna show you how to do it on your own. Knock yourself out. I don't know any other way to get to 1 million homeowners except to have people copy my shit. Like, so look on my page. I've already been doing it for 11 years, so I know how this works. All right, so I'm gonna do it step by step. That is it right there. This little bad boy has provided for me and my family and helped literally thousands of real estate professionals, from investors all the way through. I have lots of investors. More importantly, we have helped hundreds of thousands of homeowners. From this, I know you're looking at it going, it looks like a label. It's actually a half of it. It's a sheet about EA large. I just cut it that way. It's supposed to fade in. Glad to see that I did work well in the car. Number one, we need the actual leads. We need to see this part right here. That's an actual human being in a house somewhere. So the place to get it, I'm going to give you 3 options. Option number 1, go spend your $14.97 at steveandhomeadvocates.club. Did I get it right? I feel like I got it right. Okay, that's your first place. Option number 2, online, Property Radar or Realty Track. Don't ask me about anything else but Property Radar and Realty Track. That happened on my very first event in Las Vegas, and I wound up doing an hour dissertation about one data provider and how crappy their data was. I don't even know how I went down that bunny hole. And it just became this cathartic shit on this company moment that I was videotaping. By the way, video does not exist for that event. Funny event, not a good event. The last place, investors can do this, but real estate agents can't. Get a title rep. Go find a title rep to go get it out of the plant for you. It's technically public data. All the title companies have access to it. Real estate agents can't in California. It's a RESPA violation. We can't get donuts. We can't get lunches. We can't get venue rooms. We can't get shit out of title anymore. So anytime you think a title company is actually doing that event, they're not doing it publicly. They can't. It's against the law in California. They call it a RESPA violation, right? Now, off the record, even though I'm recording, off the record, I don't know many title reps that wouldn't get you this information. And what data is it? What area? Right? That's number 1. What area do you want to work? We're pulling data. In this market, I'm just going to make it really simple. Rewind, Thanos snap. March 2020. I would like all the data from February. February has 30, right? 29, right? Well, I don't have to know that part. I just know it's not a 31st day with the knuckle trick. Got that part right. Jeez. Give me some credit. I know there's like variations. There's a 28, there's a 30, and that's information that I don't need to store up there with everything else, like names. True. So yeah, just
November, December 19th.
Yeah, just start anything prior to March 1st, right there, go backwards. Get those 400,000 names for the area. There are plenty of them. You'll be in the tens of thousands. You'll be fine. LA County. If you guys all had that LA County list, you guys would never even bump into each other.
Prior to March 20 or
2020. 2020. You can pull data for right now. There are some, but you're looking at secondary lenders and shit. Yeah, I've been told the HOA story. Some of my people are kind of ferreting out the HOA thing. I don't know how I feel about it. There's equity in the house. Like, I don't know how I feel about it. It's not a big crazy number. It's not a scary number on the HOA thing.
It's just a scare tactic. just to get people
Yeah.
away from what they didn't- It's just like I think with Wells, when we talked about it, they stepped away to see that Chase and B of A duke it out and see.
Yeah, right. And see who comes out of it on top, right?
Who's gonna be the first bad guy that's gonna hit the news says they finally evicted. someone.
Right.
You know,
I agree.
Once that hits the fan, then they're like, oh, wow, you're the bad guy.
I agree. Okay, you guys good on data? Any questions? I'll even give you some secret sauce for those of you who aren't. I provide leads. Like I got to the point where I just don't let my students anymore think. I'm over it. That was a huge mistake that I've made. I have now gotten to the point that if I could physically remove you from the face-to-face, and that's the only thing I'm up to at this point, you physically have to put my marketing piece on the property and you physically have to meet with the homeowner. The rest of it, I actually do for you. And here's why. You will fuck it up. You will reinvent it. You will be creative. Yeah, this would never happen like in the real estate universe. And I probably would never even say this to like my real hardcore students that have been. The truth is, fuck it up. Like, my God, where do you people come up with what you, I got to talk to him. I got to tell him exactly why I'm coming over. Why? It's not even first point of contact, for God's sake, if you're a real estate agent. Like, what are you doing? It's a marketing piece. Put it on the house and take a breath. It's a damn delivery label. Yes.
Well, couldn't that first, out of those first two of putting up the label and meeting with them, couldn't you
Well,
designate someone?
yes, and that would make it even less of a first contact. But what I'm about to tell you from my system, I've taken it to a whole new level. I am now the damn delivery company as well. I've actually gone out. Well, we'll get to it. Hold on. Order 6464s. For those of you recreating this online and making your own version of it, Google delivery labels and get yourself some 6464s. They're repealable. Do not use permanent labels. If you'd like proof of what to do with permanent labels, take the label that is on your chest. Go stick it to a flat in this room. Just go stick it to the wall and see what happens. I know the outcome. You will peel most of that label off. Permanent labels are called permanent labels for a permanent reason. And when you stick that on a metal mailbox in the middle of summer, you are going to leave remnants of your presence. And you are not going to get an appointment for the right reasons. Got it? Keep it simple. Repealable. 6464. There is an Amazon equivalent. So when I send out the email to a couple of people are in the system, Sunday we're doing the next big upgrade. So you're going to get a link for the Amazon version. Dirt cheap. It's like 100 labels for like $11. Amazon's just going to put everybody out of business, including Avery at this rate. I don't even know how they do what they do anymore. But again, now they're like Costco. They're just bulk or reassigning whatever they're doing. So that's what it is. Then a call center. So this is the big one, Steve. This is your question, right? So to make it even less of first contact, I now provide the call center. I bought a state-of-the-art call center. I am out of my mind. It's like a $20,000 upgrade. And I just got talked into it by my CEO and CFO. You should just get them a call center. I should just do that. I've never done it in the last 11 years. Why am I starting now? Because you're asking $5,000 for the product and you want them to bring you the deal. I said, all right, you're starting to speak my language. Money doesn't really intrigue me on the topic. Yes. What do they ask, Matt?
Two questions. Cynthia says, can we repeat how to ask for data from the title?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't get to it. I want SFRs. You'd use this product on an SFR. Don't use it on anything else. Don't use it on condos. Don't overcomplicate it. Most effective in the last 11 years, houses, owner occupied. Here's the money, median price. Median prices are the easily converted group. High-end people hire attorneys, low-end people pour concrete. Live it, learn it, know it, love it. Wow, I just quoted Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
What do you consider median price in Los Angeles?
Median, well, for the area, right? So I every once in a while get Orange County and I'm from here, right? I'm going to work Beverly Hills with the monster. Okay, get on it. I mean, if you want to talk to their attorney, Same thing when they tell me I'm doing Newport and Laguna. Good for you. I'm going to go do Santa Ana or Anaheim, Brea. I mean, out here, I have a couple of agents out here and they ask me, where would you go? I would spray the crap from here all the way out to Santa Monica and start working my way. Like, you don't have to spray this. This isn't mass marketing. This is permission marketing. I only want you to put out 12 to 18 marketing pieces on Monday and 12 to 18 marketing pieces on Wednesday. And here's why. My call center that I now own and control, because you are no longer first point of contact if you're a real estate agent, because I don't want to put your damn license number on my marketing piece, which was a thing in the past. I have to work for all of you royally. So if you put marketing out on Monday and marketing out on Wednesday, here is what your call center will say, right? I'm not going to give you my script. I'm not that stupid. But basically, you're only available to meet with them on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 3. To which I'm sure one of my greedy little agents is going to say to me, but I can't meet them on that day, Lee. Well, then you can go buy your own goddamn call center. Okay. I just threw it in. Originally, I told people to get a Google Voice number because Google captures 100% of the numbers that call in on a Google Voice line. What more do you need in life, in my humble opinion, as a marketer? I don't technically want to talk to the homeowner. I'd rather just have their phone number and their email. If that's me passively, I don't, again, if I could date that way too, it would be great. Just send out a mass email. Here are my specs. Click here if you're interested. All right. So everybody got it? That's step number 3 if you're building this yourself. And for those of you going, yeah, okay, why am I not just getting you? You should. I've done it for 11 years. Earl.
Are we getting from the single family, from the title or?
Yeah, property.
Foreclosures?
Well, yeah. So with me, technically with me, like, let's say I'm doing it for you. I tend to, it's all, somebody asked this the other day, how's Lee going to control areas? Because I only give out, like, I try not to let you, Louis knows this, especially in his area. I have no shame in overselling data. No shame. I will park 20 people with my marketing product in the same area. Your area, there had to be at least 100 at one point. And no, the truth is it still worked all the time, but nobody likes that answer. Nobody, I saw somebody out and tagged it. I can tag it again. I mean, it's still in foreclosure, right? Like, what am I missing here? It's the quick and the dead. Keep tagging it. I don't care if you see remnants of somebody else's marketing, tag it again. And if they call and say, yeah, I've already had someone out here, cross them off the list. It's that simple. Nobody has any problem making cold calls or door knocking or any other horseshit form of marketing out there. Why is it my little passive? It's a label, for God's sakes. Somebody's been here. People in real estate are very interesting on this topic to me. Like, just my marketing. But we'll cold call. We'll do it. We'll get an auto dialer. We'll get a VA with a script. I know this is sold in the entrepreneur circle of, you should hire my VA with my special script. That is the most aggressive interruption-based thing that you can actually purchase ever. And you guys all know this because I have it on my phone. I don't take any of my calls anymore if I don't know who you are, because I push that button. And honestly, I don't know how to turn it off at this point. But when AT&T gave me that option of all unknown calls immediately going to voicemail, I took it. The happiest day of my life. Happiest day of my life by far. Because you know what? Telemarketers don't leave messages. They don't. The people who do are people who if I don't know your number, you'll hear it and it says text Lee. Telemarketers don't text Lee. They don't. Works out pretty well. You know why that is? Because all of us looking for deals or looking for listings hired VAs with scripts to beat everybody into the ground. I know this because we rehabbed my mom's house and there were 2 rehabs down the street. She lives in $1 million house at the top of Monterey Park. She's got all the right numbers. Everything about this place is great, except for the fact that it's the original 1940s construction, while everybody else on the street has sold out. She hasn't. It's a family plan. If you call my phone, it says Pam Honish, not Lee Honish. It's a family plan. We've had the original AT&T plan for that long. I don't ever change it. And here's the truth. I get calls for her all the time for that house from investors who want to buy that property and build it out all the time. And this, oh, Miles, buzzkill. Everybody on the call, earthquake. This could be the big one. I know because I hear the pitches all the time from investors who want to fix and flip on that call. Like, I'm still in it. I still get those calls all the time. And the script hasn't changed since I moved my mom in there out of my grandparents' name when I put my mom and dad in there. The script has not changed. Hey, have you thought about selling? That's it. That's all you got. That's the innovation in the last 5 years. Well, you could be sleeping on a lot of profits. I'm prepared to pay $1 million. Okay, I'll call you on it. I'll take $1 million. Okay, well, wait, I need to do, yeah, all right, shut up, asshole. Right. I tend to have people in front of me perform their little song and dance. Truth be told, put up 12 of these little tags, get an appointment. That's it. This is real, like, I can't explain it hard enough. All right. So you're going to create it. You're going to add your call center number to the side. Actually, new system for you. Probably you. I can probably figure out how this is going to play out. You're actually just going to get a template with it already on there. I'm even taking you out of that loop. This used to be, and I'm sure when David was here, like, you'd have to fill all this stuff in with your own call centers and all that. Yeah, screw that. All right. Now you just get a template. All you got to do now is write the rest of it in. Okay. Yeah. I'm getting closer and closer to removing people. I'm very close.
When you've done this, Lee, how long does it take you to put out
12 to 18 is 1 hour.
Really, that quickly?
Well, she had a driver.
No, I'm actually really good. I'm really, like, first of all, I'm into it. Like, I'm really into it. Like, I enjoy it. Like, I see it as a challenge. I want them to be home. I want them sitting outside. I want everything that everybody complains about to happen, because you can literally walk right past them and slap the damn thing on the garage door. I did the one between the cars. Like, there have been some documented ones. I've even shot video of them as I'm going up and putting the tag and then walking back, and never breaking eye contact with them either. Like, because my agents would go, what if they're home? And what if it's this? And what if they're a water buffalo in their front yard? Put a tag on it. I've snuck around cars when I've seen them in the garage, slapped them on the mailbox. I don't want to engage them. So it's a long answer to about an hour. 2 pages, about an hour. If you're really killing it, because they're all compressed into an area, and that's what I mean. Pull the data, break it down by zip code, pull 18 in the same area. If it's not quite 18, who cares? Just make it a nice little tight list. Simple. We still handwrite, because it's a delivery label, their last name and their APN number. The difference, new people, pay attention. You need to put your initials on before you put the tracking number. Tracking number should be the APN. Are you confused?
Yes.
APN is their tax assessor's number. That way I always know which house it is. It's the better number to use as a tracking number. The call center script, which I wrote and used no part of any previous scripts intentionally, so that this moment will come back to, this is the first time I'm saying it publicly. No, yeah, and here's why I know, because I know who takes credit for that script.
Well, no, that too, but that Google Voice, I was doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here's the big deal. And took credit for the script too. That's why, and I'm recording this for the first time, so it's on camera. I have rewritten my script myself by hand, period, with no help from other, no sharing of others, no other person in my life, and certainly no other ring bearer. Got it? Good, I'm glad we had this discussion. By the way, important tip, don't make the person you're dating a business partner. I also have that experience as well. All right. This script is very unique, does certain things. The first thing they're going to ask at my call center, what are the first 2 letters on the tracking number? Here's why. If you don't put that down, if you join me. If you don't put that down, I'm keeping your lead and you're shit out of luck. I'm not going to track it down. I'm not going to pull the APN. I'm not going to go to that much trouble ever. I'm not. I got way too much to do. I will just take that as a blind lead in for home advocates. I'm going to go work it and I'm going to go make the money and you're out of luck. Maybe I'll refer it to you. Nobody's going to like this. I've told my group already, if you screw this part up of not putting your own, I'm not asking a lot. I bought the call center. What more do you want me to do at this point? All right. APN number and their last name. Got it? I use a software called Route Planner to set up my route. I set up my route first, and then I write out my tags. I work left to right on my tags, right? Then I'm going to go put them up. Simple as that. Front door, garage door, mailbox. Outside of the mailbox, completely legal and or kosher, depending on what terminology you like. But I am on the west side, so I'll say kosher. That amuses me. I haven't been out here in a long time. God, I wish I could really eat. I could go and eat at so many places if I was not keto. Do you know how close I am to the cupcake place from here? So tragic. My favorite burrito in the world in Montebello, 2 pounds of glorious Uncle Robbie's double wrap burrito. And I don't care what anybody says, the original Tommy's is better than all the other Tommy's, period. I don't know what it is. It could be the grime that comes off the street right through the front door, but I miss it. I miss it. It's never the same in Barstow. Never. All right, got it? It's going to get captured. The call center script's going to ask specifically if you're going to make your own and use Google Voice, because I really do mean this. If you don't have the money to afford the investment into me, fucking Google delivery labels and make one of these things. I mean, yeah, there's some pitfalls to it. Just be smart about it. I want you guys to do it. I'm telling you, that's how I built the first one. I'm giving you how I did this. How do you think I'm going to get to 1 million? I'm counting this. Every person I meet, I'm going to just sort of count them blindly as you're going to contact 3 people, hopefully. And I am going to keep like a running McDonald's type total to see how close I get to 1 million over the next 3 years. I think I'm going to do pretty well. And yes, I count YouTube views. I count a lot of stuff in this number, but the capture sequence that I am currently using, first thing they're going to ask for is the initials, and then the tracking number, then the last name, then the disclosure. And who is the disclosure? It has to be generic now. Home advocates. That means that they can Google us again, which gives you more credibility. It all pays off. All of Lee's hard work that I did at the beginning of this company is all paying off at this moment. Everything is about credibility of this moment of being an advocate and getting that first meeting, right? They'll schedule an appointment only on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 3. If you don't like it, go use a Google number or go get your own call center. But do not complain to me and do not miss your appointments. That is a sure way not to get more leads out of me and or piss me off. And longtime people in my program will tell you the worst thing you can do is piss Lee off, because you are likely to get thrown out, and I will keep your money and I will shoot a video about you. Not really. The old me would, new me wouldn't, but I'm much better now. Next, you're going to go meet him. It's a guaranteed method. The one guarantee that I make for anybody who invests with me today, who invested on, was that Wednesday? This week is flying by. Wednesday night? Tuesday night, Jesus. Tuesday night, I guarantee I will get you face to face. Guarantee it. If not, you can have your money back. 100%. I've been doing this guarantee for 11 years. The only people I refund money to are people who buy it too quickly and do the emotional, can I have my money back? In the old days, I used to be like, no, that's not my guarantee. Now I'm nice, and Derek's probably nicer than me. My CFO's nice. Like, they're all nice. Like, Lee, why don't you, yeah, all right, fine. Like, it actually fucked up PayPal. I'm sorry. Like, we had some like, yeah, fine, just do it. And like, they were our first returns with our new PayPal system. And like, PayPal immediately wants your background and like a pint of blood the minute you do one return with them. It's a real thing. And I went, be nice. And I'm on the verge of losing my PayPal account for being nice to these people. Just wanted to vent. It was a rough week with PayPal. I swear to God, the amount of information they want, you can open a corporation easier. Update your records. The mistake everybody makes is one and done. There's no such thing as one and done in this universe. Got it? There's no such thing as one and done. I don't even know how one and done got started. There is no script. There is no method. I have looked for it. I have bought everything. I have figured everything out. There is no such thing as I bought this lead. I went to the front door, first time meeting them. I got a listing. No, you foul hooked them. Fishing term for the fisher people in the room. And that's exactly what it is. It's foul hooking. Foul hooking, for those of you who don't know, means you were dragging your line back in and some poor fish was swimming by you and got caught in the fin or somehow got tangled in the line. In fishing circles, you'll still eat the fish, but it's not a catch. That's not a catch. Foul hooking is not a catch. It's really like caught him in the side of the head. Yeah, okay, yay. Maybe if you're trolling, I might allow it, but truth be told, foul hooking is, I showed up at the door and they were ready to hire an agent. Yeah, that's not this. I mean, yeah, right place, right time is cool. So the question you should have, Mark, as well as everybody else, or even Steve for that matter, or anyone, well, when from here to listing or to sale or to deal? Will it be in the first meeting or the second meeting, or will it take me a year to 18 months when they sit on their butts? And my answer is yes. Thank you for asking. Did that answer it? Because you're all doing the double take on what I just said. I'll do it again. Will you get it the first time, or will you get it 18 months from today? Yes. Thank you for asking. That's when you'll get it. You get it when you get it. When I go to the front door, this funnel's built on me, so it's all based on a cyclical funnel for me and my lack of being able to communicate or do anything with human beings previously. But what have I seen, say, out of my ex-brother-in-law? Yeah, he's drinking a beer on the first appointment and I'm driving down to go go make the deal on the first. He's a firefighter. He doesn't even know about real estate. How did he close the deal on the first meeting? And they're drinking beer in the garage. Like, what the hell? How did that happen? Like, it was his first time. Like, it was his first ever going to the door. How do you hit it out of the park that far on your first time? I mean, that's Nakatani bad. Like, did I get it right? It's Nakatani, isn't it? The angel kid name? Otani, forgive me. I just saw the 60 Minutes piece. I'm not up here anymore. I'm a Padres fan now. I'm sticking to it. Fortunately, I can still like the Chargers no matter where I am. We just suck. What?
It's the firefighter credibility.
No, he didn't say he was a firefighter. He went to the door and said, I'm an advocate. He was actually wearing shorts and a tank top. There's no special dress up. There were no special shoes. He didn't have a big pile of paperwork. He just went over and was personable. Yeah. Well, you know him. He's a regular human. Regular humans do better at this work. You know why? Because we play the what if game. What if? What if they say, I don't know, I'm an expert and I don't really care what if may occur. That's not my experience. My experience is they want someone they like and trust. That's my experience as a legit 100% certified expert. Okay. No one has ever cared about my deep, vast banking knowledge. And this is a true story that Louis knows. The last time I went to the door, which was in Covina, California, I went up, I did the same script I'm about to teach you. And the woman went to go get her checkbook to make a payment to me. This is all I have. Freaked me out so bad, I called David Bartels. I didn't even know what to do about it. I have a problem talking about it still. I vibrate at such a high level bank asshole that even when I'm trying to be an advocate, she thought I was there to collect a payment at the door. Do you know how desperate that is? Here's everything I have. I like literally looked over my shoulder because I dressed like David. David's like, put on the shirt and wear the khakis and don't go in. Yeah, of course, I'd go like this. I would not. It's the way I coach it. I'm at least congruent to that. And I was speechless. Like, I literally picked up her phone and called David and handed her the phone and walked out of the house. What do you do at that point? Accept who you are? Congruency is congruency, as Tony Robbins would say. Wait, a man I'd like to call friend, Tony Robbins, would say, congruency is everything. You are what you are. You either own it or you don't. That's who I was. That's the last day I went to the door, because I realized people who are liked and trusted do better at the front door with this particular method. Then everything from here is follow-up. Got it? Follow-up is the last piece of the cycle. There's always follow-up. There's always follow-up. In fact, the last section of the day is literally how to go to the front door and how to follow up. I'm just going to teach you one more marketing method right here before I send you guys on your next break. And then we'll do what you do at the front door, which is the conversion and the follow-up. You guys still hanging tough? Do you like this section? So now we've done referral. We've now done direct. Any questions? All right, let's go to the third funnel that I think you must have, will have, and should. Yes.
What was the reasoning for the Tuesdays and Thursdays after 3:00?
Go out and put tags on Monday, go out and put them on Wednesday. If you're going to build it yourself, you can put them out whatever day you want, because you're going to have either your own call center or your own Google. But when you are talking about, let's just go with the current system, it's 50 people, 67 people in my current system across the country. And all of them are using the same call center. Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays after 3. That's like, I'm not,
Just to make it simple.
I could have done the whole, when are you available to meet with them? And now I get into this whole thing. Even the call center got into this weird, I need everybody's initials. I said, why? It's a tracking number. They don't need everybody. Now, in the new system coming up, it won't be ready on Sunday. We're actually going to have a place you can go to inside the system. If you lose all the info, you can look on Tuesday. I think I have an appointment on Tuesday. You can go look on the board and you'll see your initials and the tracking number on 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The script is pretty straightforward. They'll come within a 2-hour window anytime after 3 o'clock. What time would you like to have them over, right? So if you have a rough idea of when it is and you lose it, you could still go on the website. We're actually going to have a digital sort of board for everybody to go look their stuff up as well. At least in theory, that's what I'm building this weekend when I get time in between everything else that I'm doing, as if I had that time. And yes, I'm still going to my concert tonight, so I'm not giving that up. It's not even a concert, it's a club show. Yes, Steve, it's still Rush that I'm seeing.
So if you didn't, in our case, we don't have Tuesday night because we have our events.
Right.
Or once a month anyway. So
Then I would tell you should get your own call center. And so for those people, or even old retro monster people who are still there, I'm going to give you all the new setup instructions. You can go and hire them. It's not expensive for an individual to have their own call center.
Okay, but let me finish the question.
Okay.
I just thought maybe on Monday, don't put them up.
Yeah, well, that would be the other move. But again, you're also going to have to, like, let's say you put them up Wednesday and go, okay, Tuesday after 3 o'clock. Like, you got to remove the day somehow. And that's why I said it. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I know this. First of all, nobody's going to abide to the Monday, Wednesday tagging thing, because that's just the world of real estate. I'm still going to have people who go out and blast through 100 tags in a week, which is just ridiculous and not the way the product was designed. It's a scalpel. It is not a machine gun. It's permission-based marketing. I know these people are in distress. I need them to call. I need them to have this script. I need them to invite me over. It gives you the highest possible conversion and branding ratio when you meet them face-to-face. So if you can't do it, I think it'll cost you about 40, 50 bucks to have your own call center. Or if you don't want to spend the money at all, use a Google Voice number. If you follow the original way I had this all set up, there's a nice little tight script that I wrote that you call them back. You act as a call center and you just read the script down. They'll all call and leave, even if they don't leave a message. Because if you use a Google Center, it's, hey, sorry, all of our operators are busy. Please leave your tracking number and a phone number that you can be reached at. And what we've discovered is that when I leave that much play for an agent to get involved in, or an investor, entrepreneur, or anybody in real estate, and I have a lot of entrepreneurs in my system. Yeah, you start to try to qualify them on that first phone call. What the hell are you doing? Like, you're a call center calling them back to set up an appointment. If you want to say it's first point of contact now, if you have an agent or if you're a licensed, okay, have somebody else call them back. Like, truthfully, this is not first point of contact. The actual conversation is not a point of contact. You're representing this whole thing as a call center and as a delivery service of, say, Louis, to somebody who wants an advocate to explain their alternatives to foreclosure, because that's basically what the script is in a nutshell. The script is, I want to send somebody over who's going to talk about your loan mod or your forbearance and your alternatives to foreclosure. When can I schedule them? I mean, that's kind of the up, down, low, down. I don't give out my script, especially the new one I wrote. I mean, there are old ones floating around in the system enough. Yeah, go use hers or David's or even Marianne Schmelz. There's quite a few in there. My script, yeah, I'm pretty proud of this one. This even got the email thing addressed, because my new call center now they aggressively want the email to confirm the appointment. I want a higher conversion ratio of grabbing their email and their phone number. If you want to get, when I go real nerdy marketing, everybody just sort of phases out, but that's the truth. Yes, Mark.
Have you realized the difference from a distressed homeowner talking to a live person?
Yeah.
Versus
Google call center gets almost no messages whatsoever. I mean, it's like a 10% result of actually leaving their tracking number and their phone number on a Google Voice, as compared to the call center. Call center has a higher conversion ratio, and the better the call center, the better. Like, I bought a really good one out of New Jersey. Like, I spent way too money. Like, I couldn't even believe what my team did when I said, go find a call center. I'm like, you bought a Ferrari? Like, nothing practical about the call center we got at all. Like, this is not what Lee would have picked at all. And all the bells and whistles that they purchased on top of it, where you get a transcript and a voice, like, we went well beyond central communications and what we had previously. Yes. About $50 for the basics. To get a really good call center is about $50 a month to have your own, to schedule it on your schedule. And I recommend it that way. If it was me as an individual, I would just have my own. I would. And I would, at the beginning of the week, let them know, these are the days I'm available to take appointments. Work smarter, not harder. I'm a huge fan of that. When I'm eating keto pizza, that's all I want to do. It's a joke in our office. I either work or I do not work. There's no in between in my unit. Like, Lee, you need to take it easy. No, I'm working or not working. When I do not work. It's my time with my daughter. It's my time with me. It's my time to meditate. I'm not dropping that because a homeowner who missed payments wants me to come over and talk to him. That's actually insulting to you. You're taking them. This is the value prop. You're the value. And I believe in all of you. And I believe in my training. I do. I've been doing it for 11 years. I'm sure there are a lot of people that would have liked me to get the hell out of this industry. Okay. I piss everybody off and I rub people the wrong way. I don't care. Okay. I'm officially at a place where I don't care for the right reasons. I know how much value you guys can have on their lives and impact on the market. You just have to believe it in yourselves. And I think taking that over and doing the 9 alternatives, and certainly if you want to get into the psychology of marketing, you're positioning yourself as an expert by scheduling it on your schedule, which is why you'd have a call center.
second part of that question, let's say you get a deal and the homeowner wants to liquidate.
Yeah.
Do you get involved with the aftermath, like referring them to a person that can help them relocate?
What if? You're on the next set of slides. Don't worry, I'm not trying to cut you off, but you're also doing what if. Why are you trying so hard? I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen at the front door in the next set of slides. And you're going to go, that's it. That's it. Louis will tell you firsthand, he's done it more than enough times than I care to mention in this room. He qualifies as someone who will back up every word. If I say anything that is completely out of line with the next set of slides on what the door or any of this is like, feel free to yell bullshit, especially for the people on camera.
Okay.
And he doesn't have a problem telling me I'm, yes,
You mentioned 9 alternatives. You're talking about 9 alternatives.
to foreclosure. Yeah, we'll do it next. We're going to do it after this. You guys are almost out of gas on this section and need another break. I totally see it. This next little piece is just kind of the bonus that I teach every day. Just write them down as I tell you and just believe it as a gospel fact. I'm going to teach you how to do the cheapest, low down, dirty web funnel ever created. I've been teaching it this way I wish I could get a speaking gig on this web funnel because I would just love to walk into a real estate room and go, this is it. Why I'm paying for Google ads or Facebook ads. Haha, peace out. Drop the mic. This is it. And I actually shot all the videos, which makes it even funnier to me. This is first of all, the greatest thing I ever did was open my own marketing company a couple of years ago. I have a deeper love and understanding for everybody and what they try to achieve. But trust me when I say this, not everybody makes the best pizza. So know what your strength is. It goes back to one of my clients who's like, I can't imagine why this isn't working. Your pizza sucks. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? There's a reason why Gordon Ramsay starts where he starts, which is, let's try the food. No, your food sucks. Like, that's the number one reason why people aren't coming here, and the place is a shithole, and everything else in your family's falling apart, right? Like, there's a descending order to it all, but it all starts in one place. What is your value prop, kids? I'll keep saying it. Want to know why you don't have a value prop? Because you can't stand in front of a mirror and tell yourself that you love yourself. I mean, that's really the truth. And I hate to be the one to tell you because it almost sounds cynical coming out of my mouth. I roll my eyes at me all the time. I realize I've only found religion for 1 year, but I am definitely born again on having value in myself. Okay. The minute you find value in your life and your existence, you will get more deals and more shit than you know what to do with, especially in the world of real estate. Number one problem in the real estate industry. It's the most negative industry on the face of the planet. We network so that we can piss on other people or hear about the deals we didn't get. I mean, that's really what a networking event is in a nutshell. Okay. I am not that. I can't believe I'm the positive guy in real estate. I'm trying to do it with enough cynicism that I feel good about it. All right. Content is king. What is your value prop? In this particular case, you don't have to think about it. You're an advocate. I believe in you. I'm actually going to make you a home advocate when you join me. Simple as that. If you're going to do it on your own, just move to the word advocate. I think this is very nice of me for $40 based on the amount of information I give. The masterminds were through the roof. People are like, what are you doing? That's way too much content. I've always over-delivered. Number 2, you will need social media. Yeah. You will. And I'm not going to get into a long pissing match. If you believe LinkedIn is the secret to the universe or TikTok is awesome, good for you. And how old are you? All right, just come into the rest of the world with me. I've done all the homework, so let's just cut to the chase. Every deal you're going to get as an entrepreneur, every listing you're going to get as a real estate agent are going to be from people above the age of 40 consistently. Okay? Guess where they all are? Facebook. Let's just cut it down to its core, which is why I'm going to teach the funnel exactly the way that I do. You need Facebook and you need a Facebook business page. Last but not least, you need a capture point. What is a capture point? A website, a capture page. I'm sure Russell might actually see this now that I'm in the circuit. That fucking Russell Brunson shit for the lead pages. Can I just go off on this for a minute? How do you guys pay that much money for like lead pages? Like, I don't even know how they're making. Has he spoken here? I don't want to get into a whole thing with. God bless him for getting the money that he gets. I mean, go to leadpages.net for God's sakes. You can buy all the lead pages that were ever created for like $99 a year. I think Brunson's up to, I don't even know what you get for the price that he's offering. Is it like free Facebook ads? Like, is there golden sunshine coming off of these lead pages? But the numbers they're charging for pre-done lead pages, and he gets it all day. Mind-boggling. Just for setting them up, go to leadpages.com and buy a lead page, for God's sake. Everybody does this who signs up. Like, if I really want to close a deal, I'll give you a lead page. Oh my God, I can't believe you're going to do it. Really? It's 25 minutes of work out of me, I think. And maybe 15. Change out a few things. Once you have a template, you can just change it out constantly. I have a whole brand new one set up that we're rolling out for people. I was in Vegas and wanted extra money because my CFO was being I don't know if she's watching, was being a real tight ass while I was in Vegas. And I was out there for too long and I wanted cash. She's like, do not touch the money. All right. So I just put out a big cattle call of I'll do web pages. Work like a charm. Was a great weekend in Vegas. So the new one is a straight capture page. Like you hit it, it's a number, it's got an email capture. It's a book that you wrote called Save Me, the 9 alternatives to foreclosure, followed by the 9 alternatives over on the right side. Love it. And just remind me. All right, cool. First thing you need to do is buy a green screen. Normally I just go over and show it to you right now, but I want to make sure you guys get out of here and we get back started by 1 o'clock. We're going to hit 2 o'clock. Like I'm real close to this today. All right, green screen. God, little hooks. Then you buy these little repealable hooks. No matter what you think, let me save you a lot of trouble on why you're going to green screen the rest of your life. First of all, the easiest and best recording gear, and I own all the best recording, and this is some real high-end shit you're seeing right here. At the end of the day, this is not what you're going to use. You're going to use a webcam, or you're going to use a C922, or you're going to use some kind of something else, or God forbid, your cell phone. Don't use your cell phone. You'll look like an amateur. And the next thing you're all going to think is, oh, what a great setting this is. I'm going to be definitely doing the voice for the rest of the day. Oh, what an amazing setting this is. I should shoot a video here. No, you shouldn't, because it's going to look like shit. Okay. Want to know what never looks like shit? My green screen all the time. I stayed in a really high-end hotel on my last trip to Vegas. I took my CFO and COO so that one of them could go see her son play basketball. And I like did it up for them, right? Brand new room, the whole 9 yards. I tried to position the camera all day long to capture the room in all its glory. You know what it looked like? A bunch of people in a fucking suite. And it didn't look right. It didn't look good. You want to know what looked good? I got a picture of it off the internet, put my green screen right behind me, then dropped the picture in. And anybody who watched those coaching calls looks like $1 million. Yeah, right. That's how it works. And I don't even try that hard. I use Zoom. And I have all the recording software. I have every toy that's ever been created software-wise. I always have the latest gadgets. When we were talking about doing this event, like, yeah, I'll do it. Like, it's just a suitcase of gear that I carry with me all the time. Like, I carry all my stuff. And this is all mine. I even got one over on the tech. Yeah, they make USB lapels. Like, yeah. Got to look for them. I'm going to a boom mic act. I actually want the boom mic. I want a little bit more of a stereo sound on my live presentations. I might get a Mevo, but I like my C922. Got it? This thing is dummy proof. So when you see a video from me, it's me in my studio with a green screen right behind my desk. Camera's right here. I just dropped the green screen in. It does everything for you. It is really that mindless. And then you just shoot your video. Little Darius. Hi, this is Lee Honish, and I'm a homeowner advocate. First of all, give me a call at 833-969-4677. Got it? Or go to home. Do we need deep meaning into this? Like, what script did I use? Same script that I would do if I met him face to face out on the street. Same script. It's all congruent. I am telling you as a homeowner that you need to know your alternatives to foreclosure. Again, call me 833-969-4673 or go to homeadvocates.io. Okay, just not to kill time, I will send you guys a PowerPoint of the slides, which I actually have. Comes out as a package after all my events, because I know you guys are like, oh, I want that script. Really, it's the same script from when we were talking about meeting people on the street. Oh, it's also the same script you're about to learn when you meet people face to face for the first time, for the real first face to face. The script never changes. When this is the plumbing side, right? This is the top of the funnel. This is get them in, right? So the script's never going to change. If we meet on the street, hey, do you or somebody you know, did they miss a payment, right? I don't care if it's through a what do you do? What's the permission-based one? Yeah, I want them to call and schedule an appointment, and I'm going to let them know that what I'm going to come over and talk to them about. And now we're on the web funnel. What's your message? Hey, do you or somebody you know miss a payment? Have them give me a call. I use HD Movie Maker Pro, even though I have every Adobe suite ever created. this crappy ass Microsoft piece of software is the most used thing outside of Audacity for my podcasts. And Audacity is free too. And it's better than all the other software I've ever bought for editing. Audacity is the shit. Just hang out with me for an afternoon. All the free stuff I have that I use is way better than all the paid stuff. This is a true story. I saw this, I watched, like, when I'm trying to deoccupy Wall Street. Deoccupy, I'm gonna get that one to trend. It's true. I have to deoccupy my mind. The voices haven't gone away. I've accepted them. And the way to do it is to feed it YouTube. It loves YouTube and random shit on YouTube at that. I am the master of really pointless stuff now. I saw a video pop up in my feed. Are you a Photoshop? Is there any Photoshop experts in here? Because this is the fucking funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, Matt, for calling the back. All right. Here it is. 3 easy steps, or what was it? 5 easy steps for removing any background in Photoshop. Is that the correct number? It's about 3 to 5 moves to remove a background on Photoshop. And this guy shot a video.
I actually use Pixelmator, but I'm very much into the editing. So
Okay. So this video, which was 11 minutes in length, was explaining that in Photoshop, you can remove any background from a photo in about 5 moves, plus or minus. Yeah, is it 2?
For me,
Well, yeah, right. Okay, for me, it's 1. You go to remove.bg, you upload your photo and click the button and it removes it, right? I think it's hilarious when people spend $1,000 worth of Photoshop suites and take all the classes. Go to remove.bg, upload your damn photo and look like a rock star for free. Drops the background on any good photo you have. And you've got a white background in your picture. Great for marketing. Remove.bg. I swear to God, the free stuff I have rocks out all my paid stuff by far. This is probably the most expensive thing I use. HD Movie Maker Pro, which still makes everybody's top 10 list for editing, if you can believe that Microsoft actually made a product that got ranked. But they rank it because it does everything and it's simple. I just recently, I'm going to get really nerdy here, only for the nerds in the room. I recently bought my dream computer. Are you ready? Ryzen 7, 6-core, 4 gigahertz, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 Corsair RAM. Yeah, at that point, who cares about the rest? Like, yeah, of course I bought the video card and all the other bells and whistles. $2,000 worth of glorious hardware. You know what it's for? Processing video on something that would actually process on this machine. That's the truth. I can run multiple applications now on my computer. This one will crash. It's only 8 gigabytes of RAM. And this one was starting to crash when I do Facebook Live and Zoom. So I may have bought a machine that I can run, yeah, but 32 gigabytes of DDR4 Corsair at that. And nobody knew how nerdy it was. And then I had a guy kind of finish it up to make sure it was clocked correctly. And he's like, you bought everything. I said, I bought everything. I bought the Ferrari with the Ferrari like stuff. Okay. My other favorite thing is Poster My Wall. I tell this to everybody. If you're going to put videos up, go to Poster My Wall. This is how you make the really cool little JPEG thumbnails. Poster My Wall is my favorite thing. It's like $15 a quarter or something, but everything on there, like it removes backgrounds, does everything, makes really smoking stuff. It's all designed for all online high definition media. And you can make great thumbnail. Like for me, it was all about thumbnails and like emails and everything else I use. But let me tell you how important a thumbnail is for your videos. It's everything. It actually helps with the way you're searched as well. Learning a lot about web funneling here in this section, but this is a personal, I did it in even my digital marketing person, my COO is probably about as good as me at online marketing. She's like, I didn't know that one. And I didn't know you had it. And I'm not exactly sure why I don't have the password to that. And I went, Meh, a lot of things you don't have passwords to. They all know my passwords. I put it on YouTube. Can't get around it. I don't like it. I've never figured out how to crack the YouTube algorithm without help. So don't ask. Do you think you should buy ads? No. I mean, there are people who can do shit with this, but I think it's such a watered down creature that it's not worth it. I just put it there for credibility's sake, and it's easy handling if I want to put it on a website. It's got a low budget. I like the syndication on it. Just cuts me down from putting it on all the social media I don't give a crap about. I just make sure that my message is everywhere. Because the one I care about is that bad boy. My Facebook business page is my lifeblood. Here's why. It's not the business page itself. It's not even uploading the video, which remarkably, Facebook will reward you for doing it. It's what I can do for free, which is after I get it all uploaded and all pretty with all its thumbnails, just like YouTube, I can now share it not only to my pages, I can share it to groups. So here's your little hot tip. Let's say that you're here today from, I don't know, let's go with the Ontario area just for shits and giggles, or Covina, or perhaps an area I'm familiar with, Walnut, whatever. Whatever your city is. And don't say Los Angeles, that's such a vague thing. You can break it down by area. Everybody's got an area. When I grew up in Montebello, I always thought of it as East LA, but it's still Montebello. It is East LA too. I don't care what anybody. Monterey Park is not. Montebello is. Like Montebello clearly is, and South Montebello really is. But type in your city's name or your area's name and join all the buy sell groups, garage sale groups, mom and dad groups. You name it. If it's got your city name on it or your area's name on it. I used to live in South Park. When I finally moved from Oceanside out of the ghetto on the beach, it's the cheapest beach on the California coast. I don't care, a lot of homeless. But once I moved out of Oceanside, I moved down to downtown. First place I lived was South Park while I was looking for my house, as I call it, half house, half office, house. I shit you not. Did anybody know this? There's a South Park, San Diego. I kid you not. There is a South Park in San Diego. And apparently I'm the only one who enjoyed the joke of living in South Park. I turned my ringer into the South Park theme while I lived in South Park, just for my personal amusement. So I lived in South Park. There's also a North Park, but there's a South Park. South Park, if you type that in, and it's technically San Diego City, 92102, you can type in South Park and buy sell groups, mom and dad groups. And I'm connected to that group of people in that area. Now I'm going to tell you why your videos fail and whatever you're doing is failing. And especially people who go, I do that, Lee, and I put my podcast up and they throw me out. It's because you're selling. I'm not selling in that video. I'm offering to help people. You can put, this is Las Vegas specifically, like a long haul mission. All right. I've never stretched this whole presentation out this long to actually explain stuff. You should see this presentation done in under an hour. All right. I said this, the only group I've ever seen be banned, and this is true, there is a Las Vegas Sell Anything, Sin City. The name of it is Sell Anything in Sin City. Not legal or otherwise. Now, let me tell you exactly what the next line says. And this is the funny haha bit. Except real estate agents. I shit you not. Anyone can post anything in this room except real estate agents. I can't imagine why. That's the truth. I'm not selling in any of my videos. I've never gotten thrown out of one of these groups ever. Ever. And the people who get thrown, this is how I make all my podcasts move better. This is how I do everything. I find the niche. I market directly to that niche. I do a show called Fight Net Radio. I've been doing it for forever. 14 years, 15 years. Yeah, 2006. 15 years. I've been doing this show. It actually got me a real radio gig in San Diego. I really did fight Danny Bonaducci, all the, I really did have a cage fight. It's all because of the show. When I started the show, and every once in a while, I feel like bumping the numbers, right? I take the podcast and I put it in the boxing groups. I send it to the people who want the information. If you want that area, guess what? There really is a Beverly Hills buy and sell group. There really is a Beverly Hills moms group. Go join it and give them good information. They'll appreciate it. They'll like it. They'll share it.
I'm a member.
Yeah. This is literally my oldest secret that made me like, this is how I got all my business during the pandemic. They're like, this funnel's like a masterpiece. No, you all got busy pushing boosts and buying cheap ads. I mean, this is always more effective, always. And it's exactly my audience. I would take 75 people seeing my video that are exactly my audience than a boost that was in front of 1,000 all day long and twice on Sunday for nothing. What I just showed you is free. Can't beat it. Put out a piece of, there is a level to being a marketer. If you want to be a social influencer, you post 15 times a day. If you want to be serious about branding you, your value in your life, post once a day. And that's it. I put it on Instagram. I do. Just that simple. I use a website. If you go to homeadvocates.io, I'm going to safely tell you, it is the cheapest, cheesiest hunk of crap WordPress website I have ever put together in my life. And I have built, at this point, at least 1,000 websites. This website made it to page 1, line 1 of Google for the keywords home advocate in 60 days. And that's in front of real.orgs all the way. Got it? You can use the squeeze page, leadpages.net. It's $100 for the year. I like them. Or you can be really lazy and go to Wufoo and create a Wufoo form. I don't care what you do. When you fill out this, when you fill it out here at the top, that's where you put a capture, right? You don't jam it down everybody's throat. No, I need this cool click here. I put it up here, much like I did for this event. I uploaded a picture of this that I used on poster my wall. And then the first line was, you know, come see, watch the live stream or whatever. Yeah, really no bathroom breaks. Like that seems to be my running joke about this whole thing of I would be really willing to talk for 6 or 8 hours without a bathroom break. And I make the joke and click here to register for the event. Simple as that. Throw a few online, put them in the right circles, you know, the paid link over here for that group. It's not hard. You turn it into a little bit.ly thing and you get at it. At the end of the day, if a couple of people get on here who shouldn't be here, who aren't my students, who got on for free, it's still a benefit because Steve's getting a list. From a marketing standpoint, it's a win. I don't get you today, I'm getting you in the future because now you're a part of my email list. You have to think that way about your clients. Like you need 2 very crucial pieces of, this whole section is about 2 crucial pieces of information. You need a good cell phone number and you need a good email address. If you want to do long-term marketing and funnel, that's really where it's at. And that's it. That's 3 funnels that I use effectively. Wow, I just really killed you with that section. That was way too much data for you people. I wonder what that really looks like when I do that at high speed at the other events. Do they look that blitzed? You guys look wiped out at this section. All right, 5 minutes. The last section will take maybe 45. I swear to you, the scripting takes 45 minutes. We'll all be done by 2 o'clock. For anybody who's here, let me talk to you guys. We haven't talked to you in a while. Derek's on the call watching all this and loving every minute. Apparently I'm on point by Derek's standards, which is kind of fun. I can be all over the place. Derek said he will answer your questions directly about the system, or if you are on one of those calls and you have questions, you can call him right now, 833-969-4673. He'll hook you up for Steve and get you over to this 833-969-4673. That's our 800 number, or 833-WOW-HOPE. Derek had to have it.
Wow.
WOW-HOPE. 933-WOW-HOPE. Yeah, I kid you not. WOW-HOPE. 833-WOW-HOPE. I know. Derek loves it. I have a CEO, I have a CFO, I have a COO, and all three of them can outvote me. That's the way I structured the company. Apparently, and there's a batshit Lee crazy clause in there that forbids me from dating exes and like all kinds of things. Like there are all kinds of crazy things written into how I got these three people to run things for me. And most of them revolve around my previous behaviors and or the fear of me reverting to those behaviors. I get it. I've only been this way for a year. We'll see how it goes. I suppose I could always revert back, I guess. All right. Last section. Take a breath. You guys will be out of here in about 45 minutes, hours tops. And I crushed it before the 3 o'clock marker. We didn't need that hour lunch. So you can have the hour lunch at the back end of this. See, it all worked out in the end. And I get a nap before I go out for music tonight, Steve, which it is a Metallica cover band. It is a Rush cover band. It is a Led Zeppelin cover band. And I think none of it makes sense, Steve. None of it makes sense from a music standpoint. And I actually know the Rush cover band, which is why I'm going. And I just saw it as like a weird bonus of how do you think that a Rush cover band goes with a Metallica cover band and a Led Zeppelin cover band and a Black Sabbath cover? Like there's like 3 different nights there, theoretically. Like Metallica people need to be by themselves because they'll mosh. The Rush people want to be nerdy and do all the stuff that only Rush people would know at their particular section. And then the Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin people can all be on the same day. They're pretty close to the same crowd. I, on the other hand, it's down the street. I have free tickets and I can eat the top of a pizza and have a great evening. So that's kind of my plan. Yeah. I mean, for me, because Neil Peart's dead, I'll listen to Rush music live anywhere. I went to the last Forum show. That was my band growing up. It was a big deal. I'll never get to see it again. You'll all say it. You'll all someday go and go, who's this guy on the drums? Yeah. Neil Peart. Yeah. Sorry. That's a stolen line from, I forget. Yeah, when Tito Fuentes is dead, you'll all say you listen to him then. All right. Hi, welcome back. All right, now I'm wearing people out. I feel like people aren't making it back after each breaks progressively. I feel like I'm not happy unless I'm constantly wearing out a room. Over deliver. And my goal is, since I'm the first live person back and it's recorded, top that anybody after me. Because if you don't have that much, what do you want me to tell you? By the way, this is basically my mastermind. We do all this stuff with Derek in it for half an hour to an hour, and usually somebody else. All this content's covered in 3.5 hours with 2 other speakers, if you can believe that. All right, last section, my favorite section. The only difference between this and if you saw me with Derek is Derek would teach you the voodoo of how to like have people skills and do the people skills stuff. I'm not going to do that. We get to talk about it my way, which is I fear rejection. So let's do it my way. Again, Steve and homeadvocates.club. You guys are still safe because there's people in the back of the room and they got that all taken care of. But I'm saying this, once I pack up and go for this room, I'm done. I will look at the clock. I'm sure Steve will make a case because he's nice. Well, it came in just like 5 minutes after. Steve knows how pretty firm I am on my craziness, and I have broken on a lot of craziness for him at this point. I think this one's only fair, and that's what I'm going to do.
Imelda says, do you do a payment
For $14.97 on a $5,000 product, and you want a payment program? I'm not trying to out her. It's a common question. Steve has asked, like, tell her to call Steve. Steve's already pitched this thing to me already. And historically, it's always been a sore point with me, but we'll see. It's a new day and I'm a different person. Got it, people? Got it? Don't. I tried. Oh, and if you're a regular Monster AMS person, it would technically be an upgrade. You technically have 90% of this stuff already. Like that's a whole thing, but whatever. All right. I'm sure we're probably at a few signups. I'm gonna guess that the number's running out for you people on the Canon call. All right, are we good? Everybody good? All right, let's convert. Would we all agree that these methods will probably get you face to face?
Yes.
Good job. I can safely tell you after 11 years, these methods will safely get you face to face with people who've missed properties. Now, again, doing good demographics at this point, they don't want you to buy their house. They're not interested in your money. They don't give two rats ass how special it is or if it comes with a bonus. They don't care, okay? They don't. They want to keep their house. So keep that in mind. Somewhere between the first appointment and the 1,111th appointment will be when they want you to buy or help them. I have a few other ways to monetize to help you guys out so it doesn't seem so shallow. Because at the end of the day, this is about money, and I do understand that. I am not, your families are just as important to me as well, so I got to make sure you guys make money as well. All right. So first contact to final action. That's what we're going to cover, and I'm going to show you exactly what methods to cover. 30, 35 minutes. These are very cut and dry. And Derek's staying on the line specifically for this section because in his humble opinion, this is singularly the most funniest thing I do in the entire presentation. And where is Mark? Because he was what ifing me on this one section. This is almost, if you got a what if in your mind, what if they say this? I got you covered on this one. And it's funny as shit too when it happens. You were here when, was I doing the voice on the conversion yet? Yeah, I think it's money. All right, so this is the funnel we've done up till now. Your referral, your directing, your web marketing is basically the top of your funnel. What you are after is what I call the education process, your first and only appointment. The only thing that I ask of you, even if you blindly rip off everything I've told you, take my marketing piece, claim it as your own, and start your own coaching group. I ask that you do one thing, educate 3 homeowners and help me with my quest. That's it. There's no other reason, and Louis knows this because he's seen me that many years in a row. I have never gone into that much detail about my product publicly. Certainly not on video. Even David, when he did it, I thought it was like a light brush off of here's the marketing piece. No one ever did. No one has done what I'm doing with my marketing piece. I have historically charged $9.97 for that marketing piece. There were no leads. You got your own call center and you were lucky to get 1 coaching call. When you sign up with me these days, you get 3 coaching calls. You get a marketing call every Tuesday from me. You get me on Wednesday, which is sort of the big call. That's the one where I cattle call pretty much my entire list. And then Thursday, you get a conversion scripting call with Derek, which is just as important as everything else. And if you're an investor, I haven't announced this yet. Here's the money. On Wednesdays, starting at 10 o'clock in exactly 1 week, I will do an investor call as well, where we will only talk, what the hell do I do with it? What should I do for invest entrepreneurs? Maybe I'll entitle it the Entrepreneur Hour, because I'm just not doing enough coaching. I feel like I'm not doing enough for this market yet. Jesus. All right. So education. And then what I call the delivery. Normally, I've run 2 videos by now by Seth Godin. You can find them on YouTube on permission and interruption marketing. I'm going to explain briefly the difference between permission and interruption marketing before I get to my conversion process, because I cover it kind of heavily in here. An interruption-based marketer would have you believe that it's based on the volumes of the time that you ask to get the conversion. And the conversion in my universe, sorry, do I need to lean in a different? All right, well, I was really like got a thing going. It almost needs a pillow. I could probably be here indefinitely and do another 5 hours on top of it from here. All right.
Okay.
Interruption marketers would have you believe that it is based on the volume of times you ask. So let's equate this all to something I am very familiar with, which is the marriage proposal proposition. I'm very good at it. I have done it multiple times and more, probably 5 times more than most human beings. Running joke about me, second date, I'm bringing luggage. All right. It worked on the first date. Why wouldn't it work on this? Like forever. Imagine that. So in the world of interruption-based conversion, which is what you guys are all familiar with and generally everybody else in the room, they would hire a firm to fill the room with a specific niche of women based on demographics and type, right? And you would pay for that group of women to be there. Think about this bar, right? Then you hire someone to tailor the suit that you're going to wear in there and then pay an absurd amount of money for this one very specific ring. And then I'm going to hire the very best, perhaps Joel Bauer for that matter, to write a neuro-linguistic programming script that I can present to every single person in that room. And then one by one, I'm going to walk up and ask every single woman in that bar to marry me. When I laid this out, from my perspective, I actually kind of like this. And I would actually be willing to do this on any given evening just to see the result. Probably would be my most successful relationship, probably, if I actually carried it out. That's not how it's done. Okay, we're going to date our clients, right? Seth even talks about it in the book. We're going to do something that's more fun, and the way to do it, I'm going to date the client. We already assume they want to keep their house. They don't want to sell it to you. They don't want to sell it to anybody else. They're going to go through what they're going to go through. For parents in the room, come on, let's just be honest. They're going to stick the fork in the socket. Just make sure they don't kill themselves while they do it, right? My daughter's the same way. She's very much like me. She's going to do it her way. And if it doesn't, my team is this way. This is a really tough one. Like, I'll already know the answer. This is what I mean about being a know-it-all asshole. I generally know the solution that they're trying to achieve, but I want them to do it on their own so that they're empowered by it, right? So instead of me always saying, here's the correct way to do it. I've already done it a million times. Just do it this way. We had something specifically with, we do loan mods, and then we had a thing, and my CEO was sitting at the conference table, and I walked in, he's like, well, we've just run into another wall. And I literally sat down. I said, well, 2 weeks ago, I figured it out. And I went, bang, 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 bang. Here's how you set it up, and here's how you do it. He goes, why wouldn't you tell us? I said, you guys look so determined to do it your way. I didn't really want to stop you. I said, I knew it wasn't going to work, but it was fun to watch you. And I walked out of the room like nothing happened. And he was actually very mad at me. Well, you wasted 2 weeks of our life. I said, really? Did I? Because I'm pretty sure you guys would have fought me on it and still done it your way. Here's the thing I'm going to tell you about your clients. These lovely people, they want to keep their house. You could try to tell me that you got the script and the gift to convert them at any point, like on demand. You do not. And I will give you the same explanation as though you were all investing in my system today. Go out, put up tags, go out, do the marketing I tell you, go on your first appointments and screw it up and get it over with. You're going to, because you're going to do it your way. You're not going to do it the way I'm about to tell you to do it. You are going to do it your way. No matter what I say, you're going to do it your way. Okay? This is not Burger King. Okay? They are do it your way. Did I get that one right? That was an old reference. I just dated myself heavily on that one. First appointment is the education, then everything else after is the delivery. If at any point they opt out, and they can, yes, no, go away, right? Yes, no are about the same. There's also the variation of, I don't know, right? Yes, no, I don't know.
Taken care of.
Doesn't matter. You become their stalker. I'm stalking you. Yes, and I have experience with that as well. So, not me being the stalker. I've never stalked anybody. I have been stalked. It's kind of cool. Strangely flattering. It has to be a fun day on some level. Lee, did you just unpack your entire life in front of us like it was nothing? To the point that it makes Derek uncomfortable on the call. I couldn't even think of stuff to try to make Derek more uncomfortable. He thinks I tell you guys way too much about myself these days. Dial it back a little. Nah. Don't care. I'm enjoying myself. It's like Saturday work. It's like going in on casual day. You're going to do it your way. I don't care what I say. You're going to do it your way. Get it over with. And then when you're done, come back and do it my way. Because I'm rebuilding these modules. The first one will say, your first appointment, do exactly this. And I've been joking about this, and I just shot a video for the coaching group on this topic. The first four, well, we'll get to it in a second, but I'll tell you how far I've gone on how little I don't want you to do it your way, which is hysterical. And then you just keep following up. If you become their stalker, cool. I will professionally stalk them for you. Just send me their email and their phone number, and I will, if you're joining me, I will stalk them for you. I will email them till they want to opt out, or I will call them until they call the police. I don't care which happens first. You will stay top of mind. And you're saying, how can you do that with so many agents, Lee? Because I built the Home Advocates brand myself. It's Home Advocates I'm stalking them with. Well, what if they call the 800 number? Right, let's play this out. Ring, ring. This is Homeowner Advocates. Can't find you in the directory. They go to the general mailbox. This message is for Luis Tello. I needed to talk to him about whatever. Please call me back. Guess what? I get a little email alert and I look at that little transcript. Want to know how easy it is for me to click that and then click his email address right from my phone? I can do it while I'm eating keto pizza. It's that simple. And that's the way I judge things in my life. Got it? That's how I do it. There are all kinds of advantages to joining me. I've already done all the backbreaking labor. Now, if you're setting it up yourself, you probably should have these things in place. And for those of you wondering, do you really need all these things? No, the monster ran on spit and baling wire. Like, just follow the script. Like, you'll still get through it. I just figured out all the hurdles yet again to take my product one step above the last group that worked on it, for fear that that group might show up. But I took it to the next level and made it my own and went, all right, this is the stuff I'd want in it. Now it's the car, it's the computer and everything that I want. I'm tired of cutting it short. Like, I really wanted that extra little bit. And the one thing that I know for sure is if I just completely take you out of the equation, I've already done all the branding and I've done everything else. Like, you got to do nothing except these next 4 slides, basically. All right, I'm sure Derek's watching because this is a favorite part. We're after one of 3 things. So to answer your question, what is our outcome here? We call it a dignified solution. There are 3 outcomes. Outcome number 1, I want to do a loan modification. Cool. We'll refer you to a company that has a do-it-yourself loan mod kit. Remarkably, I'm not going to be allowed to call it this, but Homeowner Advocates LLC out of Nevada is now in the business of doing do-it-yourself loan mod kits. At no additional fee, Homeowner Advocates will package it up and help track it for you. We do. It'll be about $500. We're going to give you, whoever did it, about 80% of that. Whatever it costs us to onboard it or get it uploaded is all we're going to pay for. We're not making a profit. We want you guys to have money. This is the bulk of the people you're going to meet. I'm not telling you you should go into the business of selling loan mod do-it-yourself kits, but I'm telling you, if you're not making a couple of grand per week on doing loan mod kits, I'm just saying it's money sitting right there, and it's pretty easy money. And you're still getting a chance to look at this is literally like being a fastball hitter and getting paid for the ones you're not interested in while you're waiting for your fastball. Oh, it's curveball. Here's $500. Cool. That's it. The other is the forbearance agreement. Guess what? Home Advocates, LLC, Nevada, also does do-it-yourself forbearance kits with oversight by an actual farmer banker. Admittedly, we can't have any real estate professionals checking out any of that information because it might bring their stuff into jeopardy. But I, as a consultant, can certainly, am I using air quotes big enough here? But we figured it all out. Like, I had to get around all these rules. Yes, Mark.
So what happens when they get denied a loan mod and a forbearance? Do they now come back?
That we're getting to the third option. First 2 are those 2, right? Here's the third option. You could sell your house. There are no other options at that point. When you get to the like the ultimate 3 things that you want them to do. There are 9 alternatives to foreclosure. We're going to cover them. There are 33% of them are the ones you're after. Loan mod, forbearance, sell. Got it? Everything else is, it doesn't matter. Selling. Yeah, selling the house. Honestly, if you really want a banker answer out of me, people who don't pay, don't pay. 85% of the people you're going to meet are going to have to sell their house. Title's going to transfer. I don't care what they do. I don't care who they hire. 85% of it was that way during that market. It's going to be this way during this market. 8 out of 10 people you meet, it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow. 8 out of 10 people you meet are going to have to sell their house. That's just it. That is their option. The only question for you as the entrepreneur, are they selling it to you? And does that work for you? If it doesn't, then my advice is, because you have me, Lee, how do I make money for putting this deal together? Now, that's a good question, and I have lots of options. The thing I don't want to hear out of anybody that I coach or turn into an advocate is, I just cut it loose. It wasn't really good for me. If you want to see me get crazy these days, just tell me that face to face and see what happens next. I am not shitting you about how I feel about what I'm doing. And it is very real to me. Yeah, based on that feeling. Yeah, it's very real to me. And I believe in it, and it's my passion. So if I find out that you over any homeowners because I don't like the deal. They were to this, they were to that. Suck it up, buttercup. They suck. I know they suck. I've done the work for 30 years. They sucked every day I went to the office. I was awful. I chain smoke. I drink coffee, everything you can imagine. Like, I was waiting to have my first heart attack and stroke before the age of 40 from that work. It sucks. You are dealing on the misery of others. Be the hope, be the light, be whatever term you like. Okay? Okay, cool. Now I'm going to teach you the script. Everybody agree? Everybody got a problem there? 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish? Or should I do my favorite? You will do it here. You will do it there. You will do it everywhere. You will do it on a boat. You will do it with a goat. You will teach them the 9 alternatives. Sam, I am. That's really impressive, actually, based on the amount of sleep. So when you get to the front door with your appointment or your referral or whatever, yes. Yeah, I'm sending you a copy of the PowerPoint, but if you want to take a picture of me.
Yeah. What would you say?
Yeah, shit, yeah. Instead of that, I love pictures. Are you kidding? Let me get a side view so you can get this. Jesus. Would you make sure to tag me and or my exes and hashtag revenge bod? Jeez. Yeah, when you get to 15% body fat, yeah. F yeah. Oh my gosh, I've never looked like this. Even when I was cage fighting, I never looked like this. I went into the cage with a belly, I think. Had 185 pounds. That is me. Those are at the beginning of the tour. I'm not even that guy anymore. All right. First thing you do, I don't care how you got there. This is really kind of like Monster Home Advocates Marketing. I don't know what to call it anymore. Now we've got AMS, we got Monster, and now we got Home Advocates Marketing. My permission-based marketing method that I just showed you, that thing. Okay, this is for that, but it's also for any first-time appointment with somebody who's missed a payment. If you are getting the appointment, follow my funnel.
You mean the appointment, right?
The appointment. This is your first, the appointment.
Not when I'm tagged,
Not tagging.
so I already tagged.
No. Save that for a coaching call and ask Derek. I'm sure he's probably got some wackadoodle voodoo answer of how to connect with people when you meet them on the fly. This is my passive, I can't handle rejection. I'm just doing this because I'm making a funnel method, right? I want the long-term result. If you have people skills, cool. You're going to love Derek. Okay. That's why I hired that coach, was specifically for that reason. This is all built on math and a surety. I am a systems guy and a problem solver. This is how you do it. This is how big boys do it. This is how big time investors do it. Build a funnel, stick to your funnel, feed your funnel. Follow the script. Don't get creative. You're going to anyway. I keep disclosing that. All right. When you go to the front door. Hello, Mr. Should I do it in the voice? Hello, Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner. Did you know you are active? I'm here for your appointment. I'm a little scared too, just like you, reading from the clipboard. Did you know you were actively in foreclosure? Yes, no, don't care. Here's a copy of your notice of default. Why did I do that? Because generally the first real answer you're going to get at that moment is the government's going to fix it. I just saw Biden. Just had this discussion with my friend Donica on this topic, and she tried to script this out of me. And I'm like, I don't care if they think that Biden's going to fix them. Here's a copy of your notice of default. So whatever you think is bullshit at this moment. Okay. I got a notice of default. I see your Biden and raise you, you're actively in foreclosure. Okay. That's the bottom line. I got a loan mod. Let me see your loan mod and raise you a copy of your notice of default or your notice of sale. Well, the bank told me. Why do people believe banks? The first words that come on the recorder when you call a bank is, we're going to use this information to collect money. That's definitely the source I want to trust. Jeez, right?
That's clear.
They make it very clear what they're doing. Why do we get mad at the shark for being a shark? I don't know. All right. Hi, my name's Lee. I'm a homeowner advocate. Were you were actively in foreclosure? Yes, no, maybe, don't care. Here's a copy of your NOD. Anybody see Bull Durham besides me and Derek? This is our, all right, don't think, meat, throw the ball. Okay, shaking me off. You're shaking me off. I've been doing this for 11 years and I still have students who shake me off. Swear to God, there you go. That's the best Bull Durham. Derek and I are right. Bull Durham plays very well here. Sadly, not everybody's seen it. All right. What's next, Lee? Right. I'm a homeowner advocate, and I'm here to present you the alternatives to foreclosure. Lee Honish himself personally sent me out to make sure that you learn the 9 alternatives to foreclosures. It's a document that looks just like this. Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner, would you please give me permission? Always ask permission. It's permission-based marketing. You know what? You'll get it 99% of the times. If you've gotten this far and they haven't shut the door or hid behind their couch, you're in. You can get all afternoon with the script I'm about to give you. Oh, Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, I have been authorized by Lee Honish himself directly, the Zen guru of all things for people with missed payments. Can I please read you the 9 alternatives to foreclosure? All right, everybody laugh and enjoy. Derek is already howling at the next section. Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, here are the 9 alternatives to foreclosure. Number 1, you can do nothing. Oh, you're already doing that? Here is my advice, Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner. Something will happen. This house will transfer title. Either you'll do it or the bank will do it. It is your choice. You can believe it or not. And I think David wrote these alternatives. I love this one personally. Sorry, wrote character. Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, did you know that you could pay off or refinance your property? Oh, you don't have any money or a job. Oh, okay, you cannot do that one. Reinstate. Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, do you have a mattress full of money, perhaps, somewhere to bring your file current with the bank? Oh, okay. You cannot do that one either. Partial claim. New joke coming in right now, coming in hot. Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, have you thought about doing a partial claim? That would be where you get an equity line and then you get that loan because you have equity. You don't know what equity is? I don't either. You get an equity loan. I could get you with somebody. And then that would pay off the first and bring it current with that loan. Oh, you have a loan with Wells Fargo? I guess you can't do that one either because they stopped doing those kinds of loans over there. Deed in lieu of foreclosure. You can do a deed in lieu of foreclosure. Yeah, it's a very good plan, Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, as long as you don't mind having the words foreclosure on your credit and it affecting your job. and your ability to rent for a long time. Oh, you do not want to do that for a couple of $1,000s with the bank? Okay. Bankruptcy. Mr. or Mrs. Homeowner, did you know you can declare bankruptcy? You did not? You can. Well, I don't know why this is an alternative to foreclosure personally, because generally speaking, you do not get to save your house when you file bankruptcy. The bank still takes your house back, but you can get lucky and win the lottery.
Ruin your credit.
Now we're there, 7, 8, and 9, it doesn't matter. By the way, that's all the scripting there is. I'm not closing them. I'm not selling them. I'm just reading it and I go, oh, that one. Okay, cool. Do you have money? Do you have a job? Do you have anything that would work for this situation? No. So we're dating. Remember, this is just our first date at the bar. I haven't even asked them out yet. I'm still making the introduction if you want to go with vernacular. Oh, you want to do a loan mod? Cool. Referral straight to Home Advocates. Forbearance. Cool. We have an advocacy group that will help you with that. Call us. These are done. Simple as that. Even if you don't sign up with me, call us. We'll help you. My offer is legit to help all of you and homeowners. If you encounter someone who needs help with a loan mod or forbearance, call us at 833-969-4673. I cannot promise you any money. I cannot, but I guarantee they will get good information and you will stay top of mind, even if you're not a part of my group. Okay. You came to see me live. You survived this long. Fair enough. I will help you out because the only people who actually know this information are people who make it this deep into all my events. The rest have usually melted at this point. They're like, fuck this. It's the truth. I'm a handful. And I'm just as crazy as I look. There are a couple of students that have kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and they've been trying to apologize consecutive days in a row of, I didn't know. How could you not with me? Do you really want me to give you the script? Oh, you want to sell your house? Guess what? I buy houses. What a coincidence. But I'm not here today to buy your house. I am here today to teach these 9 alternatives to foreclosure, because if I do not do it exactly that way and Lee Honish finds out, he said, and I quote, I will never do another real estate transaction in the United States for the rest of my adult life. That would be a very accurate sentence with somebody with my footprint. Just saying how it is, people. This is my passion. Somebody walked into your world and shit all over your universe, you'd probably feel the same way if somebody did it wrong. And if you don't, you need to find a passion that big. This is mine. Now, I need a second date or a first date in this. I'm not going to pop the question till the second date. Let's be honest, right? So at the close of my first date, my blind date at that, I'm only trying to get a second date. How many years have we been saying the first appointment is to get the second appointment? David and I have said it so many times, I meant ad nauseum as a sentence. The first appointment is to get a second appointment. It's not to get a listing. It's not to get a deal. It's not to make friends. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Your first appointment is to get your second appointment. We've had speakers march up on stage and every single one of them has said your first appointment is to get your second appointment. And these are people who use this product year in, year out with success. And now I'm going to give you the Nino Sabroso $1 Million Closing Line, circa 2010, Courtyard by Marriott. I actually had Derek go into the archives. He's like, I need a good line for right here. So he was like kind of ironing this all out. He goes, do you have a closing line? I said, Nino. Actually, the two coming up are both Nino lines. And then Nino's sister wound up at our Anaheim event, which was crazy. She's like, those are Nino lines. I said, yes, of course they are.
Do we have Nino recorded? Do you have that one?
Yeah, it's in the archives. Yeah. Doubletree, when we did it at the Doubletree in 2010 by the airport, David and I sat in the back of the room and heard this next line and went, is that the greatest line we... Yeah. That's where he whipped it out. All right, so let me teach you your first closing line. This is your guaranteed get a second date closing line. I just had one question before I leave. What did the bank do to you? Here's what I know about all damaged people, now that I am mostly undamaged these days. Apparently, the entire world is your problem, is the problem and not you. So guess what? When you ask a homeowner, what did the bank do to you? They should be ready to give you a 30-minute to 1-hour dissertation about how the bank is screwing them and forcing them not to take a payment. Usually that's about how it goes. And I can't even make this up, that this is the craziest fact that I know. They have somehow magically manifested and figured out a way to blame the bank for them not paying. I don't even know why that's a thing, but this line works. It's worked for 11 years. It is the greatest line ever uttered until you get to the next, line. Everybody think they can handle these 3 slides? There's nothing hard here. Cool. Do you want more information on loan marks, forbearances? I don't know. Is it okay if I follow up in 3 days? Okay, cool. If you're not, I'll put you on a passive campaign, blah, blah. Like the thing behind this isn't, let's schedule our second date. That's all I'm doing. Why don't you call me? Right? Okay, cool. Send it to me. I'll call them. You will get a second date. Okay. Oh, cool. You want my stalker to follow up with you. Cool. You're getting a second date, everybody. Congratulations. Send it to me if you're one of my advocates. It does really work, the whole dating scenario for this. All right. Let's talk about your second date, because it's not that big a deal. It is our second date that we are after. And much like the 5 rings that I have handed out, Lord of the 5 rings, second date is the time to start popping the question. Why the hell not? It worked out the first time. Let's have a second date. And if she hasn't left by the end of the second date, might as well pop the question. After you have my permission, as people that, those of you that are investing, students or otherwise, using my funnel, whatever information you want. If you have done the 9 alternatives to foreclosure on your first date, you have my permission without any fear of reprisal from me, any sales technique you use on the second date to close the deal. And being a guy who's rather pathetic when it comes to dating on certain topics, pretty much any closing thing you can come up with to get the marriage proposal is about the way, oh, you want all my money? Okay. Oh, what do you mean you need the biggest ring in the store because of the size? Okay, right, whatever. Okay. 5 times. It's like the Ferris Bueller time. How many times has it been? 9. 5 is pretty bad. All right. Here is the script for proposing on the second date. Got it? You're going to engage him and give him the information. Bring flowers. If you like that, we have a vast archive of flowers and videos, and I'm actually creating new forbearance documents and ask the banker. Here's how much stuff I have out there. Even if you don't join me, type in my name and go into the image section and go find yourself something you like to take on the next date. I guarantee you will find some ask the banker stuff floating out there. You have my permission on the second date to take them flowers, take them good information, always set it up. Ah, flowers. Okay. Now it's time to ask the big question. Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner, this is the marriage proposal. Feel free to write this down. Have you decided what you're going to do? That's it. That's your hard close. There's nothing else. Not, I want to buy your house. Not, oh, look at all my money. Please marry me. I've tried that. It was very expensive. I was out with my friend Donica the other day, and I was talking about my current net sheet, and she actually looked at me. She goes, "You got to shut up, or you're going to get one of your exes who's going to hear you talking about money, and you will do the same thing again." I'm like, no, but it's cute that you're protecting me. I will do anything to get them to close. And I have met a lot of real estate people. You guys will do a lot of things to close your deal. You don't have to here. What do you want to do? My successful relationships today are based on, what do you want to do? I don't call the shots. I actually don't think a whole lot anymore, which is kind of refreshing in my universe. So with the homeowner, what do you want to do? Doesn't matter what they say unless it's one of the big three. 33% of their selections are the ones you're after. Just think of it from a marketing perspective. You got a 1 in 3 shot of a yes on the marriage proposal. That's strong in my universe. Okay. That's really strong. Okay. On the other hand, nobody's ever turned me down to date, which is also kind of sad. Got it? Doesn't matter what they say. Does not matter what they say. No, I have made up my mind. Cool, let's reschedule and I'll be back for a third date. I'll bring you flowers. We'll do this again. There's the opt-out. Yes, I've made a decision. And if it's not one of the big three, okay, because they could say, I want to do a loan mod, I'm working directly with the bank. I want to do a forbearance, I want to work directly with the bank. I want to do a loan mod, I want to work with an attorney. I want to do a forbearance and I want to work directly with an attorney. Okay, all that stuff, you're going to put it in the same category as bankruptcy, partial claims, everything else. Because I've got a script line for this moment. Got it? Write it down. It's a Nino Sabroso line. I'm glad to see it's still good 11 years later. I want to win the lottery and pay off all my bills while naked, while eating keto ice cream on a river raft going down the Colorado River. Sure. Doesn't matter what they say. I couldn't think of anything more outlandish at this moment. It seemed kind of appealing to be naked on a little raft, eating keto ice cream going down. Yeah, I'm kind of cool with that. It seemed kind of cool. I don't know about the fully naked part, but yeah, I'm pretty okay with that. I was pretty okay with that with the keto ice cream. I really like keto ice cream. All right. Cool. You want to win the lottery. That's great. I understand that. And I really hope you win the lottery. And I hope that works out for you. I just have one question before I leave. What's your plan B? Let me tell you how good a line this was. The first time we whipped this out at an event, I actually thought about this from a dating perspective. Can you imagine making a marriage proposal? Because I can. I actually want to do this on some level. Will you marry me? No. Can I be your plan B? I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait. Sadly, I have not only been married to people, I've gone back and been the plan B after they've dated and redated. And I wind up being their plan B because I had so no self-esteem that I went back and was the plan B and C in some of these setups. So guess what? It works. You get a repeat trip. In this particular case, would you like to know what their answer is? And this is the funniest fact I know about all things distress. Here is the number one answer when they say, well, if I don't win the lottery, you mean? Yes. If you don't win the lottery, what's your plan B? I guess I'll stay here till they kick me out. What did you just say? You pushed all in on winning the lottery? Like, that's the craziest Texas Hold'em bluff that I've ever seen. And I've seen some pretty crazy all-in bets. That's that's why he nodded. This is a real thing. Well, if I don't sue the bank and win and get like $15,000 and keep my house and watch monkeys fly out of my ass, I guess I'll do nothing till they take it away from me. What? Like, it doesn't matter. I keep saying this to my own coaching students. It doesn't matter what they say. They're crazy, delusional people. They are. I like them. I love them. I'm here to protect them. I am the Lord of the insane. They brought the most insane person, got him healthy, and put him in charge of the thing that I just literally hunted and shook till they bled money. Okay. Like, this is penance. I'm clearly on a penance kick. Yeah, I don't care what you say. What's your plan B? I'm going to do nothing. And they're going to just take it away from me, I guess. It's really hard to not take a deep breath at that moment because it's happened to him. It's happened to me. It's happened to anybody who's done this. It's really hard at that moment to go, wow, that's just fucking crazy. Because it is. You're willing to risk your entire family's jeopardy on that plan. The script down's not hard. Even with me and my limited people skills when I wrote and used these scripts, The script is not hard. Whoa. Would you mind if I just kept up with you while you tried to win the lottery? Because you're going to get a notice of sale next, and the bank is really going to progress. And there are a lot of people out there, right, who haven't made payments, and this could get really serious. I just want to be here to help. That's all I want to do. Is it okay if I follow up? That's it. At that moment, I don't even expect you to do any more than that. Because she said no to the marriage proposal, we need to move on to people who will say yes to the marriage proposal. Send it to me. I will professionally stalk them until they're ready. Now, you can get caught in a loop here. You can be in perpetual loop and keep bringing flowers. If that works for you, have at it. They could pop at any moment. That yes is just around the corner. Take it from me. It's just around the corner. Yeah, sure. As soon as you buy me a Ferrari and you buy me this ring and you get me this and you give me all your money and sure, whatever you want. Okay, play the game. It's just a marriage proposal, as I have learned. Just play the game. Stay in the loop. Derek is howling somewhere. Derek is laughing somewhere hysterically into the camera and loving every moment. Everybody got it? That's it. Until they do what you want them to do, which is either at some point see the light and go, this is futile, and I see that I'm losing the equity of my property, and feel free after the second date to explain that they're losing equity every day. They sit around and twiddle their, whatever. So that's the truth. I just helped a friend close a real estate transaction yesterday, and I went and I said nothing. They knew that I was a banker. I said I was there for a different deal. This was an engineer. This person got very lucky having me there because it was an engineer. And he goes, what do you think? I said, how would a bank see it? I said, your property is worth $1.2 million today. And I can tell that by the numbers that are sitting in front of me. Do I think you can get 1.3 or 1.4 if you put it on the market for one series of days? I do. Do I think you have a certain number of days to do that? I do. I also know this. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So a bank would take 1.2 right now all day and twice on Sunday and never chase tomorrow's value. So here's my suggested close. You're right. We can play this out. We can see how far this goes, and I will protect you to the best of my abilities. I cannot tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. I cannot tell you about the equity tomorrow. The greatest weapon a homeowner has right now is that equity to keep them whole and to get them moving forward. And if you cannot express that to them appropriately, that's the truth. And if you're buying it, yeah, it's all about the equity. And even if you're buying it for a flip or a turn or whatever, right? Look, I'm not telling you got to do everything and you got to be altruistic on the whole deal. I'm not telling you that either. They should be damn grateful that you're willing to do it and buy it at 90 cents on the dollar. If you want my opinion, I'm pretty cool with that. But it's when people want to go deep cut on them and like scare the shit out of them and start taking 20% off the top. That just makes you a scumbag in my book. I mean, seriously, these people are in distress. If you don't like the free 10% that they just handed you, because truthfully, they're going to pay 6% to a real estate agent. If I was buying this straight up for me, I'd want a 6% discount. Because you're not going through an agent, you're not going through all that crazy escrow shit. I'm saving you at least 6 to 10% in the transaction by me buying it cash right now. And I'll let you stay in it till the very last minute. Or here's a better idea. Why don't I just help you move? Why don't I just fix it up? I'll make all your payments. We'll get you to a credit repair person. I'll rehab it, deed it over to me. We'll split the profits. Be surprised how many times you get that deal all day long. Very little out of pocket, maximum return. That's the trick. I don't know how you guys invest. Take it from a guy who has to write offers for real estate agents now because, it's fair market value. And what, Jupiter? Like, my agents don't price correctly. They don't ever, like when they're dealing with this stuff and like crazy, you'll write it up for, I'm not paying 110%. Ever. I'll pay 100 all day long because I can flip it. I got people that'll buy at exactly fair market value. Get it for under, I've told my agents this, if you got one that's 80 cents on the dollar, yeah, you don't even have to put it under Home Advocates. You can put it under my name. I'll buy it. I'm in. 80 cents on the dollar. It's never even going to leave escrow. I'll just make the money on the spread. I'm here to make you guys money. That's my point. Trust me when I say this, there is money to be had for investors, entrepreneurs, real estate professionals, and the like. The trick is not to be greedy about it. Because you can get messy here, and these are people who've missed payments, and they can complain to people. And if you have a real estate license, it could be very bad for you. And I'll say it, we live in an age where it's one Yelp review, one rip-off report. Oh, get yourself a rip-off report. That'll change your life. Because you can do it under an individual as well. That'll kill you as an investor trying to make a deal. Because trust me, everybody Googles you every time you do a deal. Everybody does. You won't have the Home Advocate name to back you up. That's it. You guys are all so tired. I didn't do the lunch thing. You guys are like, was it a shocking ending? Did it end on a downer? I went and saw this musical in Vista, California that apparently won a Tony Award. I was so let down by the end of it got nominated for a Tony, and I was so let down by the ending. It's about a beggar girl from India or Thailand or wherever the hell it was. And apparently she falls in love with the rich guy who's like a prince. And then the prince has to wind up marrying the arranged marriage anyway. But and she dies in front of the rich prince's place. Here's the upside. She turned into a tree in the legend, and that's what we celebrate today. That's the end of the piece. And I sat there and I looked at my daughter at that minute. I said, I sat through 2.5 hours to get to she turned into a tree, and I'm supposed to be happy about it. Like, this doesn't turn into, yes, her tears became the river that ran in front of the palace. Like, how shitty is it in this country that this is an upbeat story? Like, I couldn't even believe that this was a real fable that I was watching. I'm like, there's nothing upbeat about this piece. I'll give you the upbeat piece about my piece. A lot of money to be made here. Okay, your services are required. I'm just telling you, if you're going to do it my way, do it advocately. If you do it non-advocately, like an attorney or people who don't give a shit about human life, one, you really will just screw up and someone will correct it for you. Your first rip-off report is your last. And it is so easy to fill out one. Oh, I'll just pay the money and make it go away. No, asshole. When someone types in your name, that thing's going to jump right to the top of the page. It doesn't matter what your response was or if you paid to get it removed. It doesn't go away. It's herpes, okay? It's luggage. It's with you for life, okay? You do it my way. Much easier. How's that for everybody? Any questions out of the room, Matt? Or are they all like eating lunch and keto ice cream or whatever it is? Good? Do you guys have questions? Yes.
So how do we deal with the banks?
Why would you get with the banks?
If we're doing like a short sale?
You know, there are no short sales. If there are, come see me. I'm the largest short sale provider in North America. And I'm telling you, the only short sales I have are when they have 15 liens on the property. There's so much equity in the United States right now, it's almost redunculous. So yes, let me answer your question, because I came here today, Lee. No, I'm not doing your voice. I'm doing the one that I get. I came here to ask you, how do I meet people for REOs or like whatever? Who cares? Like, you're not going to get the deal. The people that the banks are dealing with now, if you're like looking to work that angle, it's not worth your energy. And I really do know the players. I know the people who do REOs. I know all the people who do the back end. But to your genuine question of what if it turns into a short sale and what if I have to do, come to me anyway. Okay. I don't charge anybody. We do our short sales. We tack it on. If we can't tack it on, we'll figure out a way.
So if you're gonna make up back payments, fix up the house, split the equity with them.
Yeah.
50-50, let's say.
Yeah.
Is there a certain number you try to get or?
No.
Where it's good, where it works for you?
No, I mean, the deals that I've done, generally the investors that are involved, you know, shoot for 10%. I mean, if you're making 10% on your money with that little out of your pocket, I know this based on the investors I work with. If they can get 10% on a purchase, Okay, they're willing to put in like millions of dollars to chase 10% in this market, like millions and millions. And the mythical unicorn of people who will pay 110% of fair market value is still the craziest thing that I've heard currently. I'm telling you all day long, investors with more money than you can wrap your brain around, all of the rooms combined, all of you come up with the biggest number, combine that number, those people are paying 100% of fair market value right now to get their hands on any property. We are at the lowest point of home ownership in the United States, and it's dwindling by the second. And it's not going to get any better. This is kind of like the last go round for this whole thing. I don't know what has to happen. Like, right? Of the last great chances for everybody who's, look, at the end of the day, I'm a pocket investor at the end of the day, right? Even though I've got money and I've got investors and I got everything backing me up and everybody loves me at the moment, at the end of the day, I'm no different than any of you when it comes to doing an entrepreneur deal. I can't, the money that's out there and the direction it's going, I don't see why it doesn't become 100%. Like, they're literally turning it into an overall commodity. It's basically like sugar, except you don't actually get to eat the sugar anymore. Like, you can visit it, you can lick it, but you don't get to keep the sugar or the oil. Like, this as a commodity is getting really weird. Like, it's a battery for the economy. And I think that if Wall Street had their way, this is a really weird take, I think they'd like 100% rental economy, and it would be easier to control. It's not a socialistic thing, just from the standpoint of, we let them in to try to correct the last market. What makes you think that when this market even twitches sideways, that you're not going to see a flood of money come over from that side again? BlackRock people, like, there are other companies that want to be BlackRock really bad, really bad. My investor does. I keep joking all the time. I know who's buying me out when I'm done doing this. It's my own investor, because I built the funnel. When I even proposed this on paper, the short-sighted real estate people all talk shit and told me I should go get a license and you should go do that. And that's such a good idea. But no, I don't want to do that because the market is so great, right? Want to know everybody who got behind me and wanted me to remember their phone number? Every single big time investor. Yeah, good plan. Call me. I'll buy your funnel.
So the whole rule of thumb, as I was taught back late 90s, mid 90s, going into 2000s, an investor needs to get at least 1% of in rent of what they purchase it for. So that's not a rule of thumb for the big.
No. There's no such thing, because it's a commodity. You can't look at it the way they invest. I think even at 110%, because of the appreciation on the market, if there was such a person, I still haven't actually seen it with my own eyes. It's like the tale of, you know, Diablo and the City of Gold or whatever that's all about. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it enough times that I believe that there's some truth to paying slightly above fair market value. I know from the deal that I went on, my friend works specifically with, she's like, investors will bid it up. They'll go above fair market value. They will. They'll try to grab a haircut on the commissions, or they'll try to nickel and dime certain things, right? After they get it and they lock up the price. But it's very much a thing. All cash is really a competitive thing right now. And I don't know why that's a thing, because loans are all cash, in my opinion.
Going back to Zillow, I flipped 2 houses to Zillow, and all they did, they gave me full market value.
Yeah.
And they put it right back on the market and sold it. They bought it for $425 and sold it for $450.
Yeah, and in their world, their margins of 3 to 5% make sense because they're doing it on volume, right? If you cut out all the middlemen, again, this is the McDonald's theory. You guys can't compete with somebody who's out to make 2 to 3% on a transaction. Like, you're going to be fewer and fewer far between. I do a lot of these I've historically done a lot of these presentations, and generally I walk away frustrated with an investor's room. I think you guys are now officially beat down enough that you see my perspective on the topic. But generally when I do these rooms, I do deals that make me 20 cents on the dollar. Well, fucking good for you. Like, where do you find those? Oh, I wait for my wave. they say it like that. Like, I'd rather make 3% all day long. Again, this is the passive income theory. Would I rather do a whole bunch of deals at 5 to 10% or wait for my wave at 20%? And I'm going to give you the bank answer. You take 5 to 10% waves. Bob Arum. I'm going to use a boxing term. Bob Arum, Big Bad Bob Arum, is a huge promoter in boxing. And he was discussing one of his fighters. And it was actually Manny Pacquiao against doesn't matter, a guy named Chris Algieri. And Algieri was a nobody. And this is how he described one of the biggest stars. They're not all home runs, but we do like singles and doubles too. And I went, right, Bob, you didn't make $1 million on that deal, but you made a couple 100,000 and you liked it just the same. And you get the branding out and you get your name out and it could be a referral. It's got plus on it, right? That's the way I see this. Will you get maybe one a year that you go, puh? Yeah, try not to step on yourself when the big ones happen in front of, they still happen all the time. Like I think it's crazy some of the stuff that people tell me. I have been told about deals where I'm like, send it to me, like casual, like not to get excited about like, how many units is it and how much do they want and where is it and how many payments are they? Send it to me. It never shows up on my desk when I hear about a buffalo, like a white whale or one of these crazy buffaloes. Like I've been told, I'm just in the loop on distressed deals. Like I have been told about the woolly mammoth. Like I've had people spot the Yeti and like, I will send it to you. It'll be there this afternoon. And never has it seen my desk yet. And I've been at this for 3 months with 60 really active agents right now in the market. Still have about 500 or 600 monster people. And I put out a ton of content on these topics. Everybody comes to me with, I want to work with you. I got a deal. I got this. I got money. Cool. Send me the deal. The best deals I get are the ones that I put the effort in myself. Still are, still going to be. I admit, right? Putting you guys on a drip line of my people and their stuff for you to look at is cool. That's the way Bartels did it. David had basically a list and he put it out to the general public of investors. I don't even have to go that far. Still better if I find it myself. It just always works out better that way. And even if you just do the deal and it's 100% or they want 110 or 120%, who the hell cares? Refer it to a real estate agent, make a couple of points on it. I mean, what am I missing here? This is all about passive income. And all I got to do is go to the front door and do these little wacky routines that you got laid out. This doesn't even seem that hard. You would be surprised how many people fuck up a couple of slides that are this simple. And I'm doing everything else. That's the part that boggles my brain. I can't make this any easier. I cannot, outside of taking people out of the equation.
I'll make a comment. We just liquidated 2 properties. We got a projection was, one is in the city of Whittier, the other one was in the city of Downey. Both of them came in at 40,000. One was 36,000 in Downey, more, and it was all cash. People just throwing money. The one in Whittier.
Was it an investor or was this the general public
The one
betting it up?
in Whittier was general public. The one in Downey was an LLC.
Yeah, that could be a regular person too. Hard to say with an LLC
But
or a
that's the
trust.
market. But what I was gonna say, because I used David's system, and then I kind of focused on some other lead sources. Now this is the time to come back again. This is the best segue to beat the e-buyers and the Black Rocks, because you're building the personal relationship with these people that are in this stress situation. They don't have that capability.
They don't have the relationship.
They
They're
don't.
just cold calculated
Right.
machines. What I've done is, and trust me when I say this, I got an e-buyer program. If you're an investor and you bring it to me and you go, I need money on this, why wouldn't you make the 4% that a real estate agent in my funnel would make? I can write that deal up all
That's
day
what-
long, and I'm happy to like monetize a
Yes.
100% deal for you.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So that's my
I
point.
have it,
So-
right.
So we can circumvent what they're doing.
Yeah. If you just bring me the deal and you can't figure out a way or it doesn't fit into whatever funnel, look, the listing is still 5 or 6%, right, on the seller side. So we'll talk to them and we'll set that up and go, hey, look, you were going to pay 5% commission to have this property sold through this. Like you got that all facilitated. Escrow can write that all up and you can have that percentage.
One more thing that I want to, if they follow what you talked about and what David talks about, the biggest where you lose that credibility is if you're going in as an advocate and then you switch it to now you're an investor or you're the listing agent, that's where you lose the credibility. If you stay with that theme, hey, I'm an advocate, and when the time comes to pull the trigger to actually buy it, you got to bring in a an acquaintance or a business partner to be.
Yeah, that's fine. Or Home Advocates itself. David has never really said, had a problem with, I'm a realtor and I'm also an advocate, but I'm not here to be a realtor. I'm here to be an advocate. I'm a lot of things. I would prefer to say I'm an advocate than I get introduced as a former banker to homeowners all the time. Like that has some kind of credibility. My humble opinion being their advocate is more powerful than saying you get to talk to a former banker. People don't want the truth even in this situation. They should. If you get an opportunity to talk to a guy who can really explain it to you, and this is really what's going to happen, and this is what's already happened, how do you know so much? It's the process. I know exactly what it is. Truth is, they kind of want a solution, but they want their solution, right?
And when they're ready.
And when they're ready.
Exactly.
And that could be as stupid as 1 minute before their sale date, and they'll expect you to pull their ass out of the fire.
Bingo.
And this is exactly what I told all my people. As long as it's fair market value, Lee Honish and or Home Advocates and or assignee will be happy to purchase at fair market value, and you may represent me in that transaction. We might have to amend a few things in escrow later on, but I will get the check over to escrow and we'll get that thing open so that we can get that postponed. Just like that. And I've recorded that enough times that it's legally like, yeah, that's not bullshit. Like there's no bank that's going to come back. That's just a tactic. No, it's not. I'm pretty okay with it.
So if I do all the legwork and I get the property and I get the deed and all of that, you're my exit strategy?
I can be. Here's what your exit, you're going to join me. You don't have a choice. So let me tell you what your real exit strategy is. Hey, Lee, I got a deal. Here's what's going on. How do I make money? Good answer. Here are your options. And these are your percentages and takes. Here are your risks. I will treat you just like you are my boss. When they ask me, if we take this, what do we get? If we take this, what do we get? If we do this, what do we get? It's always time and money. To quote the last quote of my father for my little synopsis on the day, which according to Derek is the best video ever of me yet, probably the bluest video I've ever shot of me doing this presentation. Strangely, I will end on this. Just remember, there's no such thing as a bad property, just a bad price. Wow, I opened with my dad and I closed with my dad. It's almost like I'm coming to peace with it. But that's the truth. Like, what's your strategy? How much do you want to make? And here's your risk and here's your reward. I'll tell you.
Numbers.
The only way that I'm going to stand out from all the bullshit get rich investor stuff that's out there that's going to happen in this market is for me to be real. That's the only way I'm going to get investors to move over to this advocate side of life, right? Because everybody else is going to promise you magic leads and magic scripts. And if you just do this and you just do that and you buy this funnel and $5,000 here and 10,000. Truth be told, I sell more product at $5,000 than I did at 1997. That's the way everybody in real estate is wired. You guys got a deal because of that sweet little guy right there named Steve Love. I would never, and I'll repeat this, I would never let you in at $14.97 and let you cut in front of me in line at Star Wars. I was here first. I knew this shit was going to happen. Okay. I would love to help you all, but I am not a big fan of people who want to get in front of me because I've been waiting in line for the last month to go see Star Wars first, okay? Steve did. Steve asked me to go hold your place in line for 14. Wow, this is a strong close. It's a stronger close than I actually thought when I started to say it out loud. But that's the truth. Steve has been in, like, literally, he's talked me down off the roof 3 times about not doing this. Every time I'm like, this is just dumb. Like, I can't believe I'm driving up here. I can't believe that I put effort into this creation. I can't believe. And now that it's all over, I'm actually sad it's kind of over. I had a really great day.
That's why we call him the love doctor.
I will say this to everybody that's on the video camera. Yeah, this is for real. This slide again is very, very for real. You guys have 30 minutes. If you want more information about the whole program and what I just said wasn't enough for you, tough shit, it's over in 30 minutes. Those of you in the room, if you guys want to know stuff while I'm packing up, I'll explain. I actually have slides and I can, we have a funnel and it does this and it does that. And there's a marketing archive of thousands. Louis knows. Like, I've been doing this for 11 long years. I mean, it's a long time that I have been a solo act with all my marketing. And if you really date it back to 2007, when I got it, 14 years working with investors and real estate agents on distressed properties, 35 years overall in the industry. It's all I know. And I was out. And much like The Godfather, just when I thought I was out, they bring me back in. So if you guys have questions about that, there are sign-up forms in the back. It is literally, you will not be able to find it on my site. The cheapest we've had it, because my CEO's kind of got a little bit of a wild hair up his ass because of the Biden thing. He made me roll it back to the pre-price, which is legit 1997. Legit 1997. This is the best deal you're going to get. You're not going to see this deal again. My real price is $49.97. And you guys are actually getting a bonus piece. I'm actually going to review your deals for you. You're actually going to have your own little portal to submit your own deals to me directly. And a bonus fucking coaching session too, or
We're
whatever.
not required to submit our
No.
deals, and we can still just buy it on our own when we get to that point.
Yeah. Nothing is required of anybody. Even if you found a deal on the side and you just called me up out of the blue and, hey, Lee, I remember you from this thing and I found a deal and I don't know what to do. Would you mind looking at it? Of course. It's my passion. I'm committed to this. Yes.
When will the product be sent out?
The what?
When will the product be sent out?
Okay, good question. I like that, Art. Okay, so this goes back to the previous email the other night. You will, when you sign up today, I will be handed at some point an email list and phone numbers of everybody. There are 3 people who signed up the other day. You're going to get a phone number and an email address for a lovely gentleman by the name of Derek. And you will send over an email or call the lovely person named Derek, and you will schedule your one-on-one. Yes, we do a private one-on-one to start you up. I would normally put them straight in, but since I'm making upgrades on Sunday, what I'm going to do is make all the upgrades, because if I give you stuff early, this is the same for my coaching group. They're not getting the 800 number until Monday when it's activated. Everybody on Monday is getting all the new toys, but you'll have access to Derek to schedule your one-on-one any day after Monday or Tuesday. I want you set up so that you're able to tag and the rollover happens into the next week. This isn't months and months of getting ready. This isn't even weeks of weeks. Like, my shit's ready to go right out of the box. I like that. That's the way I operate. I want it to work today, right now. I bought it. I want to slap a tag. Cool? Feel ya. So when you get your login and everything, I'll have all the emails. So what you'll get is actually you'll be put into an email funnel and you'll fill out a form. So we actually right now have 3 Kajabi modules. One of them sort of the archives and the thing. You'll go through that with Derek. There's the archives. There's just pretty much everything I've ever created. There's a community forum as well. I'm also building one for coaching videos that's going to go up in the next upgrade. Then there's going to be one that has 2 portals. The real estate agents will have a portal for express buyers, and the investors will have one for Lee to look at and review. And all that, in theory, should be live on Sunday if I could sit in front of a computer live on Sunday. And then on Monday night, everybody should be getting, including all of you. That's why it all ends in 30 minutes. You're going to get an email with brand new videos of me showing you your brand new call center 800 number. Got it? There will be a list of everybody's county. I don't care if there's 6 of you in the same county. Just shut up and go tag already. Okay. This isn't the real data. This isn't game time. Think of it as, well, it's preseason in football. Think of it as preseason. What's the worst thing that can happen here? You actually snag one? Cool. Go out to the lake and learn how to cast. All right. Get it out of your system right now, because when we get to the real data in about 2 weeks, which you will get, okay, and I'm not doing everybody, well, I'm not doing the whole, here's the county, everybody feed on it. I'm only doing that because that's all there is. So what's the point of dancing around it? Everybody go tag whatever you want to go tag at the moment. You're still going to get appointments, good place to practice. And now in the next couple of weeks is the time to practice. And screw it up, I might add. You will screw it up, okay? I said the wrong thing. I don't know. Okay, cool. Come back to a coaching call. Bring it up. Let's work on it. Let's get your game down, because when the real FICO system gets turned back on and it's game time, this is the NBA Finals Game 7. What analogy do you want here for your sport? I will tell you. Is it your Pacquiao versus Spence moment? Is this like your, whatever you can equate that to? Once it's for real, it's for real. Right now, I mean, everybody's in a weird, it's a good practice area for a couple of weeks. You are right there. The movie's going to start in a couple of weeks. Like, we're really, really here. Like, I already know it. And I appreciate Biden for actually buying me a couple of weeks to build the next upgrade, because I'm adding like, no, truthfully, I wanted to make all these upgrades, and my CEO got on this big wug. They need to have a template for business cards, and they need this, and they need that. I'm like, who do you think's fucking doing this? Like, I'm farming it out to somebody? I said, this is me. I sit on a computer all day Sunday. I mean, you're lucky I like music and don't mind sitting somewhere drinking coffee and doing this stuff. That's the truth. So on Monday night, you guys will get all the brand new stuff as well, but you'll also have your scheduled appointment for that week with Derek. The news site will be up. You'll have some videos. You'll have, it's a Kajabi thing. So you'll get a form and it'll all fill out for you. And it's really nice. It's super slick. I mean, even if I were to just stick you into what it is right now, cool, but I'm upgrading it. So why would you want in now? Like, wait for the shiny new car. Just give me 24 hours. Then everybody's happy in the transaction that way. See how I worked it that way, Steve? It all works out in the end. And I don't technically let everybody into the system before it's perfect. Yeah, that's my answer. See how I politically correctly did that, Steve?
Jim Cooper.
Are there any other questions?
Jim Cooper says, what other costs are there after the course purchase?
None.
Okay. No
100% none. I don't do that. I honestly, the what? The labels. Okay, $11. Please, that's not a cost. That's the peanuts you buy at 7-Eleven when you go out. My Slurpee cost. Yeah, Slurpee and gas. I guess we can get into that. I suppose. During hot days, I used to like I bought Taco Bell even when I tagged. I mean, when I was a fat pig, I mean, I really did eat everything.
So you said you provide leads.
I do.
So just, do you like give each person certain leads? Or
Yeah.
you just give the whole
Okay,
thing?
so I say this to everyone. We all get that it's public data, right?
Right.
Like, no matter what I do. Now, what I'm not doing that I did in the past was, good luck, everybody. Here's who I'd tell you to use. Go get it. Like the Monster system was that way. You get your own data. I'm not. All right, look,
So do you divvy it up? I guess.
I
I'm
do.
asking-
I do. I do have territories, and I do know them, and I do know where people are, and I'm not overselling areas. It's just the arguments that I don't want to deal with. It's not whether I think the product will perform better, the marketing performs better. He knows this. He was in one of the rougher areas. Everything from Pomona out to Ontario Airport was oversold to death. I mean, pretty much all the way from Pasadena out. I mean, oversold. Like, a decade's worth of overselling. Like when I put out tags, I'm like, Jesus, people are tagging in my area and everyone knows this is my area. And nobody's even respecting that. I'm seeing traces of monster labels being left behind. My students don't care. And everyone knew it was my area and they didn't care, right? In my backyard. I'm like,
So if we wanted to get our own list.
you do whatever you, yeah, you certainly can. I'm just going to give you some advice about the list that I'm providing. Yes, it will be title based. Yes, I am attempting to capture it before I'm trying to get the biggest part of the stream, if that makes sense. So you have to think of it like a river. Everybody has access to the river. The only question is, how close are you getting to it from the source? And I have been on this hunt for the source. And again, we're on the legend of El Dorado at this moment. I currently, in theory, unicorn talk. In theory, the company that provides all the information to all the title companies, I'm supposed to have their information on my desk. In theory. Of course, it's going to cost me all my title in California to just get the name of this company. And I said, I swear to God, if you tell me it's Property Radar or Realty Track, I'm going to lose my mind. I said, because you can buy the entire data source from Property Radar or Realty Track. And honestly, I probably would if I thought there was a value to it. It's still cheaper to buy it monthly to have it as a backup for us. I've been trying to get as close as I can to the beginning of that source. I have no idea how it gets into that source. I don't know how they collect to that source. I don't even know that anybody at any of the courthouses actually, like, I don't know, and I don't care technically. What I care about is how close to that source can I get before everybody sticks their straw into that water. And that's what I care about for you guys. How close can I get it? How pure can I get it? Also, I am going to work with mailinglist.org. So maybe once a month or every other month or every couple of months, I might throw in this month, here's your 100 leads and it's 30, 60, 90 leads. Go have fun, right? Cool. Here's.
Like you were talking about how you kick people out.
Oh, no, you're no. On tagging, you're never going to get, look, I don't care what you say. Oh, somebody else is tagging my neighborhood. There are 500 people using the monster. It's public data.
Right.
Calm down, right? And especially with the new people. Well, I wouldn't have joined your program. You know what? Here's what you're telling me. I'm finding an excuse not to do your shit and I want your money. I want my money back. Now that I have all your stuff and I know it works already. That's what I hear when people say stuff like that to me. And I'm a little cynical actually on that topic, which is, did you not get face-to-face? Did I miss something about your last batch? Because here's the other reason why I'm providing the call center. You're not going to be able to lie to me about your appointments anymore. Oh, I never got an appointment. The only reason you don't get appointments is because you didn't put up my marketing. That's it. That's the truth. My shit works. Has for a long time. 11 glorious years since I invented it. It's probably outside of my daughter, my best invention. And really, let's be honest, not really my invention. She is a product of her mother and her stepfather, truthfully. I have very little influence on why she's great. I am very, very blessed on that topic. The stuff that is me, I'm like, oh, child, how do you think like that? Like, wow. I am so glad that I did not raise her every single day. Ooh, my influence. Can you imagine a female version of me? Because she does do like crazy stuff like, yeah, I'll do it. Man, she's totally down with some of these crazy concepts. There you go.
Provide the homeowner with a notice of document. The website,
Yeah, you got everything.
it'll be there.
Are you who I think you are? You're who I, yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
I do get a line.
Yeah. Are you scheduled? Everything, yeah, come see me after. We'll talk.
Thank you.
James.
So I've got a short amount of time to deal with things because I'm a full-time teacher and other things I'm doing.
1 hour.
So
1 hour on Tuesday. 1 hour on Wednesday. Really, you can do them at night.
Monday and Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean Monday and Wednesday, but you gotta really factor, like you gotta factor 4 hours of work based on your schedule for it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to do that every week.
No, what I would tell you to do is switch to your own call center, pay the $50 and base it on your work schedule and change your work schedule every week and tell them the hours you're not working that week and they'll schedule on that. The point of it was originally work smarter, not harder. I don't care when you tag on Sunday for all I care. When I'm in Vegas or when I'm telling groups in Arizona, I tell them the same thing. I wouldn't tag during the day. I don't know why you guys are going out during the day. I mean, I literally invented the monster because of Scottsdale. It was actually Phoenix. It's 118 degrees. I don't want to go outside. I want to stay in a dark room until it's nighttime, right? The monster was always designed to be like a 3 a.m. product for Arizona and those places. So for you and your schedule, yeah, the only difference would be, and there's no premium on this. Sorry, I wish I could tell you, I've always thought that the Google call center concept of just capturing the phone number, if you can keep from trying to qualify the call, you can do it on a Google call center. You can. It was built that way. The problem I always face is it's so tempting to make your first date over the phone. Well, let me help you out. It is not an effective way to get a second date. If you make your phone call your first date, you are not, generally speaking, getting the second date. My historical topic, unless you've got some mad conversion skills. So stick with what works in that case. But yeah, of course, everybody buys it because it's a part-time product. It was designed to be a couple hours worth of work to get 1 or 2 appointments each week. Works very well because of that. It's all schedulable, whatever. I wanted that to be a word and I just realized midway through it, it's not a word.
I'm normally a no money down type guy, but is there a 2 payment option?
That is the second time in my day. See Steve Love. I'm sure he will try to wear me down on my drive back.
Using your call center, like if you're gonna be out of town for a week or something, can we let the call center know? Not
The
just-
current one, the free one that comes with it, no.
No.
It's
Have
a,
to be available
don't put out
Tuesday,
tag. Here's some advice. Don't put out tags.
that week. Okay, got
If you think that's going to happen and you think you're going to get like, if you're going to go out of town, you're still going to get the email. Call me and go, hey, I got this lead. You got somebody in the area that wants to take a referral fee agreement on it? Shit, we'll work it out. I'm sure I can find somebody in Southern California. This isn't like, I'm not in, Colorado or something crazy where I got like 1 or 2 people. Because of course they don't have forbearances in Colorado. Crazy shit I've ever heard. I love this room. I really like cussing on some level. I'm really, and I actually, for a while, it was in my daily writing of, I do not want to cuss. I do not want to cuss. And I'm just kind of leaning into the fact that I really like to cuss. Mark.
Another question. So what about mortgage states?
Mortgage what?
Mortgage versus deed states?
Yeah,
Does it work in mortgage state as well?
it works everywhere. Why wouldn't it? Doesn't change anything. Are you thinking of using it in Texas? Like what?
Well, I'm thinking about going out, leaving California to do some investing.
Do you have a real estate license?
Yes, I
Where?
do.
Okay. Yeah, you can't really do, like, you got to be real careful about that shit because California gets real sketchy about you doing real estate in other places as an investor. That would just be my only advice. That's why I don't have a license. I do sketchy, not sketchy, but I don't have rules, right? As long as I get it disclosed somewhere, I'm good. Real estate licensees, man, that's another layer on this whole little thing as an investor. That's why I didn't do it. It affects me as
I
a,
could always refer that part out though.
I have a very good friend who's a big time investor, and she actually started to give me shit at lunch the other day about not having my license again. And I went, really? It doesn't affect what I have to say in public or if I want to do an investor deal? And she goes, yeah, it does. I said, then please let's not have this discussion again about me getting my license. I can find no valid reason to have a real estate license.
And the only reason I got my license back in 2005 is because I had people that didn't want to deal with other people in the real estate industry, and they wanted me to represent them and do whatever. So I said, let me get my license.
I completely hear you and understand that completely.
I'm not strung out on the license. I started out.
No, if it were me and I was gonna do state or do all kinds of stuff and bounce all over the place, here's my advice. I'd turn that real estate license off. Why risk your real estate license?
So this not hanging, just.
You can have one,
renew it.
but it's with the state of California. You better be aware of it.
It's just like extra disclosures you have to make and stuff.
Yeah, you do, especially if you're with a broker or
It's like
anything.
owning a property and selling it and having your license too. You gotta disclose.
It's a whole thing. Like, just from my perspective of, and seriously, this is a pretty good investor. And she was really trying to sell me on, you should turn on your license. I said, for what reason? It affects everything about what I do for a living. It hasn't hurt me being a continuing ed teacher. It hasn't affected any of my rooms. People don't come up to me and go, you should get a real estate license. To do what? Go take a listing? Are you out of your mind? I would do a referral so fast it would make your head spin. Like, honestly, if I could work this, I'll say it again. If I could work this all out without your help, and I could actually get the listing myself from all of my little toys, tricks, and trades that I've learned, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. I'd be doing my funnel and referring it out to a farm of people who will be more than grateful to give up a couple points on the transaction for the, there you go, couple points on the transaction. I just can't take out the human element at 2 points in the transaction. I need someone to put the marketing piece up, and I need someone to go ask them out on the first date, I need the first date, second date. I need a human being for those 2 spots. The rest of this, I've completely got. You don't even have to try that hard. Well, what do I do with the transaction? Who the fuck cares? Call me. I will tell you how to make money. I got this. This is the only thing I'm good at. Truthfully, I'm good at this and eating Taco Bell. I mean, I'm pretty good at keto at the moment. I'm pretty much killing it at keto. It's not that hard. I've literally been raised and designed to do this. Like, it's all I've known for the bulk of my entire, more than half my life doing this. I know every angle. I've seen everything you can imagine. I've seen front end purchase. I've seen back end purchase. I've seen deals that should not be, like loans that you think there's no way anybody made a loan on that deal. I've seen it where the house is actually sliding down the side of the hill, and like with a straight face, they made that transaction. Every shady like, come on, there's money to be made on everything. There's no such thing as a bad property, just a bad price, right? My dad is right on that. I don't know about the rest of the life, but that part, yeah.
As a realtor and investor, I make sure that I do it with,
I got you covered.
any contracts,
Hey, funny you should ask.
any contracts.
Right on your first appointment, and this will get you around everything except the state to state shit. That's where it really, like, that's the curveball. You'll have to bring that to me directly. State to state, I'd actually have to research of the impact. Now, in state, no, I got a disclosure. It's the first thing you take to the door that's in with everything else you hand them. You don't need them to sign it. You don't need to do it. David and I have been doing it that way forever. And the first thing you do is, hey, I'm an advocate. I'm a realtor working as an advocate. I think it's even good to say I'm an investor working as an advocate. I've pledged to be a part of this. I got to let you know what my day job is, because it makes me sleep better at night. You want to know the truth? And I've learned this recently about relationships, and it's made my relationships remarkably better. It's better to play all your cards. This whole bullshit of being on good behavior for a year or two and then springing it on her one day that, oh, by the way, I'm an axe murderer in my spare time, right? And I just saw this out of one of my friends who just got out of a bad relationship. Guys stay on good behavior for a long time. I'm like, this is how I've been behaving in all my relationships. I'm just putting everything out there all the time now. And you know what I've learned in this particular case? It pays off. Nobody's giving out honesty. And I hope I'm inspiring it for everybody. Yes, Matt.
Shelley says, can this system be used successfully to obtain long-term buy and holds?
Long-term buy and holds, 100%. Now, without question, it's probably what it's best at. It's harder to find. Look, I just gave you my strategy. What's it really good at? Buy and hold all day. you're now all the parts. You can actually get, if you're doing, and you're not a real estate agent, why wouldn't you take 96% of value or 94% of value? Try to cut out all the costs, go directly to escrow and just slide right in, right?
Except you're scaring us that the market's about to die.
Not yet. Not yet.
So that's why it's
You got a
scary
window.
to do the buy and
Look, as long as they don't have that delusional, I want 110%. And here's what I know about distressed people. They don't technically want that. They want out, they want cash. And how much cash can I get? That's the truth. And that's why doing a joint venture, which is technically what it is, you're doing a JV. You get a JV deal where they can make money and you can make money with limited money out of pocket. This is the way to go. But buy and hold,